1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's presentation of Weasel Moot 2021. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the co-founders of this network. Joining me on the coverage tonight are Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, hello.
Oh, hello. So sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, but welcome to the party. Also joining us tonight is Mr. David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey, Brandon, how you doing?
I am all right and ready for some fun times tonight. And joining us from all the way down under, three-time world champion, Mr. Andrew Goff. Andrew, welcome.
Hey, everyone.
Andrew, looking good, man.
Go Chicago. There's only one team in Chicago, right?
Just one baseball team, one stadium, and only one food, which is actually pizza, not spinach. Welcome, Andrew Goff, to the broadcast.
Great to be here. Thanks.
All right, before we get started, I would like to take care of one piece of business. On the previous broadcast of the Boston Massacre, I accidentally let slip a bad word, which is not allowed by whatever regulates broadcasting in our country. And I was called out by it by DBN's own Zachary Moore, who is one of the hosts of Countdown. In a widely seen video that was very fairly portrayed. I believe I was very fairly portrayed. And I just want to tell everyone from the very bottom of my heart that I am deeply, deeply sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings. I am sorry that their feelings were hurt by it. And for Zach, I just want him to know that I appreciate his pointing this out. And also that I have the power to enter his dreams at will. And I wish him good luck sleeping tonight.
See, folks, this is what you call true contrition.
Thanks, David. Thanks for seeing that.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, because what I can see from a good apology is that it's conditional upon the receiver, whatever it is that they might understand. Do you guys, before we move on, have anything that you would like to apologize for? David, we'll start with you.
That I would like to apologize for? Yeah. No. That I should apologize for? Probably.
All right. Siobhan?
I would love to say absolutely nothing in my career in diplomacy I would love to apologize for or like to apologize for, but I will take a moment. I don't think she's watching. Megan Saunders, when I met you in Montana a few years ago, I was absolutely terrible to you. I admit that now.
And lastly, Andrew Goff, is there anything that you want to apologize for tonight?
Everything. I want to apologize for everything. Everything I have done in diplomacy and everything I am yet to do.
On behalf of DBN and the entire diplomacy community, Andrew, we accept your apology. Well, we are here tonight to do something called cover Weasel Moot. And Weasel Moot is a tournament that is typically run out of Chicago. It is the product of the Windy City Weasels Club, of which I am a part and now one of the organizing members. It's a club that has a nice long history. It was founded by Jim O'Kelly, I think 17 years ago, 16, 17 years ago. This is the 15th Weasel Moot. It's been held every year consecutively for the last 15 years. Which I think makes it one of the longer running contiguous tournaments. Is that right, David?
I think it is, actually. Yeah, absolutely.
So maybe in the U.S. second only now to DixieCon, which has a 20-year lead. I think you celebrated your 35th this year, correct?
That's true, but I don't think. I mean, that I'm obviously an outlier. The possibility of having a tournament for 15 years in a row is almost unheard of in and of itself. There's a reason why you've been doing this tournament so long. It's because you've got a group of people that help put it together. So no one person can really run something like this for so long, and so it's great to see. It's great to see a strong hobby in Chicago, and it's great to see another Moot.
And so tonight, this is a good opportunity to shout out to the tournament director, Corey Nesland. Corey is running her first tournament tonight. Last year, she was an assistant tournament director, did a ton of work for that one. This year has the title to go along with the sweat. And Corey's done an excellent job today. Kevin O'Kelly has given some assistance. So not technically the assistant tournament director, but might as well be. Weasel Moot has hosted the World Championship twice, first time in 2012 and the second time in 2016. And the 2016 tournament was actually my first tournament that I played as a diplomacy player. And it's a memorable tournament for a number of reasons, one of which is that Chris Martin put together those videos. He filmed the top board and put together videos of behind the scenes footage, and then put together in sort of 20-minute segments, analyzing them and showing us some of how these top players play behind the scenes. And it was fascinating, got a lot of attention. If you viewer have never seen those videos, go to YouTube after this broadcast, maybe tomorrow, and do a search for WDC 2016 and Chris Martin. They're well worth the watch. If nothing else, to see Andrew Goff, who played on that top board, give one of the most magnificent diplomacy looks ever recorded on camera to Peter, who was playing in Austria. What is Peter's last name? Is slipping my mind right now.
Peter Jürgen.
Peter Jürgen, longtime player, very close to the summit on lots of occasions, never quite reached it. But in that case, he was Austria to Andrew Goff's Russia, and in negotiations pointed out to, after Andrew had pointed out to him that he might not have any home centers open for his next build, Peter pointed out to Andrew that Serbia would be open. And Andrew gave us a look for the ages. That is well worth the wait. All right, so before we move on here, so Andrew, you made the top board at that Weasel Moot. Any reflections you want to give us about your experience there?
Not about that top board, but about the tournament in general. Both of the World Championships I went to, fantastic events. The Weasels put on a great show. So if you ever get the chance to go to a Weasel Moot in person, really highly recommended. Chicago's a great city to visit as well, but the diplomacy players there are just so welcoming. Really, really worth your while getting to it if you can.
And David and Siobhan, you both have played at Weasel Moot. Siobhan, I know you have. You came the following year when I was the tournament director, and we played in a bowling alley, and that was really fun. And
it was especially fun because I was all of 7 weeks pregnant and hadn't told anyone and couldn't drink, which none of the diplomacy players understood.
That's right. So you want to give us a cheers to that?
Cheers to that. Yeah, no, I second everything Andrew has said here. The Weasels and Weasel Moot as a fantastic event, fantastic community. They're awful on a board to play with, but fantastic to hang out with, run fantastic events, and I love most of them.
David, I assume you've played at a bunch of Weasel Moots over the years?
Actually, I think I've only been to one for timing reasons, and I've forgotten exactly why that's true. But anyway, the one I went to was 2016. So obviously I remember that very well. I remember playing with you, Brandon. I think that might be when we met. I'm sure it was when we met, was in 2016.
I don't remember. I don't think we played together that tournament.
I thought we did.
Yeah, this must have been some other
I will
Brandon.
go look that up while you two.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let's put it this way. There was some guy that I didn't trust ever again afterwards that I played in that tournament. I thought that was you, but perhaps I'm getting you mixed up with somebody else.
You might be thinking about the time that you came and visited us and played in one of our bar games, and I stabbed you on my birthday.
No, I remember that very well. That's not what we're talking about.
I will add into this, if you're ever in the Chicago area and looking for a diplomacy game, the weekly bar games that the Weasels put on, I don't know if it's back at the Red Lion yet. I know that everything's still a little crazy given the COVID situation, but a fantastic weekly game to get yourself into. I've been there once after Worlds in 2016. Just a lot of fun to hang out and talk to everyone and enjoy a good time.
I will say that time that I did make it for one of the bar games, I actually scheduled the deposition for the day after the Wednesday night bar game so that I could come to the Wednesday night bar game. I had my priorities correct.
Yep. And you opened with the Hood Hog. No, I'm sorry, the Hood Wink. That's right. That's what we call the Austrian opening. The Hood Wink, where he supported Vienna to Galicia from Budapest. Beautiful. And I was his Italy, and we got along really well for 2 years, and then there was an opportunity I couldn't let go by.
So fact-checking Siobhan is back and would like to point out that you did indeed play a board together at Worlds in 2016.
Whoa.
David Hood, you were Germany. Brandon Fogel, you were Austria. David survived the game on 4 centers. Brandon, you did not survive.
That was I went out in 02. That's okay. Right. That's why I don't remember.
You just blocked that from your memory.
I remember that very well.
I remember Tom Coburn was Italy, and he afterward he said on the broadcast or on Chris Martin's video that I had played a very good game, and okay.
That's generous.
One of the things I remember from that tournament is Italy soloing all over the place.
Yeah.
They had 3 solos, and then Italy topped the top board as well. So it was a good tournament for Italy.
And shout out to Chris Brand, who not only soloed as Italy. I was on that board, actually. This is in one of the preliminary rounds. I was on that board, and Eddie Bresson ended up – I threatened to throw the solo, and then I pulled back, and then Eddie Bresson actually threw the solo with 1 unit in Munich. And it was fun and very dramatic. And then Chris Brand did go ahead and win the top board by playing Italy. And it was sort of like the beginning of this Italy renaissance that happened for a few years. All right, let's. Which
is strange, Brandon, because there's never been an Italian Renaissance ever before.
There's no precedent for this.
Yeah, that's why it just didn't make any sense. And I believe Siobhan was predicting that Russia would be the next country to experience a Renaissance, and so in multiple ways, we're still waiting for that. I think.
Yeah, I always promised to write an article about that. I never did. I'm also still waiting for it to come true, so I can write the article after the fact and say that I told people that this was my prediction. I might just have been wrong.
Well done. All right, let's dive into Weasel Moot tonight. Here are the top participants according to the DBNI rankings, and here we go. The top-rated player playing tonight is Jason Massbaum, sitting up all the way there with a number 3 ranking. This is Siobhan's favorite player, we have to point out. Ed Sullivan, who is David Hood's favorite player, coming in with another gaudy ranking at number 4. And behind him, we've got Katie Gray, Farron Jane, who have both made a lot of noise. Farron won a tournament recently, I believe.
So did Katie.
Yes.
And so did Jason, I regret to admit.
Yes, indeed, right. Lots of tournament winners around. We've got Michalis Kamaridis, who has soloed in the VDL and is currently number 1 there. So, and this DBNI ranking does not take that into account. So Michalis is looking for a big bump at the end of the season when those rankings get included. We've also got Morgante Pell, who is a heavyweight on any board that he shows up on. Wes Ketchum, who is the highest-rated Weasel on this board, on this list. We got Timothy Crosby, who is a long-distance Weasel, plays with us regularly in the virtual format. And then we've got Name Your Nickname Tommy Anderson, who is always fun. You know, he seems to get a new nickname every single broadcast. So let's do our best tonight. And then we've got sort of the Tommy before Tommy, John Jameson, who is always good for some excitement on board. All right, given this list, do you guys want to offer any comments or any thoughts about what you're hoping to see tonight? David, we'll start with you.
Well, to be honest, I'm hoping to see some names in lights that are not on this list, honestly. I mean, I'm no disrespect to any of these players, or at least almost any of these players, no disrespect to them. But I do like to see new people step up and be successful. There's lots of other players playing, so I'm hoping to see that. But there's a reason why these folks are listed as high as they are. We've got a lot of talent here and several different play styles. We'll see which ones can parlay their different play styles into success in this particular format.
And Siobhan?
Of course, I agree with David because it's smart and wise to do so at all times, but to play just a little bit of a different tack, if I were going to pick someone on this list that I really wanted to see sort of come out of their box. I would say, Tommy, pick your nickname Anderson. He's a great player and has a lot of potential. I think has learned a lot from the tournaments he's been playing in over the last couple of years, and so I want to see him put that all to use.
Yeah, Tommy really had a moment last year when he sort of ascended to the upper reaches of the tour, and then kind of stayed steady for a while, sort of hit a plateau. We're looking for, and he has been experimenting with different play styles. So we're looking to see, whether he can take one and drive it forward. And Andrew, to you, anything you're looking for tonight?
Well, I got a close first-hand view at Morgante last time I played, so I expect great things from him. He's a dangerous and good player. But I'm with David. I kind of want to see some other names as well. I think these guys, all of them are great players. So let's see who the next great players are as well.
All right. With that, we will turn over to our coverage of round one to give our viewers a little bit of a preview. We've got 4 games in round one to cover. We're going to do those in somewhat abbreviated fashion. And then there are 3 games which are currently going. They kicked off at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So they're about 2 hours and change into those rounds. We'll catch up with those midway through, and then we'll take our time with those. And they are not limited by year or time. And so they could go on for quite a while. So buckle your seatbelts and get a snack and relax, because we're going to be here for a while. All right, with that, let us dive into game number 1. I believe, Andrew, we are going to give you a break and then pull you back in for the second game. So
see you soon.
See you in a bit. All right, and the 3 of us get to dive in. Let me see if I can operate the controls here. And here is game A. No! Oh man, I had it.
Hey, Brandon.
I totally had it. Oh. I got 2/3 of the equation, but dropped the X. Sorry. All right, here is game A, named after Buena Park. All of the games in Weasel Moot this year are named after neighborhoods in Chicago. Buena Park is in an area called Lakeview, which is just near Wrigley Field, just north of it. And at least one of our players, one of the Weasels, Sabi Ahuja, actually lives there. Although Sabi is not on this board. This board does see Tristan Farnell playing in his first game of this tour. He played in 1 game last year, also at Weasel Moot. Tristan is out of State College in Pennsylvania, is a freshman at Penn State. In England, we have Morgante Pell, sort of the big dog here, playing out of Vermont. France, Katie Gray, who has had a lot of success in the tour this year. Really exciting player, up and coming. And a strong candidate for Rookie of the Year as well. Katie is coming to us from somewhere in Indiana. I haven't found out where yet. In Germany, we have Daniel Bird playing in his second virtual face-to-face game on the tour. He's played in a couple of house games, but is still a fairly new player. Has played a bunch of extended deadline, but the virtual face-to-face is relatively new. He's coming to us from Tulsa, Oklahoma. In Italy, we have Jamal Blackerly playing with us out of Canberra in Australia. And in Russia, we've got John Jameson playing out of Vancouver. And finally, in Turkey, we have Aslan Sarwar playing out of Lahore, Pakistan. So we have a really international board here, players playing all over the world at the same time. This is one of the cool things for me about the virtual format. You've got players in Pakistan, Australia, Canada, and the US all playing at the same time. And thanks to technology, it's no different than if they were in the same city, in fact. But they are playing at different times. So I believe Canberra, this game kicked off at 10 a.m. Central in Chicago, which I believe is midnight in Australia. So Jamal was playing through the night, and Aslan was playing, I believe, for Aslan it was a little bit earlier in the evening, but still playing late into the night. All right, so I was tasked with coming up with a summary for this game, so I'm going to try to lead you guys through this to the best of my ability. Here's how things opened in 1901. First of all, I should add, by the way, Morgante is actually in Chicago right now for a cousin's wedding in Evanston, just outside of Chicago. So if this had been in person, he definitely would have been playing with us. All right, so things opened relatively nondescript. The biggest news here was Budapest opening to Romania. This is a pretty non-standard Austrian opening. And it usually signals aggression against Russia, but it's definitely unusual and often doesn't work out so well. In this case, Tristan gets away with it. The other thing I want to point out here is Katie's opening. This opening should have a name because I love it. It's my favorite opening is France. Katie gets away with getting into Burgundy here. So she gets into Gascony, doesn't have to support into Burgundy, but doesn't have to worry about a bounce here either. The other thing to note here is that Jamal gets into Trieste, which now, it's so common now, it's almost the standard thing for Austria and Italy to start out doing. Fall 1901, the interesting things here are that Italy gets into Serbia. This is sort of the way that Aquila Ponto can go, but this for the AI is even better because Austria gets into Greece here. But Italy gets through Serbia. Turkey apparently gets hoodwinked into trying to support Austria into Serbia rather than just going to Serbia and bouncing the Italian back into Trieste. The other thing that's really interesting here is that John Jameson takes Romania with the fleet, which is something that makes RTs difficult to do. This is a very Austria-friendly way to take Romania, and it's curious given that Austria moves to Galicia. So it's possible that this is a betrayal, and time will tell. But John gets into Sweden. It's going to get 2 builds here, and Morgante gets into Belgium with an army, which, as Siobhan likes to say,
is where English armies go to die.
In this case, that isn't what happens. However, the army is immediately convoyed into Norway. And so if you take a quick look at the way this turn happens, you might think, is this a Western triple? Are these, did these guys get on the same page? You also have Katie moving her fleet, rotating her fleet southward, appearing to want to position towards Italy. But to counter that, you have Germany supporting himself with 2 into Burgundy, and you also have Morgante and England going into the English Channel. Meanwhile, in the east, you have AI versus RT. Austria loses Galicia, so this is a nice move for John, but still has the fleet in Romania. And meanwhile, the Turkish army gets pipped. All right, I think I'm spending a little too much time on the detail here. In fall of 1902, John does get the fleet into the black, and the AI continues forward. And here what you see is that while England doesn't follow up with an attack on France, there is fisticuffs between England and Germany over Belgium. Meanwhile, they both fight John and basically decapitate him in the north, take Sweden and St. Petersburg. Katie sends both fleets south, committing to a Mediterranean adventure, and that's how it works. John disbands the 2 northern units, seemingly committing to the eastern front, eastern sphere. In spring 1903, we have really the first sort of rearrangement of alliances on the board. Most notably, Morgante drops the hammer here on Germany, moves a bunch of units into place to attack Germany, vacates the English Channel. So Morgante and Katie sort of get on the same page here. Katie drops her, moves her fleets up, presumably in order so that if Tyrrhenian Sea got into Lyon and Venice went over to Piedmont, there would be a supported attack. Doesn't have to worry about that. But in a crucial misorder, Jamal moves Ionian in a joke order to Belgium.
Oh no.
Negating the support from Greece and allowing Aslan in Turkey to take the Ionian. This is an error that will reverberate in the East for years to come.
It should be pointed out here, Brandon, I think that would, on different websites, different diplomacy websites, different software, that would not be considered a move.
So I would be curious to know if Jamal is more familiar with other online diplomacy formats wherein the joke misorder to Belgium would have been considered a hold.
Yeah.
It's possible. So I was listening in on the game table for much of this game, and I didn't catch his reaction, but I did catch Katie's reaction. And Katie's reaction, keep in mind she has fleets committed against Italy here. Katie's reaction was, "That's really funny. I mean, as she caught herself, it sucks a little bit too.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong. Elsewhere, we have Germany doing his best, but gets into Belgium here, attacks France. But Germany now has, he's attacking one, getting attacked by another. It doesn't look good for Germany here going forward.
Wait, so Brandon, is my joke now that Belgium is where Italian fleets go to die? Sorry, Jamal, I had to.
Indeed, right, because they tried to go to Belgium. I just going to Belgium is bad news. Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. So Fall 1903. Fall 1903 is one of the best turns in this game, if not the best turn. It features a lot of stuff here. First of all, we have Morgante does the obvious thing and takes 2 of Germany's units, which was guaranteed. But Germany guesses wrong about what Morgante is going to do and loses Belgium. Unnecessarily. Belgium was English, it now becomes French. We have Katie getting into the Tyrrhenian Sea, but the big news here, the thing that makes this turn really funny, is that Italy and Austria both turn on each other at the same time. We have Austria attacking Bulgaria here. We also have Venice slipping into Trieste, while Bulgaria goes to Serbia. Maybe cutting a support or hoping for support into Serbia from Romania. Either way, the net effect is that the Austria-Italy alliance falls apart, and Aslan picks up 2 dies. So Aslan, who got into Ionian when he shouldn't, is now getting out of the box all of a sudden. Things look dire for Aslan, gets 2 builds here. Meanwhile, the other funny thing here is that John Jameson attacks Munich with support from Tyrolia for reasons that I didn't totally understand. It seems like bizarre for the 2 of them to take 2 units to attack someone who might be helping to hold back an alliance on the other side of the board. What John came to me and told me is that he was responsible for everything that happened on this turn. That he had orchestrated the attack on Germany because Germany had annoyed him early by attacking Sweden, and also had orchestrated the attack on Austria, had convinced Italy to attack, and also obviously supported Turkey to attack. And so John was gleeful, with joy at the work that he felt like he had accomplished on this turn. All right, so the thing that strikes me about where things are at this moment. So clearly a Leviathan has developed, and it's a very strong-looking Leviathan, but it's one in which England is already ahead. So England starts off this Leviathan at 7. Katie is at 6. So a question for you guys here at this moment is, if you're Katie, what do you do at this moment? What's your way forward in this game? And Siobhan, why don't we start with you?
I don't think it's through Germany. I don't think that Katie gets her most benefit that way. With Morgante getting a build here, having been one up basically the entirety of their alliance, and this might be speaking from a little bad blood between Morgante and I in the past, I would not trust Morgante in this moment.
David, what about you?
I don't think it's as much a question of trust for me as what are her alternatives just on the board. And with the English building, and you just build a fleet in Marseille, and maybe you were asking this question before the builds, I don't know, Brandon, but after you build in Marseille, the answer is you keep going, I think. Now, in theory, you could redistribute that to Spain and go around, that's fine. But I think once you've got the Tyrrhenian Sea, unless there's an obvious threat, an immediate threat from the English, then I would keep going and see what I can do with the Italians. Now, it's true that Morgante has 4 fleets, and they're about to not have anything to do. Once they take over Baltic and maybe take over Baltic and Bothnia, they'll have something to do. But it's always difficult when you're allied with English to figure out what to do with all those fleets that's not anti-French. So I agree that that's a concern of Katie's. I don't know that I would be turning on Morgante right now if I was Katie. I'm just not sure she's got the position to do that. But I guess we'll see.
No, and I'll agree with you, David, and I'll add something that before I even looked at the builds, I had a very large concern that Italy and Turkey were going to team up here. And given that Turkey's building another fleet, I'm less concerned about it. But if I'm Katie, you can't just turn on your ally if you're concerned about the Italians and the Turks at the same time.
Well, Katie might be able to turn Jamal into a puppet. I mean, it's a possibility.
Exactly.
Fascinating comment, because here's what happens next. Katie takes Tunis, which was more or less guaranteed, assuming that Aslan was going to attack the Ionian. We're talking about down here. Jamal does something very interesting here. He disbands the army rather than retreat it to North Africa. And you might have thought, given that he was into Naples here, maybe he could work out something with Aslan over Tunis and keep it away from Katie. And he takes away his ability to do that by disbanding, and perhaps sends a signal to Katie. Elsewhere here, we see the RT is now moving ahead with help from Italy. So Austria not looking great at that moment. And Morgante continues the attack on Germany with help from Katie. This is an interesting moment here. Katie supports Morgante into Holland. And I think this was an opportunity here. Katie could have sued for Holland here, could have argued that the alliance is imbalanced, and in order to keep it balanced, she's the one who deserves Holland. Doesn't make that argument here in this case. And what happens in the fall is that a number of things. First of all, Morgante picks up 2 of the German centers. Katie advances in Germany. Katie also gets Tunis, and with help from Jamal in Italy, takes Ionian, moves her fleets down, and gets really nice position. Crucial moment here, right, is Piedmont, Marseille is left uncovered, trusting that Jamal is going to vacate it and move to Tyrolia. This is a really beautiful moment of cooperation between 2 players. So whether you think it was good for them or not, they both negotiated with each other, figured out that each other could be trusted, and got some advantage in terms of tempo by trusting each other. Siobhan, I see you reacting. Was there?
Well, I'm gonna sort of harken back to my earlier comment about not trusting Morgante, which I admit may have come from some bad blood between us in the past. It's not just that she leaves Marseille uncovered; it's that Morgante absolutely could have taken Belgium here if he wanted it. So she trusts both of them in one turn. She moves Picardy down to Burgundy. She makes the attack on Ruhr. She leaves Marseille uncovered and is rewarded richly for all of it. This is an amazing position for Katie.
So, all right, before I ask you that question, I have to report some kibitzing that I overheard at the game table that happened before, as this turn was, as the clock was running down. Morgante said loudly to the table, "Why am I so bad at this game?" And Katie said, Morgante said this, Katie said, "I feel like every time you say that, it means bad things for me." Didn't happen this time. All right, so this is where things stand. So Morgante gets further ahead here. So is now 2 ahead at 9-7. Puts down 2 armies, which you have to be happy about if you're Katie. You don't want to see any fleets in Liverpool or London here. And Katie, for her part, puts down Fleet Brest. So I think good argument here that this was a defensive build. Daniel in Germany, his hopes really got up when he saw that fleet in Brest. And Germany's down to 2, not looking good for him. Over here, John Jameson picks up 2 dots, gets 2 builds here. Quick question for you guys. Between Daniel and John, who do you think has the better chance of surviving this game?
Daniel. Because he's got at least Munich is on the line somehow. If there's going to be a fight between EF, Germany can sometimes survive around the supply center, around the stalemate line. Russia, I think, is getting ready to get smushed in between the Turks and the English, but we'll see.
Siobhan, any comments on you?
Just to be contrary, I'll say John. He's a great friend of mine, love him to death. I think I do agree with David, but just the way the pieces are positioned, it will take too long for the Turks and the English to really get in a position to do it.
All right, so here's what happens. In spring of 1905, John gets proactive and turns on Turkey. So another big dramatic strategic shift from initiated by John Jameson here. Curiously, though, however, John also attacks Italy. and is therefore fighting both of his neighbors, while Germany is also having to send armies eastward. At least gets away with Morgante not doing anything during that turn. But Katie, interestingly, goes up into the Adriatic here, and there's clearly coordination between the two of them. So here's a moment where I think, and here there's going to be a spoiler alert, John and Katie ought to be talking to each other and coordinating. They both have a mutual interest in holding Morgante back, and they're clearly not working together. And that will continue throughout this.
And that Eddie convoy mistake is almost certainly on purpose.
Yeah.
Mistake.
Yeah, and actually everyone at the board identified it as a deliberate mistake. It didn't fool anybody.
I see it in the comments as well. Yeah, it's an intentional fail.
So get ready for convoys, because this becomes a convoy party in a couple turns. In the fall, Morgante does successfully convoy. And in the south, we have one more thing to point out about Morgante here is Helgoland to north. Very small move, but very significant. It is a fleet getting into position to do something. If you are Katie Gray in this situation, you have to flag that, and you have to call Morgante on it, and you have to take action about it.
It's a red alert moment. It really
exactly.
is a red alert klaxon.
100%.
Exactly. Elsewhere we have Morgante supporting Germany into Warsaw. So the fact that I asked the question probably tells you where this is heading. And in the south we have, this is just a catastrophic set of moves for John Jameson. I think I asked him about it. He said he was being too clever, but he really was being too clever. He instead of taking Ankara, and there was a guaranteed set of moves to hold on to Romania, he tries to get cute and loses both doesn't take Ankara and loses Romania. Was idealistic in quixotic and thinking that it could hold on to Trieste. Doesn't happen. So moving ahead here, this is where this is a crucial year here. So Morgante is ahead by 2. We now get the convoy parties from Brest all the way to Albania. We have Italy. So Italy and France are working together very well. Italy is moving forward against Russia. Turkey is moving back in order to continue fighting Russia. We have Morgante coming down in the north. And we have units still in place for Morgante. And Katie is vacating her home centers. And so what happens in the fall of 1906 is that Morgante finally makes a move. And it's not a huge set of moves, but it is significant. Norwegian moves over into the North Atlantic, opts not to take Belgium and instead to protect English Channel, which in my opinion is a good move. If you get an English Channel, great. If you don't, then you keep Katie out. Better than getting the dot, since you're going to be guaranteed it next year anyway. In the south, we have John now winning a tactical battle. A nice guess, gets into Bulgaria. We have the German now surviving in Romania, which is a classic method of survival. Just take a moment here to appreciate the kaleidoscope of colors around the Balkans. All 5 remaining powers either have a center or a unit next to a center. They all have an interest in what's going on in the Balkans. But we do have Morgante building a fleet in London, and clearly now moving forward with the stab. That causes the convoy to Albania to be reversed, and we also have the armies moving forward. Katie's tactics could be a little bit better here. I think you want to retreat to Burgundy and Picardy here and just form a defensive line. Going to Ruhr keeps raises the possibility of that army getting stranded there. Elsewhere in the south, in the east, we've got just more gypsy doodle, and as you'll see in the fall, it ends up with Germany surviving in Moscow now. So
as you do.
Peripatetic German army, which still has a lot more to go. We have Turkey trying to keep alive down here, but getting attacked now by the French as well, who are pulling back. Just lots of stuff going on here. And then as things move forward in the spring of 1908, we've just got tactical maneuvering going on in the battle between England and France. And we've got now the German army getting into St. Petersburg, which actually has the capacity to reorient this game if the rest of the board were to get on board and allow everyone else who could attack England to attack. That isn't what happens here, however. Russia is still sort of on the side of England, doesn't take Moscow, but wants to keep Turkey out of Romania. Meanwhile, Morgante picks up a French center. And here's where things stand in 1908. And here's where you get a sort of curious move by Morgante. I think Morgante realized that he couldn't solo. I don't think he was planning to play the evening round, and so figured he wasn't going to win the tournament. And so, a 13 isn't that different from a 14 or 15. Also, Morgante wanted to punish Daniel for what he believed was just a stupid, annoying stuff. Here's where things happen in the fall of 1909, finds Germany surviving in Moscow now, while John Jameson does get eliminated, and that is where the game ends. Morgante wins a 13-center board top, and we have 3 significant survivals in Jamal in Italy, France with Katie, and Turkey with Aslan, and Germany holds on with 1 center in Moscow. So any thoughts about this game before we move on to the next one? David, we'll start with you.
France going into the mid and going pretty strong into the mid can be a good move. Sometimes you get so overextended, though, it can be a good move even if you're coming in and the Italians are on your side and you kind of use them in your favor. All that can work, but it can get you so overextended that this happens. You don't get enough benefit from it in time to race against whoever your alliance partner was in the West. So I wasn't against Katie doing what she did, but you almost have to insist if you're going to come in like that Italy give you some builds so you can resist the English attack. Maybe it was impossible to resist it. Maybe there wasn't anything she could do anyway. I don't know, because there was so much goofiness going on in the East that benefited Morgante and not that benefited Katie, that maybe there's nothing she could have done. But I think a lesson from this game is make sure you don't get overextended.
Siobhan?
I mean, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I will tell you that my favorite player to watch in this game was the Turk, Aslan. Fantastic game. Had it not been for a bit of the chaos from John Jameson and the cooperation between Katie Gray and Jamal in France and Italy, you had a real opportunity here, and you were in the right place to be able to seize it. It just, the board didn't work out for you, and that is just so unfortunate, because I would have loved to see the Turk really break out of that box.
Of course, the main point to make is Morgante is really good. So that's the main point.
Yeah, it's true. And to whoever asked in the comments earlier, no, I don't have a beef against Morgante. We just have history.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a club of people with history with Morgante. Morgante's trying to sell himself as a Care Bear right now, and he expressed a lot of regret about stabbing Katie, and tried to claim that it was all the metagaming talk that apparently Katie had been offering, and Katie immediately said, "That's the worst fucking excuse I've ever heard." And the rest of the table appreciated that, and that I don't know if that's an offense that Zach is going to flag or not, because I was merely quoting somebody else.
I think it just shows that your contrition was truly genuine earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Because I wouldn't. Thank you. And I just want to give a shout out here to Jamal Blackerly as well for a really skillful tap dance routine to not only stay alive but to stay relevant in this game, because that could have gone south for him very, very quickly.
For those that have not yet watched League Night from 2 weeks ago, Jamal was interviewed on League Night, and it was a great interview at the end of that broadcast. He's really an interesting guy.
All right, with that, we are going to bring back to the stream Mr. Andrew Goff. Yes, who is there? Welcome back, Andrew Goff. And we are going to give, I believe, Siobhan a break here. Is that right? Or is it David?
I don't remember.
I just do what you tell me. I just do what you tell me. Always.
Give David a break.
I have to.
I should schedule.
Okay, great. So I don't have to pull that up. All right, David, get lost. All right, it's the three of us, and I believe that it is Andrew's turn to do a little bit of summarizing for us. Let's see if I can get it right this time. Here is our graphic. Hey, ta-da! All right, in Austria, we have Farron Jane, who is one of the best players on the tour right now, coming to us from Austin, Texas. In England, we've got Russ Dennis, who had a lot of success last year as England, won Best England a couple times, then rocked it at the DBNI as England and was on the top board as England. coming in second place there. In France, we've got Timothy Crosby out of Interlaken, Florida. Timothy has played a lot with the Weasels so far this year and comes in with a DBNI ranking of 15. So Timothy is a player who is going to break out any day now. In Germany, we've got Ed Sullivan, big personality, DBNI personality, also a YouTube content provider, playing out of Houston. Ed is a threat on any board he appears on. In Italy, we've got Michael Tio playing out of Cebu in the Philippines. Michael is, I think, only our second Filipino player that we've had on DBNI, or on DBN. So welcome, Michael. And Russia, we've got Chicago's own Wes Ketchum, the Weasel on the board, coming out of Chicago. And in Turkey, we've got Liam Stokes, who is always a wild card and always a threat to do something good, playing out of Victoria, British Columbia in Canada. All right, Andrew, so you are our guide on this board. Why don't you unmute yourself and take it away?
Well, I can't say that there's going to be as many fireworks as there were in the last game, because that was a pretty wild game. But this one has some really quality play in it. So I won't say buckle yourself in, but sit back, relax, grab yourself a nice glass of wine. This is some quality diplomacy happens here. 1901, as with many quality games of diplomacy, this is the most boring opening you have ever seen. I mean, the only move of interest is Italy moving Venice to Apulia, which is very pro-Austrian, but it's not unheard of. It's really saying, I want to work with the Austrian. That's, if you look at the rest of the board, they are the standard openings for every single country. So it's a bit of sort of feeling each other out here, but also from what I've heard, as we move on to 1902, a lot of this is already structuring into the alliances that we see for the game. So, sorry, we've jumped ahead to winter already.
Oh, you said move ahead to 1902, so sorry.
No. Couple of things to point out here. First of all, England must be happy with this. England, from this moment on, you'd have to be saying, I want England in this game. There's been a bounce in Sweden, which suggests that there's not going to be cooperation between Germany and Russia. And you've got into Belgium, you've been supported in, and the French have said, yeah, whatever, that's fine. So really strong English position here. The rest of the map is still very standard stuff. Turkey does get the fleet out to Constantinople. You have to do that if you see Italy being so pro-Austrian. So no surprises there. It looks like we're going to have a fight between Italy and Turkey. And if we move to the builds, we see there are those fleets. The only surprising builds here are probably the English ones. That tells you the story of the West. Fleet Liverpool and Fleet London, there's no ambiguity there. This is not like Morgante in the last game going, I'm just going to chill as England for a year or two. This is England and Germany with two armies saying, we are coming for you, France. So if we move on to spring 1902, England and Germany do indeed attack France. That is our first big alliance. Now, the risk, if we highlight the Austria-Italy position, the risk of being very pro-Austrian is that if the Austrian is not pro-Italian, this happens. It's a pretty high-risk play because if Russia and Turkey want to attack you as Austria and you don't have Italy on side, you're going to get destroyed. But Austria has gone, don't care. I am absolutely going to punish Italy for being nice to me. Really unfortunate. I suspect some of it is get the new player, which is it's one strategy, but it's the one that we see here. And from the looks of it, Russia and Turkey go along with it. Romania doesn't attack. It moves up to Galicia, heading towards Germany. The fleet in Romania is Brandon said in the last game that that's not attacking Austria. And Turkey even pulls back Bulgaria to Constantinople. So by the end of spring 1902, you can see the key alliance structure here. It's going to be England, Germany versus Russia, Austria, Turkey. And from this point, like a lot of good games, it's a pressure thing. So who is going to exert pressure in the right way to make one of those alliances break? No surprises in fall, except perhaps Munich supporting Venice to Tyrolia. That's a really, really good move. This is the pressure I'm talking about. It slows down the alliance on the other side of the board.
That's brilliant. There's no way Ferren saw that coming. Yeah.
That is top level play there by Ed in Germany. And otherwise, it really is just advancing the position. So Burgundy blows up the fleet in Picardy. The fleets move around to the Irish Sea. There's a safety bounce in the North Sea. The position is just quietly advancing for both sides of this alliance. You feel for Italy. That's a tough position to be in now. But they're putting up a good fight, so good for them.
Can I ask a question here before you go on? MAO appears to have ordered a convoy.
Sorry, jump back, Brendan.
Can you show me those moves?
Gascony to Belgium.
Oh, so Timothy believed Russ Dennis, who said the English Channel, would convoy Gascony to Belgium.
I don't think he believed. I think there's nothing else to do with the units.
Well, I mean, the fleet in Picardy supported the move, so I don't know.
There's nothing.
Anyway.
The point is, there's
Sorry,
nothing to do with the units, really.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, Paris could have supported Picardy here. Gascony could have covered Brest. Maybe this just strikes me as a bunch of bad guys. Yeah, maybe given that he knew he didn't want to leave Gascony. Anyway, please continue.
It's possible. Very, very quickly, it's also worth noting Russia gets into Sweden.
Mm.
And watching the game at this point, I really thought it was Russia, Austria, Turkey, and Russia was trying to play the other side as well. Russia, England, Germany, which sounds really good in practice. It means you don't have anyone attacking you. But the downside there is you have nowhere to grow. Where does your next center come from if you're allied with England, Germany, Austria, and Turkey, if you're Russia? And we're about to see what happens.
Yeah, building in Moscow is really like that's far away from either front.
Yeah, it's a bit this turn as well from Russia. It's all vacillating. Every move that Russia makes here is either defensive or nothing. Even the move Sweden to Norway, it's agreement. This is like the bounce in the North Sea. It's all prearranged. No one is attacking Russia this turn, but Russia has nowhere to go. And you compare that with the Austrian position, flanking Venice, they're going to pick up centres. They're right up against Marseille now, so they can have a say there as well. They're pushing into the Ionian and the Tyrrhenian. The Austrian and Turkey position, they're about to gain centres.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yep. Same as well with Mid-Atlantic. England advances. And as you sort of saw by going onto the fall moves, around the corner they go to the Western Mediterranean. Really good move there by Russ. And on a turn with really good moves, there's also a few really bad moves. Not covering Marseille, that's not a good move. That's going to hurt France's defense. The thing with defending as France is you can hang on for a long time, that you've got to play perfectly. And that's just a tiny little error that really costs Timothy in this game. The much worse error, though, is the strategic one from Russia. I'm sorry, Wes. You've headed south. You tried to pick a side, and on the turn that you headed south, here comes Germany and England. Prussia, Silesia, you lose Sweden. English has gone to the North Sea to follow that up as well. It really feels like that was the one where they were too smart for their own good. They they set it up so no one attacked them, but then everyone sort of wised up to the plan, and mistakes were then made.
Can
So
I just break in for a moment? Like, this is stellar play by Russ Dennis in England.
Oh,
like,
isn't
he's in all the right places. He's in North Sea. He's in West. He took Sweden, has Germany on side. Like, this is brilliant for Russ.
It's very good play by England. It's good play by Germany as well. I really want to emphasize this is a really good game, that it's being decided on pressure and psychology rather than anything else. That walk forward from Turkey, Bulgaria to Greece, Smyrna to Con, but put the Austrian into Naples, that's not really the natural way to run a Turkey-Austria alliance, but it's done because it's the right set of tactics. It's putting the alliance first. Really, really, really quality alliance play. And it looks like at this point they want to do it with Russia as well. They want Russia to be on their side, in which case it's a very strong triple Eastern alliance. Russia seems to have lost their nerve, though. Should we move on? Italy is obviously falling apart. That tends to happen if you have no friends and everyone's attacking you. Didn't really get a good run at this game. So, yeah, Michael, bad luck. I think if you say you want to work with Austria and then Austria does this to you, then you just write that one down to experience rather than anything else.
Been there.
Should we go on to Spring 04? I think the best move of the game is this turn. Tunis to the Norwegian Sea is a faultless piece of
Coffee.
There is no circumstance where that move is not correct. That is just excellent.
You sure, Barents? Instead of Barents? I don't know. Could have.
I want to play a game with Michael, and I want to ally with him just because of that. That's I know metagaming is the conversation. Meta is the meta at the moment, but if you make orders like that when you're in a lost position, I like you. I want to work with you. So great stuff. The rest is, I hate to say it, this is kind of the story of the rest of the game with one exception. This is two big alliances moving ahead now. Turkey, Austria versus England, Germany. Russia is suddenly friendless, and it shows. England is coming. They're playing beautifully, as Siobhan said. So the rest of it is all as you'd expect. And the same.
Yeah.
Really, really simple stuff here. There's some agreed bounces in Holland and Munich. Munich being lost is a tactical error, but it's two big alliances taking out everyone else at this point.
Yeah. And thank you, Michael. Loved watching you play. Hope to play with you someday.
Yeah, good game, Michael. And please play again.
Yes.
Yeah, with experience, you will get better results.
Worth pointing out as well that Philippines time is also similar to Australian time, so it's getting late over there as well. So hopefully we'll see him on a Pacific time zone game sometime. The only interesting thing here is Fleet Ankara, and if you're playing Russia, that's the writing on the wall move.
Yeah.
And your defense to that is Fleet St. Petersburg, South Coast.
That's Wes's defense.
Sorry, Wes. You're a good player, Wes, but
love you, Wes.
A good build.
Yeah.
Sorry, Wes. And as expected, here comes the Austrians taking Romania. The Turks reposition into the Black Sea. They're going to head north, and in combination, there's really at that push now up towards the stalemate line from Turkey. The weird moves here for me are Piedmont to Venice and Tyrolia to Trieste. I particularly don't get Piedmont to Venice. That doesn't seem to be serving a very useful purpose. especially when you're in a position where you could get the French on side here. So Piedmont supports Lyon to Marseille seems like a very natural move. I didn't hear anything at the board. I didn't have a chance to understand why that had happened here. There must be a reason. But instead of popping that German army, you now have a German army in Piedmont. And that doesn't seem like what you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I find it equally curious. I find the more questionable of them Tyrolia to Trieste. There's almost no reason for it. If they want to pop it from out behind you, they will, and then you can retreat, and that's fine. And if they want to pop Piedmont, make them pop it and make you retreat to Venice, that's fine. I feel like there must be some breakdown of negotiation between the Austrian and the French at this point.
I wonder actually about the Austrians' views of the Turk at this point, and whether these moves were meant to counter, Ionian going to the Adriatic and Greece going to Serbia, something like that.
Sure, and Germany winding up in Piedmont was only as a result of a retreat rather than an intentional move, so...
Perhaps, but also Bohemia that's not there to help an Austrian.
Right.
Accidental retreat. I've never done that.
So, yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about this game. And again, I want to come back to that theme I have of pressure. That it probably is Austria feeling a little bit of pressure. It probably is some heavy negotiation by the Germans saying, hey, leave me alone. I don't want to get stabbed by England. And it's a pressure that builds up in a really good game of diplomacy where the alliances are dominating. It's who holds their nerve. And we saw Russia sort of not hold their nerve. This is a turn where Austria doesn't hold their nerve so well. Mm. And it does cost their position quite a lot this turn, I think. Should we go on to 4? And there they go straight back again, supporting themselves to Tyrolia, Rome up to Tuscany. I'm giving away some of the tricks of the trade here. One of the best ways to stab is to be in a position where it looks like you really could stab and then you don't stab. And then next turn, the other person will inevitably move all their units away and you can walk in behind them. That's one of the stabs that works more often than it doesn't. The turn after someone's defended against you, you have the option to go in and take a lot of their centers. And I want to point out, Turkey had the option to take Rome, Naples, and Serbia this turn.
Mm-hmm. I was going to comment on Ionian hold.
I mean, it's the alliance move. I don't know if I'm actually doing it here. And I don't stab often, but for a strategic stab, this is the one. Because from here, you're going to be in position to have a say about the south of France and Spain, which is your centers over the stalemate line. So you build 3 units. It's looking very, very, very big for Turkey if they stab here. So very rare that I would say you should stab when you didn't stab. But
however,
this might be one of those rare circumstances. So you heard it here first. DBN exclusive. In other news, nothing. Because there wasn't a stab, it's Austria-Turkey versus England-Germany.
It's worth noting the taking of Holland here, though. Is it?
Well, that was a "I will cover it" move.
Okay.
Russ is really good at that. I'll cover that for you.
Yeah,
I probably arranged it with Timothy so that they traded Belgium and Holland. And
there is, I don't want to foreshadow too much, but that turns out to be quite important, even if it doesn't immediately appear like that. That fleet build from West in St. Petersburg is the disband, and his position is now very, very suspicious. And gee, at this point watching the game, I was just going, oh, that was a missed opportunity for Turkey. instead of Austria getting a build in Budapest, they'd be removing 2 units. There's nothing that they can easily take back from you. Oh, that's a very big turkey with that move.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, let's go on to 1906. I really like the convoy here from Bulgaria to Sevastopol. I know it's no Belgium to Albania or Brest to Albania, but it's making a really tight tactical move. It locks in the alliance. That stab opportunity, which probably was gone anyhow now, is certainly gone now. You're putting the Austrian fleet into Lyon, you're forming that stalemate line, and Bulgaria to Sevastopol is just that missing piece of the puzzle. You don't need to stuff around anymore, just locking in the position. And the rest of this is just clean up. Picardy takes Paris, Munich gets into Burgundy. It's all just cleaning up for the 2 big alliances. Biggest question at the game at this point is, will Russia survive? Anyone want to take a guess on the answers for that?
Siobhan?
Yes,
Brandon?
just based on the position of the English units.
I'm gonna say no. Actually, I mean, I don't think Russia should survive. I think Austria and Turkey should take Russia out, and there's this question of whether the English-German alliance will continue. If it continues, then Russia has no chance. If England and Germany start fighting, then Russia might hold on with 1 or 2.
Well, you're both right. That's very, very good. Russia shouldn't survive.
But
let's see what happens. This is still cleanup. There's a pretty strange move here by Germany, Marseille to Spain, especially with Paris sort of going back to Picardy. That doesn't make sense. It should be Gascony going into Spain, and then Paris can come down to Gascony. And that should be a little bit of a red flag for the German. That's not ideal. Yes, there's a bounce in the North Sea, so it could be worse. But that should get you a little bit nervous, seeing England moving units back rather than forwards. Austria just walks into Marseille, which is funny, even if it's not sustainable. This game would not have finished any different at all if Venice had gone to Piedmont. There's no earthly reason why Piedmont gets into Marseille, so I understand the thinking by Austria. But
wanting to cut support or something else, yeah.
But it's worth a dot in the end. So, yeah, take your dots where you can get them. Moving on to 4. England takes Denmark. Whoops. But there's also Spain going straight back to Marseille. So it had to. Austria was in there. It's a really nibbly English position now. Is quietly crawled up to 10 centres and being well on top of the board, whereas Germany is on 5. And England builds 3. Sorry, up
12
to
to 4 between England and Germany.
Nibble, nibble, nibble.
Was that what did they have? They had one in the bank, so they're in 1906 they didn't build one.
This is
So.
brilliant by Russ, I just want to say.
So great play by Russ here. This position is impregnable. There's a lot of fleets, so it's pretty obvious he's not going for and not going to get to 18 in this game. But if you set up to get a big board top, it's hard to see a better way to go about it as England. That's just really, really good play. You hate to see it if you're Germany, because especially when you're looking at the other side of the board and you're seeing the Austria-Turkey alliance, and it's just absolutely meticulously tearing apart Russia, Italy, forming a line. Perfect Austria-Turkey alliance in the end. They're both on 8, and here you are on your side, and you're in just as good an alliance, but it's 12 to 4. Feel like you've been dudded a bit there. But full credit to England. Spring 1908. Here comes the Russian elimination. All the units are getting in position to do it. Brandon, you're exactly right. Austria and Turkey have taken out the Russian centres, so there's just St. Petersburg left. The rest of the position is kind of stalematey. I looked for any opportunity that it wasn't a stalemate, but that's a stalemate. So fall 1908. Here comes England, ready to take out that last Russian centre in St. Petersburg, and the entire rest of the position is now just a very classic stalemate line. If anyone has any questions about that, there's plenty of articles on how to set up this position. It's not even exciting. Winter 1908, off goes St. Petersburg. Oh, Russia. oh no. And that's the draw.
There's one more turn, but okay. Fascinating. So, all right. That was certainly entertaining. Ultimately, though, when you look at the center chart, it was sort of a smooth, steady ascendance by England.
It's a beautiful pressure game. I really want to give full credit to Russ, who every turn just made his position a little bit better. And then you can see he goes slowly at the start, and then that graph is going up and to the right. It actually reminds me a little bit of chess games, where grandmasters just always make small, minor, little improvements to their position, and then in the end, it looks like they dominated. But if you actually look for one particular turn where it was, wow, that was amazing, that's not how he did it. He did it just with precise, good moves that improved his position turn after turn after turn. Really great game. And on the other side, really great Austria-Turkey alliance. They can be done.
All right, Siobhan, I'll give you the last word of analysis on this game. How did it look from your perspective?
I will 100% agree with Goff. Fantastic AT. They're hard to pull off. I'm glad to have seen one. This is nothing less than I would expect from Russ Dennis, specifically in England. So well done. To Michael Teo in Italy, it didn't seem like you had a friend from moment one. And so please come back and play with us. We would love to see you again, especially maybe in a time zone that would be a little bit more friendly to when you'd like to play.
And please continue ordering armies across seas without fleet support.
Oh, yes, it makes Gotham happy. So
best move in the game. I really want to applaud Farron as well. So we say it's an Austria-Turkey alliance, but Austria getting 9 and Turkey getting 8, that's some good negotiation happening there as well. So well played to Farron for managing not to get stabbed. That's a quality effort for Farron.
100%.
All right, we're going to congratulate Russ Dennis on a sizable board top. That Russ is playing in the evening round, so that definitely puts Russ in position to make a charge for the title. And that will bring it to a close. Chinatown, obviously named after the neighborhood of Chinatown in Chicago. And that means that I believe, Siobhan, you are taking a break, and we bring back Mr. David Hood to the stream. Welcome back, David.
Hey, glad to be back.
All right, Siobhan, get lost. We'll see you in a bit. We'll see you with a full martini glass, I assume. All right, and it is now our turn to be serenaded by the dulcet tones of Mr. David Hood to tell us about this next game. Let's see if I can get the graphics in time. And the answer is yes. That's 2 in a row. I want some props. In Austria, on board C, named after the neighborhood of Avondale, is Robert Schuppa playing out of Dresden in Germany. In England, we have Alex Oliver, a Frenchman, playing in Budapest, Hungary, one of the few people playing from one of the cities named on the diplomacy board. In France, we have Christian Brown, the Weasel's own, playing out of Peoria in Illinois. Germany, we have Zach Moore, a former Weasel Moot champion. Zach won Weasel Moot in 2019. Here to try to reclaim the title, playing out of Minneapolis, although I believe he is in Pittsburgh at the moment. on an internship. In Italy, we have Melinda Hawley playing out of the properly spelled Phoenix City, Alabama. Melinda is a longtime hobby player who has been interviewed on Deadline by Mr. David Hood. So do you remember offhand what month that was last year?
I believe it was the August episode about Gunboat, and I interviewed her because she used to run Gunboat tournaments by mail.
And Melinda has played. She came to the Weasel Moot that I ran in 2017. That was played in the bowling alley. That was my first time that I met Melinda, and she had a really fun tournament. In Russia, we've got Teutonic Tornado, Two Timing, Too Soon, Tommy Anderson playing out of Massachusetts. And in Turkey, we've got Wardy, Christopher Ward, playing out of Chester in the UK. So this is a fun board with some interesting personalities. David, take it away.
Yes, it is. Here is the theme of this game as far as I'm concerned. Timing is everything. There are games where pressure is the theme, which is what Andrew was talking about in the last game. And then there are games where timing is the big deal. Sometimes you'll hear diplomacy people talk about tempo. That's what we're talking about is timing. Are you going to get the mostest there, the fastest there with the mostest, as a general once said, or are you going to sit around and wait for opportunities? In other words, do you have to play fast or should you play slow? We're going to find out in this game. In 1901, there are two bounces that should tell us important things. I'm sorry, two spaces that should tell us important things. One of them is a bounce, which is in Burgundy, between the French and the Germans, obviously arranged, and obviously a nice tip-off if there's an FG coming. I don't know what kind of cockamamie opening the French player's using here, but one variant of it is that you can bounce with the Germans in Burgundy and still take Spain. And so this tells us that is what's going on here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be a Germany just going to Burgundy in this situation. Very unlikely that it was not an intentional bounce, which, given the fact that the French are bouncing the English in the English Channel, might matter as this game progresses. The other
remind me, is this the Hood Hog?
That is the Hood Hog. Yes,
this is the Hood Hog. All right, very good.
Yeah. It's when you run away from Iberia as fast as you can go. That's the slogan.
The anti-Goth.
Yes, the anti-Goth. Well, it's actually the anti-Brandon too, because he also likes to run away from Belgium, where I always like to run towards Belgium. But anyway, let's not get off track. Galicia is the other space. When you don't see anybody go to Galicia, and in fact, you see the Austrian not just go to Budapest, but go to Trieste, that usually tells you something important about AR friendship. And so those are the two things I wanted to point out from the Spring 01 moves. Fall 01, pretty much exactly what you would expect based on those Spring 01 moves. The only thing that really jumps out at one when one looks here is the fact that the English are bounced in Norway. You know, that's really good news for somebody like Christian, who was obviously bouncing with the English in the English Channel and intentionally bouncing with his German ally. And you can see the Munich hold there in the fall turn where Zach holds. So the French get two builds, even though two of their units bounced in Spring 01. I guess the other thing is that the Turks support the Russians into Romania because they're all best buds. And clearly that's what's going to happen when nobody ever moved to Galicia in any of 1901. Clearly this is an RT friendship. Let's move on to 1902 and see what that all means. In 1902, you can see that actually it's not. It's an AR, as you would expect, the fact that nobody has still gone to Galicia. So the Turks are losing out here. The Italians are joining in. In the West, you've got something that looks very much like a three-way attack on England, just like you got a three-way attack, it looks like, on Turkey in the East. So this is somewhat of it's sort of the most popular song in the hymn book right now in the hobby, is going after the two witches, the English and the Turkish witches, which is what's going on here. So you've got 3-on-1 and 3-on-1, with Russia participating in both of those threes. Really, in 1902, not much else you need to say there. That explains everything that's happening. Really nifty convoy into Caen. You know, we sometimes see a little bit slower going with the Italians in a three-way attack on the Turks. Not in this game. That is a nifty convoy into Constantinople.
I have to say, this is just the way you described this alliance structure as two triples with Russia in the middle. It's a little reminiscent of the game that Andrew just covered, where Wes Ketchum was in Russia trying to have friends on all sides, and in this case, Tommy is getting away with it because has growth paths in both alliances. Although what happens here doesn't look. It looks like things change here, David, as far as the AR goes. Yeah?
It's a little unclear. That this will become more clear as the game progresses. What's really going on here is Tommy being Tommy. Tommy Tombstone. Which way is that tombstone going to fall on each turn is not always clear, but at least he's always in the conversation, and he's in the conversation in this game. You're right that there's at least some kind of shenanigan going on here, which is the point I was getting ready to make. When your enemy is about to be cornered and then killed, now, I'm not saying these guys are dead yet. They're not. They're not dead yet. They could laugh if they could sing, as the Monty Python song goes. But they're close to being dead. They're going to be killed. And so, what's the next move? Is the next move that the 3 become a 2 and you have a fight in the same side of the board, or is the next move that you intervene into the other side of the board? Zach has answered that question in Fall 1902 by going to Tyrolia. So, if there's an FGR versus the English, Zach is not positioning himself to jump on either the French or the Russians to make sure he's not the odd man out. He's deciding to go ahead and intervene in the East, which is an interesting strategic choice to make. That's one choice you can make. The other choice you can make is what's happening in the East is, well, Turkey's essentially going to be sidelined in this game. They're already down to 2. What's our next step? Maybe there should be an AR war. So there's a little bit of you can see the Russians and the Austrians bouncing in Galicia. You've got the Austrians going to Budapest to make sure the Russians don't go there. So there's that's the other thing you can do is try to figure out who's going to be the 2 that survive out of the 3. We'll see which one, the West or the East, makes a better strategic choice as we get further into the game.
That's a great point, David. Just looking at it from Russia's perspective, what I was saying in the last game, you do have to have a target. Sorry, I'm echoing.
All right, we'll give you a chance to hit that. Oh, I am too. It's probably David, actually. David's mic sometimes does this. David, please continue.
All right. Well, I just did that so y'all would hush and let me talk about 1903. So 1903. The question now is, how fast can these witches be killed? Answer, the English witch is very close to being killed, as you can see. You've got enemy units all over the place. That convoy to Clyde was something he probably should have foreseen and maybe bounced the move to Clyde. I mean, that would have been prescient if he had done so. It doesn't matter. He's on his way out. But we have seen some cool convoys today in various games, including this one already. We all know that when you're trying to crack open the English egg, that convoy to Clyde or sometimes a convoy to Wales can be really powerful to do that. The Germans have already convoyed into London here. Now, again, the Germans had intervened into Tyrolia. The French are intervening already into Piedmont. You see that? So the West, which I said earlier was a pretty clear FG from the very beginning, they've already decided that they're going to intervene in the East in strength, even before England is dead. And the question is going to be, what does that mean for the Russians? Now, you can see in the East, you've still got some poking around with the Russians and the Austrians, but it's not really total warfare, right? The Austrians now have to worry about the Germans being in Tyrolia. So they really can't commit all of their forces against the Russians, given that fact. They've got to kick the Germans out first. The Italians are now getting Melinda's getting her pieces of Italy here, and Wardy appears to be on the way out. And I will use the word appears, end quote.
Nice.
Let's go to fall of 1903. England, on the other hand, has no appearance of being out. They out. They out. They gone. They're dead. That is a really fast destruction. And it's because Tombstone is helping. He's helping the Germans into Edinburgh, which is fine if you're the Russians, as long as you don't become the odd man out. Now, maybe he thinks he's not going to be because, look, the Germans have not kept units around to go parading into Silesia, Prussia, and all that stuff. They got their units down south. Munich's helping the French into Tyrolia. So and the French have already gone to Western Med. So this is a real commitment by FG. FG is saying, you know what's going to happen next? We're going east. Now, the question for Tommy is going to be, what does he do with that? Does that good for him? Or is it something that he needs to convince one of them to attack the other? We're going to find out. In the East, again, not much more to say there. That the East is trying to fight back against the FG intervention in the East. So let's move on. Spring 1904, the Eastern Empire strikes back. You can see that they're kicking Tyrolia out, going to Tyranian. There's now no longer even any attempt for example, there's no attack by the Austrians against Romania. Now, there's some goofiness here with the Austrians going to Khan, which bounces the Russian and the Turks going to Khan, which is fun. But otherwise, the East is not really where it's at in this game. It's in the West. You've got Germany going to Silesia, which is probably not anti-Russian. You can tell that it's probably not because they're not going to Baltic, etc. The Russians go to North Atlantic. Now, this is really just Tommy, again, being Tommy. Because what are you going to do there? It's a little unclear. The all of the English home centers are still occupied by FG forces. None of them move. So is North Atlantic really a better place than Norwegian or North Sea? I don't know. But what we do know is that in the West, there's a bunch of units holding. Now, this is where I'm going to talk about tempo and timing. Is it okay to have a bunch of guys sit around in 1904 when your only theater of operation is a narrow band of activity in northwestern Austria? That's really the only front on which Germany is fighting. Is that the way you play diplomacy, to do a lot of sitting around? It can be. Patience can be a virtue in some games. But if you're the middle power between the Russians and the French, is this the time for stasis? I'm just going to ask the question. I'm not going to answer it yet. Timing is everything, but who knows which one that is? In the East in 1904, anything interesting here? The Austrians actually take Romania, so that's interesting. There's clearly still some AR, conflict. They have certainly not buried the hatchet. And in fact, the Silesia army from the Germans is trying to help the Russians into Galicia and trying to help the Russian army in Galicia into Vienna. So FG is intervening, and they're at least telling Tommy that they're there to help. But again, how many German units hold? Now it's just 3 instead of 4, but it's 3 of them. The Russian fleet, as you would expect, goes now to the mid-Atlantic Ocean because that's what Russian fleets do. So what's the Russian fleet going to do when it gets there? We're about to find out. By the way, the French are already in Tyrrhenian Sea, which matters. The Russian fleet, after all that, actually, there's nothing I can do. I lost Romania. I'm just gonna lose that adventuring fleet and not do anything with it. So now the Russians no longer have any fleet presence in the north. We all know how painful that can be for the Russians when they have to do that, which they appear to. They at least think they have to do it here. Wardy's still alive in Ankara, still alive, and that army could actually matter later in this game. I'm just saying, could matter. All right, let's go into 1905. This is the pivotal turn of the game. As you can see, some sort of deal has been struck between Christian and Melinda in the Mediterranean, because Melinda leaves Tunis. Melinda's units are moving down away from the situation, and the French are leaving, and the French are taking London, and the French are going to Ruhr, and the French are going to Burgundy. Yes, it's a state. And the question here that I'm going to answer now is, from a timing point of view, was it okay for Zach, as the Germans, to not be fighting any real war in a game of diplomacy? It can be okay. I would argue that it's not okay, and that it was not okay in this position. I'm not just saying that as the Monday morning quarterback, so to speak. I'm saying it because if you're the central power and your units are all sitting around and you're not really trying to do anything, I think that's an invitation for disaster. You got to do something. Movement is necessary, at least I think most of the time, when you're a central power. Now, Andrew may disagree with me, because I would argue that Andrew and I's play styles are different, and I tend to be much more aggressive player than Andrew is. So, Goffey, I'd be interested to know, and again, not as a Monday morning quarterbacking thing. Obviously, this didn't work well for Zach here, but in general, can you sit around and succeed when you're a central power in this position?
So, great question. Sort of giving away all my secrets here. No is the answer. You're spot on. The key isn't necessarily going fast, though. It's the old, if you're being chased by a bear, you don't need to be fastest. You just need to be not slowest. Germany was the slowest. And if you're a central power and you're the slowest, you get eaten. You can play with poise, you can play slowly, you don't have to do anything. But if you're doing that as a central power, you need to make sure everyone else is also not doing anything. And in this game, everyone else was doing things. So this is the consequence. I agree. As you know, I'm nowhere near as aggressive. I don't feel the need to always be moving, but sometimes you need to move, and I think this was one of those times.
I participated. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You also see the opposite from Austria, who has been moving. That turn where they took Romania, they're taking chances. They're going for it because they see that in this circumstance, if you're slow and passive, then the other powers are going to go faster than you and you're going to lose. So Germany stalled, and that's a tough situation they're in now. Whereas Austria took some chances, and they're looking pretty solid there, I think.
Now, the other question about timing is it okay for Melinda to do what she has done, which is make a deal with the devil, so to speak? When you've got the French coming in your country, they're in Tyrrhenian Sea, which is the Italians' essential analog to the North Sea. Got an enemy person in the Tyrrhenian. What do? Can you make a deal with that person? Really? Is that really a good idea? I would argue the answer to that can be yes, and I think it was yes in this case. But the question becomes, once you make that peace with that power, give them Tunis in exchange for them leaving that fleet, going north and fighting the Germans. That was the price. At what point is it okay? Should you junk that peace? That's going to be the question as this game progresses, does Melinda pay attention to the timing of when she should give up her peace with France? We'll find out as the game progresses. But if you go to the fall turn, you'll see how this progresses.
Yeah, but before we do, real quick, I just want to point out that in the previous game, we saw a similar conundrum for Jamal Blackerly in Italy, who ended up forming a similar deal. Difference is that Jamal had a clear target in Austria to the east, and it's not so clear that Melinda wants to attack Robert here. But tell us about it.
In fact, you'll see that Melinda is definitely not attacking Austria. The Tombstone takes back Romania, which is significant. But you can see that Franco-German move into Tyrolia, Piedmont, Bohemia, and all that, it's all now gone, and the AI has replaced them in Tyrolia and Bohemia. We'll see what that means. The French move against the Germans was obviously quite successful. But look, they don't keep Belgium. So I think that's a little bit of a flub there. As opposed to go into Holland, which wasn't going to work. Why would you not at least cover Belgium? But other than that, it's a quibble. It's maybe a bad guess or something like that. At any rate, this was clearly the move that separated not only the alliance, but separated France from the rest of the pack, because it's not just that they went up by one. That's not the issue. It's that their position is really good. Now, we'll see if they can hold on to that position going into 1906. Who's going to win the tactical fight between the French and the Germans? Answer, depends on what the other folks do. The Italians are hitting Munich. See that? So it looks like that the Italians are intervening on behalf, which makes sense because remember, she's made a deal with Christian. So she's intervening against the Germans. That's probably not going to be helpful for the Germans winning any of these tactical exercises here. Now, maybe the Russians could come in and help. Because look, Tommy rebuilt a fleet. We didn't say this, but when he took Romania, he was able to rebuild a northern fleet. So that's going to Norway. I'm sure that's going to be helpful. That's going to be really actively helpful to the Germans fighting off the French, or you would think so from a balance of power perspective. Let's go to the fall turn. What is that army Ankara doing now in the fall?
Oh, wow.
Isn't that great? It's always great to see zombies in diplomacy coming back to life. And so Wardy the zombie here taking Constantinople is fun to see.
What a strange move of Con to the Black Sea, though.
I can only think that there was some kind of misdirection play here. But it could also have just been a misclick or something, because the Italians supported Con in place. I'm thinking that maybe the theory was they're not really going to attack me here, and I'm going to use Con to hit black to cut support for something. But I'm assuming that was what Robert was thinking, but it didn't really work out. Now, Ionian to Tyrrhenian, what does that mean? Has Melinda decided that the time is now to junk the alliance with the French? We'll find out.
But leaving Apulia in place to support Venice with no threats on it.
It doesn't seem likely that was probably either they thought they were going to bounce in Tyrrhenian or something. But at any rate, no, that's not what that is, because there's no Piedmont. There's no move from Apulia to Ionian. In the west, you've got the Germans getting into Burgundy, but and there's a switcheroo in England. But in general, they really need the Russians to come and help them, don't they? Because Melinda is again hitting Munich, slowing things down. The Austrians try to get into Silesia. Let's go to actually, before we go anywhere, look at the center count. Christian now enter of 1906. Christian's got 10. That is quite a position in a 1906, given the fact that he doesn't have organized opposition against him that's very strong. I mean, the Germans are going to do what they can, but the Germans are at 4 and the French are at 10. And who's going to help the Germans? Certainly not the Italians, apparently. So is this France's game to lose is my question to Brandon Vogel right now.
Oh yeah, 100%. France has position, paths for growth, and if Italy were getting stronger, I might be a little worried. But I would take France over Russia here, or Austria.
Goffey, what do you think?
Well, I like your theme. How fast can France go is the question here. I hope I'm not stealing your thunder, but this is one of those positions where if you go slowly here, you miss your shot. And if France can make it go fast enough, they're a real shot at winning this game. It's a great position. I would love to have this position as France any day. I would take it almost over any two other powers on the board. That's how good it is.
By the way, Christian is not going to lose his shot. No, he's not going to give up his shot.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you're in the room where it happens, David.
I am. So I was in this game, yes. All right, spring 1907. Look, the Germans, they win. They killed the guy in Holland. Yeah, it's not going to last. Exactly, it's not going to last. The Russians, what is Tombstone doing here? Which way is that tombstone falling in the graveyard?
Oh, jeez.
It's falling the other direction back to where they came, from whence they came.
It's hard to imagine a purpose for that.
I cannot figure out. You either do one or the other. You help the French kill the Germans and get pieces of the Germans, or you try to defend the Germans against the French. This decision just seems like you're writing your own epitaph on your Tommy Tombstone.
I also look at that and think, it's a little bit slow, isn't it? English Channel supports London to the North Sea is the faster move.
Yeah.
And Brest to Gascony is obviously just there to cut off the German German retreat. I get that, but it does slow things down some, the way that he's decided to make these moves. It doesn't matter, because who is fighting France? Not the Italians and not the Russians. So I agree that it could be a little bit faster, but it's as fast as it needs to be, I think, is the answer. In the East, anything interesting going on here? I don't know. Black Sea takes Bulgaria with Turkish help. That seems interesting. I mean, it's not that Tommy didn't have a lot of interesting play in this game. It's all in the East, though. In the West, it's a little unclear exactly what the strategy was. Fall 1907, still peace between France and Italy. Now, Tommy does support now the Denmark fleet to the North Sea. So Tommy is now doing something. Is it too late? Going back to the timing theme, is it too late that that army from St. Pete went to where it went and, for example, didn't get convoyed to Clyde or something, which is what could have happened last time? The Austros, we didn't say this, but in the spring 1907, Melinda finally got in Munich, and now she's supporting the Austrians into Silesia. There was no way for Zach to do anything if AI is going to hit him from the rear, which is exactly what's happening here. So Zach is obviously on his way out for a lot of reasons. Let's go to 1908. I would argue really just more of the same. Guess who takes Berlin? The AI. With the attack. So this is really just a question of, all right, so the AI still exists, and then France by himself exists. Which one of those power structures is going to be in better position at the end of this game? There's still Italian, French peace. Now, was it time for Melinda to do something different? It's not as if she would have succeeded very well. There's lots of French units sitting around. So I'm not sure she had a whole lot of choice. Romania again changes hands, which is awesome. Fall 1908.
Boy, Bulgaria's just gone back and forth. Huh?
Oh, lots of back and forth. But if the theme of this game is timing, as between the East and the West, yes, we're getting ready to come to that in a minute. But if the name of the game is timing, and you've got a situation in the East where centers just keep bouncing back and forth, guess what? That's not happening in the West. Who's going to win the tempo race? It's going to be Christian. But yeah, it's interesting here what happens because the Italians actually lose Smyrna.
Christopher Ward almost got another build.
And then the Russians retreat to Con.
Well, I think that's probably Wardy's probably fine with that. He Russia's his only friend, and he's playing with Russia, and he doesn't really mind, I don't think. I mean, I'm sure Wardy's happy to be involved in this game in fall of 1908. Are you guys? I mean, I'm surprised that he's still alive after all this time.
Yeah. And yet, Anchor Smyrna, Con supports Anchor Smyrna. You'd love to see that.
Yeah, it's true. All right. Well, 1908, anything happening here? Germany's losing is what's happening. Now, spring 1909, because Germany is essentially gone, do the French just sit around and see what happens? No. It is time to start a new front. And this is what I was sort of complaining about for Zach earlier. Once that front in England was over, you have to open a new front somewhere, and it can't just be in Tyrolean Bohemia. That's too narrow of a front. So Christian, here he comes, coming into the Med, going to Piedmont, taking Munich, because now Zach has decided, I'm on my way out. I'm going to be a puppet. I'm going to try to survive somehow. And I'm sure not going to help these people that all they've done is attack me from the rear and make me lose against the guy who's winning the game. So I'm just going to help him and hope that I can survive. I don't blame Zach for that at all. Do you guys?
Not at all.
No.
Because the Italians, instead of doing anything else, the Italians actually take Kiel here, because that's what you do. You just keep taking all of Germany, because there's no way that could possibly, mean that France is now going to attack you, because France only touches you now, which is what happens. All right.
Ironically, actually, if France hadn't gotten into Munich here, then the French army would have a free entry into Venice. Oh well.
Yeah, but it's not really necessary. Because now he's got the Germans on side, so he can kill Kiel. And now he's got Munich. He's got to Tuscany now from a positional point of view, taking Tyrrhenian Sea. Now, the Russians and the Austrians and all those people in the East have now figured out, okay, what were we doing for the last 8 game years? Losing to France. So they figured out they've got to actually go up to the line and not prevent France from topping. It almost looks impossible to do at this point, but at least prevent France from having any solo opportunities or even bigger topping opportunities. The Turks do their part by going to Syria. Now, this is Wardy saying, I'm going to remain relevant in this game by making a deal. They don't need my armies. My armies are not going to do anybody any good back here except me. And so maybe my hope to survive this game is to be a dot farm but not completely go away. Maybe my other army can be useful in a minute. I don't know. We'll see. But what he's doing is giving to Italy a fall 1909 center so that Italy can build at the front. It's just good alliance play by Wardy. Now, one could argue, hey, Wardy, what do you care about all this? Why do you care if the French are going crazy? Because, he's hoping, he's just trying to play. He's trying to be involved in the game. You can sit around as a small power and not do anything or just turtle up, or you can try to be active and be a wheeler dealer. And that's what he's doing here. And I say, way to go, Wardy. All right. So we got anything left to talk about in 1910? Let's go into spring 1910. The answer is now everybody realizes this is just a race to make sure that France can be contained. Everybody except Zach realizes that this is just a race to be contained. Now, Zach actually loses Kiel here to the French. So he thought maybe he was going to be able to survive. We'll see if he can still survive as we go into the fall term. But otherwise, isn't this a tactical exercise? I think so. Where the Eastern powers have figured out that their job is to contain the French, they're going to try to go do it. A little late, but
gee, it's close, isn't it?
Better late. Yeah. Yes. I mean, really, Christian's position is not bad, but I think even Christian at this point realizes, they're going to stop me. And he doesn't really even, but I'm not saying he gave up on the game, but I think he realizes they've got him stopped. And honestly, they probably do have him stopped.
Yep, but make them prove it. Always make them prove it.
Yeah.
Well, one thing you could do is the Germans could decamp to Sweden and become a government in exile in Sweden. The Turkish army can be convoyed to Puglia where it's actually useful.
Fantastic.
Isn't that great? Now, is that absolutely necessary? Couldn't they have just used the Greek or the army in Greece? Yes, but it's much more fun to do it this way, isn't it? And I think thank you, Eastern powers, for giving us a fun convoy to watch. And it's not just a crazy convoy. Look, the Turkish army is actually useful. It can help defend the rest of the Italian boot. But this game, as you can see, is winding down to a position where the French really can't take 18 because now you've got plenty of armies that can go plug the holes. You think so, Andrew? That was what they thought. That's what Christian thought. He thought it was done in 1911.
I mean, it's a huge board top, so you'd be happy with that.
But Andrew,
make them prove it.
What do you think, Christian? If this game keeps going, do you think Christian could get more than 13?
Well, with the army Paris build, no, that's a straight up mistake. But if you build Fleet Brest, then you can slowly reposition. You go to the English, North Sea goes to Norwegian. You're in a position of you can very slowly move your pieces around, so you don't necessarily get more. There's no guarantee you get more, but you have to make the other side prove it. Just saying, oh yeah, if they play perfectly, then I'm not going to get anything more. That's not good enough. You got to make them prove that they can defend. And yeah, probably no more centers, but it's not certain.
Yeah, I think certainly this has to be a fleet here. And you almost, I think you should be willing to let Tuscany get blown up and rebuild it as a fleet. Once you have 5 fleets in the north, then I believe you can break through here without risk. Or maybe you have to take a risk, but it's one that you're going to win eventually. So, if that's true, I think you end up with Norway, Sweden, St. Petersburg. That gets you to 16, which doesn't get you to 18. I think then it's a question of can you get Berlin? And I think they can probably set up a stalemate line against that. So, but still 16, that could matter when it comes to the championship.
That's kind of my point is, you probably don't get more than 13, Probably. But you have to actually force the issue. If you don't ask the question, then you're definitely not getting more than 13. And as far as I can see, there is absolutely no risk for France in this position at all. So why not play one more year just to make sure that the other side knows what they're doing?
So before I bring David back on here, David, I muted you because your mic is causing feedback on our parts. But this game was the last one going, and it finished, I believe, less than an hour before board call for the next round. So there was that pressure on them as well. And they were actually submitting turns early, checking the box so that it adjudicated early in order to get to this point. All right, David, bring it back here.
Well, I was going to make the contrary argument. I didn't realize it was only an hour before the next round, but I figured it was a long game. When you know you're not going to get a solo, and I think he knows it at this point, that he's not going to get a solo. Yes, he could get more centers. Is that worth it, or is it worth it to get ready for the next round of a 2-round tournament where the 2 rounds are the same day? And I think sometimes the answer is you take the 13 center, very dominating board top, and you don't aggravate these other players who are done with this game and want to get ready for their next round. You're going to see those players either in the next round or in some future tournament. So I think there's a lot of considerations that go on, in particularly in the first round of a tournament, on whether you grind another center or 2 out. And I don't think you can really say that he has to do that. I think that is an option that's open to him, and some players would do it. Other players would say there's countervailing considerations.
There certainly are countervalences. And some of it is also reading the mood of the board, that if playing on is just going to annoy everyone else on the board, then there's no chance of, say, Germany taking revenge, or Russia deciding they can get a couple more little centers. If there is that, we want this game to be over, make it over, then you'd certainly take that into consideration. And also, with an hour to go before the next round, there's some tournament considerations, I agree.
I'll add one final note here that Christian Brown has been with the Weasels now for about a year. Was one of the pandemic sort of joinees, and Christian has struggled a lot to get good results and has had a lot of eliminations. And I don't know if he has had a lone board top yet. So this is a sizable result for him. And I want to give a lot of congratulations. This is definitely the best game I can recall seeing Christian Brown playing. And pending what happens in the 4th game, we will see. But this definitely puts Christian in play for the tournament title going into round 2.
Christian.
I've only got one more comment to make, which is this is not the best game I've seen Zach Moore play.
Yeah, Zach Moore, resident shithead of DBN, I believe, technical term. All right, let's put a bow on this one and bring back to the stream Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back. And
hello.
Andrew, we will give you a break and see you in a bit. All right, let us head on full steam into board D for round 1. And the pressure is on. Can I make it 3 in a row? Yes, I get credit for that. Board D, named for the Garfield Park neighborhood of Chicago, finds Siobhan's favorite player of all time, Jason Matzbaum, coming into the gaudy DBNI ranking of number 3. In England, we have Yannick Bouzert coming to us from Thun in Switzerland. In France, we have John Gramila, former Weasel Moot champion. 2014, John stormed the Chicago circuit, won CodCon and Weasel Moot, and made a big name for himself. He is still in Chicago, and we welcome John. In Germany, we've got Roni Mordvinov coming to us from Israel. In Italy, I believe in Tel Aviv. I need to fix that. In Italy, we've got Michael Stover, another Weasel out of Chicago. And in Russia, we've got Michalis Kamaridis coming to us from the UK. Michalis is, as I said earlier in the broadcast, a big dog on the circuit this year, has soloed in BDL, is currently #1 ranked player there. And in Turkey, we have another Weasel, Sabi Ahuja. Sabi is a new player to virtual face-to-face just in the last few months this year, has taken to the game readily, a really devoted player, and has very recently started getting results. So this is a nice Weaselly board here. We got 3 Weasels on this. And Siobhan, look forward to hearing you tell us all about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll say, jumping into Spring of '01, when I looked at this game earlier, I had not actually seen the player list. I only saw their backstabber handles, and I only recognized 2 of them, which were Sagi and Jason Massbaum. So there are far more players that I'm familiar with than I was expecting. Jumping right in, there's only really 2 things that jump out to me in Spring of '01, and that is the very apparent friendliness between Russia and Turkey, and France just going right into the English Channel as fast as they can. Love to see it. Maybe they're hoping for a sea lion, which often just has Germany doing the normal opening move, which we do see. So could happen.
But hey, this is the hood. This is the hood hog. 2 out of 4
Yep.
games hood hogging. Way to go, David.
You know, hood hog. Everyone's listening to these broadcasts and just wants to make David Hood proud. Aside from those 2 points, everything else is fairly non-committal. Even the Italian move in Tyrolia doesn't tell me all that much. That's become very popular lately. So moving into fall, France may have been hoping for a sea lion and definitely wrote the support for Denmark to North Sea, but as we can see, that didn't happen. Other than that, Austria loses Trieste to the Italians, which you can talk about. Yeah, it's just Jason Massbaum. Love to see it. But I honestly think it probably had more to do on the part of the RT talking Italy to jump in on an IRT. So we'll see how that goes for him. Moving into winter, honestly, nothing too surprising. Fleet Marseille maybe says that France is rethinking the English attack, but we also get Fleet Liverpool, so we'll see how long that lasts. And Spring of '02, Germany pulls back west. We see a move into Helgoland, a move into Ruhr. It still could go anyway, even despite that move into Helgoland. But honestly, the real talking point of this game for me is Russia and Turkey just continuing to set up solid defense. You know, you could say, oh no, Turkey lost Bulgaria here, but it's spring. That means nothing to me at this point. And I think, and I'm going to ask David this question, there's only one single move in this turn that I disagree with.
Is it Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea?
Is it Burgundy and Marseille?
I mean, those are Burgundy went to Marseille so that he can take both Iberian centers this turn.
Oh yeah.
No, actually, it was neither of them. It was Ionian to Eastern Med because it looked like the Italian was setting up to work with the RT, and then drops into Eastern Med for no reason. But I'm curious to see that we all have different answers.
I think he was probably wanting to work with Austria from the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe with Austria taking Bulgaria, that signals something. But as we drop into fall, Austria doesn't keep Bulgaria. Yeah, okay, Italy taps the Aegean, but it doesn't really do anyone much good. Austria loses a dot to the Italian, working with the Russian and the Turk, it turns out. And France and England start to work together. Yeah, exactly. Like that's just disastrous for Jason Massbaum. But France and England, if I'm reading all of that cacophony of dotted lines correctly, it tells me that Belgium supported North Sea to Holland, while Ruhr tried to support North Sea to Belgium.
Yeah, and so did Holland as well.
Yeah. So France and England sort of working out their differences, moving some of their stuff away from each other, but not all, as I see it. Well, just picking up Iberia, but sure. So moving on into winter, honestly, this is kind of a yawn. I don't see anything that surprises me here. Fall of '03, Russia, Turkey really do get Italy on board starting this turn. They start to shift some things around. Yeah, you do see Serbia to Romania, but you know, we're starting to see the evidence that they're talking to Italy really seriously, like, no, we genuinely are going to help you. You're not going to be able to get anywhere with Austria against us. He's more angry with you than he is with us. Work with us, please. Yeah, no, go back to that little western corner of the board. There's a lot in here where England immediately loses Holland back to Germany. Ruhr taps Belgium. Just chaos in the West. I can't.
Well, we got to give a shout out. I'm sorry to Michaelis Comrades for building 2 northern fleets in the first 2 years. So.
That is exactly what I was getting ready to say. Because if you're gonna be a northern power, man, double down and go for it. He did that.
Yeah.
And sometimes I see players double down and go for it, and it does not pay off for them. But spoiler alert, it really pays off for Michaelis in this game. So pushing forward into fall of 03, RT really gets Italy on board. You see them shifting around, taking Budapest while taking Serbia from behind, taking Trieste, but it's all sort of just this dot trade between the 3 powers that doesn't really hurt Italy. And you can see that Italy's not completely on board. Convoys back to Albania, pulls into Adriatic. But as France pulls something back into Marseille, and you see Germany drop down into Munich, and again, throughout this entire game, I just kind of don't know what is happening in the West. I just don't. I'm sorry to say.
I would argue that what's happening in the West is John is playing with the English and the Germans and playing them nicely off against each other.
Yeah, so I'd like to go into Winter of 03. You can show the builds. England's build. Agree or disagree? Please. Who do you feel orchestrated this? David, you may have beat my point here, but...
David?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Oh, I was just... the build of Fleet Eddy.
Oh.
That just... given where France is, it seems like an unwise build. But... And I feel like you beat my point in this question, but who do you feel like orchestrated England building a fleet in Eddy instead of Liverpool, maybe?
It only helps John Gramila.
Mm-hmm.
So it had to be John.
Yeah. To me, it just signals that England is willing to puppet for France, and we can just move forward into the chaos that is the West. We get some self-bounces by the English. We get the German helping the Russian. We get France slipping into Clyde. It's all just all over the place. So, meanwhile, in the East, the Russia, Turkey, and lowercase, sorry, Michael Stover, Italy, are just dominating over there. They're moving in concert. They're working together. I mean, yes, I see. I took you out of Trieste, but is it really that big of a deal? Like the way that the Russian and the Italian are working together and the Turk is just benefiting? This is why I'm saying it's RT lowercase I.
Yeah, it seems like there's a decision point now.
Yeah. Let the Turk manage the Italian while, you've got some other chaos going on. So we push forward into fall. The little dipsy doodle around the channel in the north is just delightful to me, where English takes London, North takes English, and London goes to Yorkshire.
Huh.
To me, the most important thing that happens, though, is the Russians are in the frickin' North Sea.
Uh-huh. That is not insignificant, and I just want to know what powerhouse of negotiation... I mean, yes, they were getting support from both Helgoland and Norwegian, so was probably going to happen. Though it almost looks like the Norwegian support might have... that looks okay. But it's beautiful. And...
What?
Go ahead.
I mean, this is a very curious turn from John. I would think of all of the centers that we expected him to take Liverpool here. And instead he's looking for position. I wonder if this was almost arranged that England was going to give him London rather than Liverpool. But in that case, I don't see why you don't take both, and then you get a build.
Once the English fleet, it's on the line.
Yeah, I think the reason is absolutely to keep the English puppet with the fleet, pull the fleet back where it can't take Liverpool, put English into London. But I think just the loss of position with letting the Russian into North Sea here is devastating. And if we move over to the east for a second, we see that the Russians also managed to get into Vienna, signaling that they don't need the Italian as much as the Italian maybe thought they did. and is just pushing up into the middle of the board as fast and as hard as he can, given the units he's got on the board.
We haven't seen a lot. We have not seen a lot of great RT juggernauts in the last few months of play. It's kind of fun to watch one in operation.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta love.
It was really fun. I entered this game having seen the end before I saw how it started, but this Winter 04, correct me if you see anything I don't, there are absolutely no surprises here.
No.
Yeah. All right. Spring of 05, I sort of just wrote this down as chaos continues in the West and the channel is just a mess. Like, I'm not even... Germany's trying to convoy over to Wales, but that fails because he gets dislodged and retreats to Wales anyway, but with the fleet, not the army. Is that what I'm... Or no, to retreats to London because London leaves. Yeah, it's just... The three of them can't get their act together, but RT just continues to march on and continues to push Italy ahead of them to be in the center of the board to work for them. And Italy walks up to Tyrolia and Bohemia and just lets the Turk walk into Trieste behind him. And that...
Yeah, it's very strange. And then also supporting Smyrna into the Aegean. So, Stover needs to figure out, what he needs a strategy for how to get through the rest of this game.
The strategy is to go east. Go west.
Go west, yeah.
Go west. I think that's the only option left to him, and as you see, he does. And the Italian takes what he can in this moment, which is Munich. Doesn't get dotted for Venice from behind, so for now, we see that the RT is being very nice and not just walking in behind the dots saying, hey, we're definitely working with you. I get that you're the junior partner. And the West continues to squabble over the English homeland and whatever that cacophony of arrows around Belgium, Holland, and Ruhr means. I wasn't entirely clear. I couldn't zoom in far enough.
It's the Burgundy supports Belgium, I believe. No, Burgundy supports north into Belgium, while Belgium goes to Ruhr. This is the way to guarantee that.
Which is why we see all that cacophony of red. And as we get to this winter turn,
but the big news here for me, at least as far as England is concerned, is that England, who was playing short, now gets to rebuild that unit.
Yes, they do. And in their one free home center, they put down a fleet in Liverpool.
Yeah. This is John could have managed this better.
So what I will say, because as David was saying, it's so nice to see a really good, strong juggernaut sort of take over the board. So if we presume that continues, and not to give too many spoilers away, go back to winter. I want to take a look at it from that perspective. David, who else do you expect to be alive at the end of this board with the RT?
You mean besides the R's and the T's?
Besides the R's and the T's, yes.
Well, I would assume France.
Brandon?
Either France or Italy. You could make an argument for Germany too, because Germany now seems to be working with Russia. So I'll take a guess. I'll say Germany.
All right. Push forward into spring. Russia absolutely takes advantage of France pivoting back, gets back into North Sea, gets into NAO, pushes through the middle of the board into Bohemia, while Italy sets up in Silesia. Germany and Italy, I guess, sort of cooperating, but not in any meaningful way to stop this RT, so it's kind of meaningless, but I think the Italian is just playing puppet for the RT at this point. And going into fall, there's a couple of things I noticed. Russia does not take the support into Piedmont, which I don't hate, actually. It might have been a last-second thing where the Turk was like, I can get you into Piedmont, but I don't think that really matters at this point. And Germany gets a little more Italian help and wins Belgium back for their effort. So go Ronnie. Winter of 06 is very dull. There's nothing to see here.
Ronnie doesn't put down a second unit, though. Huh.
Ronnie was only...
Ronnie was +2.
Did he forget he had one in pocket?
No, he picked up two. He
Two
picked,
centers. He took two centers. He took
did?
Belgium and Munich.
oh, but
That's an interesting point that I didn't even.
lost Denmark, so he must have had one in pocket. Yeah, maybe didn't realize it.
He's only got. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Okay, that's unfortunate. I did not catch that.
But McAllis puts down another Northern Fleet. All right.
Yeah.
And Subby starts to catch up and has dots in hand, has stab opportunity. Wow, this is actually, as far as RTs go, this is a moment for some dynamism.
The next couple of years for me are fascinating. So as we push forward into spring of 07, Russia gets into the MAO, which I don't see very often. And it's just beautiful to see. And elsewhere, for the RT, it's still just setting everything up. Russia pulling back to Ukraine is interesting, but not terribly threatening at this point. It's maybe just reacting to the 2 army build from Turkey. Love to see convoy to Naples, anything with 2 fleets or more. Always love to see those convoys. And my question for the group, because this has been happening for a few seasons now, Russia keeps self-bouncing in Vienna. Is there anything better that McAllis could be doing with those units?
David?
Not when he's got a German puppet that's going west, and the Turks have an Italian puppet going west. I mean, not sure you want to upset the apple cart by doing anything more aggressive.
Brandon?
It depends on the goal. I mean, if you're, McAllis has, now that he's becoming ensconced on the English Channel, on the English island, McAllis has a very serious solo opportunity, and it's about managing the moment. And if he moves west now into the German centers and looks too eager, then he might trigger a response. The one thing I think he could argue doing is to get Bohemia into Ruhr, if he's getting really cute. But then he leaves himself more vulnerable to a stab from Subby. So, those would be the options. That would be the option I'd consider.
Yep. I don't think it's a mistake for the record. It's just one of those things that a lot of players look at. Why are those 2 units doing nothing all the time? But as we push forward into fall, they do something different and take Munich.
Yeah, okay.
And Michael Stover, loses Marseille, loses Naples, loses Rome. This is a just fantastic turn for Sabine.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Well, for Sabine, not for Michael, but and that's kind of just pushing us right back into 08.
3 army builds, interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of armies on the board. Here we just see the Russian cleaning up the rest of the English homeland. And yeah, it's elsewhere. It's business as usual for the RT. They're trading some dots around. Trieste takes Vienna with Russian support to account for all of the gains that Russia is making elsewhere: Berlin, London, Liverpool, etc. So I don't see that there's any indication that there's tension to be had at this moment. But I want to push forward to fall with my favorite move of the game, with the convoy from Smyrna to Portugal. It's just beautiful.
Wow, okay.
Sorry, Michael, I see you in the comments. Nothing against you. I know it spelled your doom, but I just, chef's kiss. Love to see it. Thank you very much, England and Italy. You're both out this year. Let's linger a moment in winter.
3 more armies. Wow.
David, how should the game go from here?
Well, it should end, because honestly, unless one of Russia or Turkey really does think they can solo, then you wouldn't build 3 armies as the Turk, for one thing. If Sabine was trying to solo, you'd build a fleet. So I assume this game is about to end, with the Germans being the only power left on the board besides the RT. And I will also say, was this good move? Were these good moves on the part of RT? Yes, but this was a complete and utter devastating diplomatic victory by RT.
Yeah.
If you get Germany and Italy going west, what else was going to happen but this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Brandon, how should the rest of this game go?
It's basically been a wave, and the froth on the front of the wave has been Italy and Germany. And at least in one case, that froth evaporated and disappeared. I will be honest, if I am McCallus and I have seen those 3 armies go down for Sabi's growth options through McCallus' centers are now very limited. And McCallus could drop into the Black Sea, drop units down, and at the very least stay even down there while has units enough to clear up the German centers. I think McCallus could. This looks like a solo to me, actually, on McCallus's part. If Sabi were not so bunched up with the armies and had put down a fleet in order to contest Black, then actually I think Sabi might have the better opportunity for a solo. But yeah, that's my thought.
All right, let's go forward and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
David.
It just looked to me like that was what they were playing to do.
Yeah.
I don't think Camarites really was trying to solo this game. I don't know why. I'm not saying I understand all the motivations there, but it didn't look to me like that was really the goal.
Yeah, I wonder. McCallus has more or less done enough to qualify for the DBNI at this point. He doesn't have the automatic qualification. He looks in good shape to get it through winning the regular season VDL. And I don't think McCallus was planning to play the evening round. He's in the UK, so this is the middle of the night over there. So McCallus may have approached this from a metagame perspective and decided to sort of, make a friend on the board. For Sabi, it's very clear. Sabi, this is the best results that Sabi has gotten on the virtual tour.
It's truly stunning, honestly, on both parts.
I am sure that I have never seen this in-game position before.
With 4 Turkish armies on the boot.
I am absolutely positive I've never seen it before. And honestly, if I were Sabi, I think I would have built a fleet there just to make sure McCallus voted for the end.
Yeah, 100%. A nice defensive, keep you honest, yeah. And the thing is, you build fleet Ankh, you can take Black whenever you want it at that point. You just bring, the Aegean fleet back over. Yeah. All right. Congratulations
Congratulations to Sabi.
Yeah. Stellar.
This is a masterful diplomatic exercise by both Sabi and McCallus as a unit. And for each one of them to keep, the other one on side, and ultimately for Sabi to negotiate the board top, because it's very valuable to them and not as valuable to McCallus apparently. And Sabi used that information and that leverage to their advantage. Yeah. So,
well, and a question I'll ask Brandon, because I don't think we've talked about it. Should we talk about the scoring system?
Well, let's bring back Andrew Goff to the stream. Andrew. So, before we do an overview of round 1, the scoring system is Open Tribute. It's a new scoring system developed by the Weasels and was used for the first time at the DBNI earlier this year, and is now the scoring system of VDL as well. And it's a scoring system that prioritizes board topping. Board topping is very rewarded. Surviving is also significantly rewarded. And each player, the non-topping player's score goes down as the topping player's score goes up. But dot count does matter as well. So it's a scoring system that tries to strike a balance between lots of different goals. But topping and surviving are the most important. This is a great result for Sabi, and as we will see, the standings reflect that, because Sabi is the current leader going into round 2. Sabi has a score of 150, 20 points higher than the next 3 who are tied together, and those are another Weasel, Christian Brown, Morgante Pell, and Russ Dennis. Morgante is not playing in round 2, but Christian and Russ are. So Sabi, Christian, and Russ go into round 2. with the pole position basically, and Sabi has it above the other two. After that, we have Michalis Kamaridis, who took that second place, that sizable second place, into a fifth place in the standings. Michalis is not playing in round two, but I believe the rest of the players on the top 10 are Farron Jane, Liam Stokes, Robert Shuppa, Aslan Sarwar, Jamal Blackerly. Those players are bunched together, just separated by about 8 points. Going down into the 11 through 20 section, we see all the other surviving players who got at least some points that could make the difference if they're able to get a big board top in round two. And the eliminated players, unfortunately, in Open Tribute, don't get any points. That is how it goes. All right, let me bring back to the top 10. Andrew, we'll start with you. Give your thoughts on round one overall and what you're looking for going into round two.
I gotta say, I look at that and I think, gee, that's a huge penalty in a 15-14 game length alliance. The idea that Michalis' game was half as good as Sabi's doesn't sit well with me. But what it does do is it sets up Michalis as a pretty good ally for this next coming up round, whereas it makes Sabi the target. So my expectation is get the leaders, and there are 4 clear leaders. That's what you hope to see in a tournament. That's why it's a tournament, not just 2 games socially. So I look for more of the same quality play. I think there was a lot of interesting play. Not all of it was great, but all of it was interesting. So hopefully we get more of the same.
Yeah, and Siobhan, I should have pointed this out. I think this is probably why you asked to talk about the scoring system a bit. Sabi's score is twice as big as Michalis', despite the fact that they were 15-14. And actually, that is by design. The thing that we were targeting was alliances that were easy, where the person who was smaller was content to be second. And we wanted to create dynamic tension inside those alliances to give other players on the board some leverage to try to pry it apart and keep the game more dynamic. So a balance of power incentive is ultimately what we hoped that would work towards. Obviously, in this case, it didn't. Michalis may have different goals in mind. All right, David, let's turn to you now. Thoughts on round one and what you're looking for going into round two.
I enjoyed round one. All 4 of those games were interesting games, and they were all very different games to watch. There were some that were strong alliances on each side. There were some that were more of a cut here, cut there, cut here, cut there games. We've got the one that ended, the one at the end there was the complete destruction of one side of the board by the other, in a way that, there was no stalemate line. Anytime you got a big Russia, there's no such thing as a stalemate line anyway. But in this particular case, there was not even close to being a stalemate line. So that was fun to watch how that was negotiated at the end. In terms of going into round two, it is fine to say, let's kill the leaders. But the leaders always have the corollary or the response of saying, yeah, but why are you killing me? That person on the other board, they're also a leader. Why don't you work with me? I've proven that I can play this game. Why don't you work with me instead? So there'll be some interesting back and forth negotiation on that front.
And Siobhan?
I mean, I hate to be this person, but I agree with both David and Andrew. I think they're 2 sides of the same coin, and the leaders are coming into the second round where maybe they don't need to top the board again, as long as the other top 4 aren't topping their own board. They can just be like, hey, let me be a really solid second. I just need a really good result. Happy to give you something, especially if it's not someone who's in this like top 10 to 15. If it's someone who didn't get a result in round 1, who just wants to make a really good showing, who wants to say, hey, here's what I can do. It's a fantastic way to play second fiddle and get enough points to put yourself in contention without having to make yourself a target. But that could backfire, as Andrew said. So we shall see.
I should also say, just for those watching this that are learning the game, that's not the only way to play tournament diplomacy, is the whole discussion we just had. You could also just go to the next round and play the game by itself. which of these people is telling me what I want to hear in this particular scenario, instead of thinking about it as, I wonder who I should ally with in terms of the overall tournament standings. That is not the only way to play, and frankly, it's not the way I play. I play each game separately. And if I think that Christian Brown is a better alliance partner for me in this particular situation, I actually don't care that he's currently second in the standings. That's just the way I play, and I think there are other people that play that way too.
Like, don't care at all? It wouldn't even be a small factor in your decision?
It would be zero factor to me. The question is that going to be the best alliance partner to give me the best result I can get on this board? Because it's all about maximizing my own score on the board. You know, if the goal of the game is to figure out who else is going to win the tournament besides you, I'm not interested in that game at all. I don't care. I'm interested in making my score the best score it can be on this board.
Andrew, how do you approach tournaments as far as this goes?
Well, I think there's two different points here. The first one is you should always be trying to maximize your score in a game. I do agree with David that if I'm playing a game, then that's how I play it. I think it's probably coming from a position of experience and great success for David and myself that we can do that. That if you are just coming up and you've never won a tournament, then you give some consideration to how you can best go about winning the tournament, as well as just getting the best score in the game. And I also think my second point is it's important to realize that some players are giving a lot of consideration to that. That maximizing your score in a game, I would say I have very often maximized my score in a game by being aware that two players want to limit each other's scores. I don't know if that makes the game more fun. In fact, I would probably argue it's less enjoyable, but it is a factor you need to consider when you're playing in a tournament, that whether you are or not, other people might be doing that.
I also want to be clear. I'm not criticizing the other way to play. I'm not saying that it's wrong to do, I'm going to go after Morgante because he's got 130 points right now. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't personally do it. All I'm saying is that that's not the only way to play tournament diplomacy. You can play it one game at a time. I'm not saying that one that's better than the other. But as you point out, Goffey, there are people like probably both kinds of people on the board. It's good to figure out who they are and use those motivations in your favor.
I would jump in and say I think there's one mistake a lot of newer players do make, and that is leaving centers on the table in the first round so that they're not a target. Don't do that. There is a point where if you're way, way in the lead and most people can't catch you, even the metagaming people will want to work with you. So don't presuppose halfway through your first game in a 3-round tournament that you want to get a lower score and somehow that's going to help you. Don't do that. Always play to maximize your score. It's
100%. I agree with that, Goffey. And I think that, we could go on for probably an hour about this point, about whether or not to metagame in a tournament or think about the scoring system and how well it sets you up for the next round or not. And yes, you should always play to maximize your score, especially early in a tournament if you can. And knowing players' motivations, as you both said, is more important than figuring out how to metagame without understanding other players' motivations. Because you can metagame in your own head as much as you want, but if I don't know how David plays versus how Brandon plays and we're on a board together, then my own metagaming is doing no one any good based on tournament scores.
Play the way you enjoy is a pretty good rule. You can.
That never worked for me.
You can lose a lot of tournaments and have a lot of fun. I certainly have won some tournaments and hated the experience, and some of the tournaments that I've got absolutely belted, like DixieCon, David. They're some of the most fun tournaments that I've been to. So winning is not equal to having fun at a diplomacy tournament. I'd say make sure
says the how many time world champion?
It must be nice to be able to. It must be nice to be able to dislike the experience of winning tournaments. Sorry,
I know I'm coming from a position of privilege, but certainly one of the world championships was a truly horrible experience, like just awful. Whereas the the World Championship in Oxford, where I got beaten to a bloody pulp, was a fantastic experience. So if you prioritize having fun at an event and enjoying yourself, the wins will come eventually.
So I'll put a bow in this conversation. As somebody who actually does enjoy the standings-based metagaming, I want to indicate to people out there that there are always multiple strategies when it comes to using the standings in your strategic calculations. Just because somebody is ahead of you in the standings doesn't mean that the only way forward is to attack them and try to limit their score. You also have the other option of working with them, putting your backs to each other, and worrying about and getting successful that way, especially if it's going to be surprising to the rest of the board, and worrying about passing them later. You always have multiple paths ahead of you, and keeping that in mind will just open up strategic options, and that will also make it more enjoyable. It's higher risk that way, but some of the best strategies are high risk, and that's especially true in diplomacy. All right, guys, I'm going to take chair's privilege here and move us forward. We have 3 games going in round 2. I can tell you that the 3 of those 4 people who topped the boards in round 1, 3 of them are playing in round 2, and they are each on separate boards. So the players who are behind them have this calculation to make, and it is time for us to dive in. I believe that Siobhan is off in the first game. So Siobhan, we will bid you adieu for now and enjoy the break. All right, 3 of us. It is time to see if I can make it 4 in a row. And here we go. Ta-da! Game E, named after the Chicago neighborhood of Bronzeville, finds Wardy, Christopher Ward, in Austria, playing out of the UK. In England, we have Hal Schild making his Weasel Moot debut out of Alexandria, Virginia. In France, Ben Kelman joins us for the first time today out of Ann Arbor in Michigan. Germany finds Katie Gray back on the board from an undisclosed location in Indiana. In Italy, we've got Chicago's own Wes Ketchum being the resident Weasel on this board. But joining him in Russia is Christian Brown in 2nd place in the tournament, playing out of Peoria. Can Christian turn Russia into gold? Just below him in Turkey is Farron Jane in 6th place in the tournament, 8th in the DBNI rankings, dangerous on any board out of Austin, Texas. Gentlemen, your thoughts on this board. David, start with you.
First of all, I think Katie Gray is a student at Purdue. So that is where she is in Indiana. The fact that Hal and Ben are joining us for the 2nd round does not mean that they are 1-round ringers. These are really good players that will probably be trying to, quote, maximize their own score, end quote, in this board. Because what do they care? They're playing in 1 round. So that could be interesting. It's not just that you've got 1-round players. It's that they are players that caliber coming in who are playing 1 round. So I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in the West in particular, given the fact that Christian, who has the best score of all this, is in Russia, who obviously touches almost everybody on the board. That's probably not a good situation for Christian if people are playing the way, Brandon, you were suggesting they might play.
Or the alternative that I also suggested. Andrew, what are you looking for on this board?
David's stolen a lot of the thunder. I love the West. That's going to be a fascinating battle or non-battle. I hope they don't do an EFG just because David will lose his mind, but it might happen. Otherwise, what a really high quality board. There's no player on this board who is weak or new or this should be a great game. This should be really, really top quality.
And it's worth pointing out that since there were no solos in round 1, a solo will likely win this tournament. The only way that it wouldn't is if someone else solos who also played in round 1. So Hal Schild and Ben Kelman. And because these games have no year or time limit, solos really are very much in play. They are more likely to happen at this tournament than they are at others with time or year limits. All right, let's dive right into the map. And we go back to our reveal mode. We will start with David in the west and Andrew in the east. Here are the orders for spring of 1901. And David, we'll start with you in the west.
The English and the German openings are the most common ones for each power, and the French opening is Brandon's favorite. So that's all I got to say about that.
Andrew, over to you.
Again, Russia, Austria, Turkey, all the most common openings. Italy, Venice to Trieste, you'd assume it's by agreement, and that is increasingly becoming the most popular opening. I personally have real issues with the Turkish Con to Bulgaria, Smyrna to Constantinople. I don't like it as an opening, but prove me wrong. Let's see what happens.
Why don't you like it as an opening?
Against good players, Bulgaria never gets anywhere, which means you've got an army stuck in Constantinople, which means your army is in the way. It is not helping, and that's problematic.
So it's interesting you called these the most common openings. Venice to Trieste didn't used to be the most common opening for Italy, but it seems to have become so in the hobby right now with AIs trying to get be strong right out of the gate. Do you think this is a good development for the hobby, you guys, or do you have concerns about it? David, we'll start with you.
I think it is a good development that people are trying new things to see if they work. And this really is a new thing in the sense of sending one army to Trieste like that. Used to only happen when you were doing a key opening. And now, which would have been like 5% of the time or something. And now it is happening. I mean, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I would say over half the games in the last 6 months have been using this opening, or maybe the last 12 months have been using this opening. I like the fact that people are experimenting. Do I like this opening if I'm Austria? I really don't. I really think it gives too much power to Italy. And the main reason I say that is because you've lost your ability to build fleets easily. You have to take it back, wait a year, and then build a fleet. It really, and I'm not saying fleets are the most important thing to Austria, but I like having that flexibility. You don't have that flexibility if the Italians own Trieste. Now, that's a reason the Italians want to do this. My argument about this move is, if I'm Austria, I'm going to say, fine, you go to Trieste and then you go to Budapest in the fall. I'm keeping Trieste.
That is a new meta happening in Australia at the moment, is Venice to Trieste, and yeet yourself through Trieste. If you can get to Serbia, great. If you can't, off to Budapest. And we actually saw that in the first round with Jamal, who opened Venice to Trieste straight through to Serbia. And if you can make that work, I really like it.
As Austria as well as Italy, you're saying?
Yeah. Otherwise, I agree with David. It's a good opening for Italy. It's a good opening for Italy-Austria as an alliance, but it's not great for Austria.
Yeah, David, you struck me. You're the player who likes to have a lot of knives in your hands, basically, and this is like taking a knife out of your hand, and you just don't like having the weapon removed, basically. Is that right? Is that fair?
I don't know why you got to be so violent about this. I don't want a bunch of weapons. I want a bunch of options. That's not the same thing as having a knife. Yeah, actually, it is. Yes, I need a knife. I need a fleet knife that I can pull out when I need one. In addition to the fact, now here's the other argument I would make. If you've got the Italian army in Trieste, that doesn't help against the enemy. Yeah. An Italian army again in Budapest does help against the enemy. You can move it forward against the enemy if you're the AI, and not have it behind your lines all the time, which I think is destabilizing. So that's my argument if I'm the Austrians to the Italians. Now, if I'm the Italians, I'm sure I'm going to come up with a counter argument.
All right, let's see what they do in fall of 1901 with that. And the answer is this. Andrew, let's start with you in the East. Although, I don't know, we got to go right to Iberia. Sorry, David. Tell us what happens in Iberia and why it maybe isn't the best idea.
You mean the convoy to Portugal?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this is a move that people do. And because it leaves your fleet in the mid-Atlantic and allows you to not be, to be able to move back with the army in the next year to Spain. In other words, your units go in the correct direction to take Spain. That's the theory behind it. and you want to, and you're trying to keep your fleet in Mid-Atlantic because that's the flexible place for it to move it either north or south in 1902. That's the argument for it. I don't think I've ever done it, but that's the argument for it.
I'm sorry, I judged this too quickly because Ben in France also gets Belgium here. So I think if you're confident that you are going to get Belgium here, this actually feels quite clever in retrospect, because you're probably not going to be putting down 3 units. If you get all 3, you're probably waiving 1, and now you do have that fleet in Mid-Atlantic and go right up north if you wanted to.
Wait a minute, you were going to argue that it's always a bad idea to pass up both Iberian centers. You know I was going to fight you on that one. You absolutely should not take both Iberian centers unless you really are not given any other choice, because it makes you too much of a target. And usually strands units that need to be moving in 1902.
But if you think you're not going to get Belgium, you wouldn't take both centers?
I probably wouldn't do the convoy business anyway. I wouldn't be in this position because I have never in my life opened a Gascony. Never in my life opened a Gascony. So I wouldn't be in this situation.
Whereas it's my favorite move. My favorite French opening is Paris to Gascony, Brest to Mid-Atlantic, and then arranging a bounce with Italy and Piedmont, so I can take Portugal and Spain with 2 armies. And then if I'm feeling like I'm in a good move, I won't even build anything.
I've seen that happen. I'm with you, although I like to arrange the bounce in Burgundy, actually.
I actually agree with your take there, Brandon, on a more serious note, that if you know you're getting Belgium, this is a pretty good move to keep that fleet in Mid-Atlantic. You do not want to be getting 3 centers and making yourself a target. So if you know you're getting Belgium, this is a pretty good move, I think, by France.
All right, we spent quite a lot of time on that. Let's head over to the east now. Andrew, give us a tour over there.
Unsurprisingly, Constantinople does not get out to Bulgaria. So now you have a fleet in the Aegean Sea, and there is really no way for you to get your fleet in Ankara to face that Italian threat. So I think Turkey's eliminated. I can't see them surviving this game. And it really all does come down to that opening. David, you were saying about having knives and options. Turkey is now out of options already, and it's fall 1901. So this is nothing about this particular game or the player, none of that. I just think that opening is horribly overrated.
Yeah, and even... Sorry, go ahead, David. No,
I was going to say, so you think it's that significantly different to have, for example, the fleet in building a fleet in Khan instead of building a fleet in Smyrna or something? Or having an army in Syria like you like to do and then have 2 fleets in Khan and Smyrna?
The point is to have 2 fleets. So you can build the fleet in Smyrna, but now there's no way to get that fleet in Ankara or Black Sea to Constantinople. You're just in a losing position. Whereas if you do that Smyrna to Syria nonsense, build a fleet in Smyrna, you can already have the fleet in Constantinople. So you have the option to get the fleet out without sacrificing your whole position to do it. And in this position, I don't see a way that Turkey can hold Bulgaria. And after that, I don't see a way that they can hold Constantinople. And after that, I don't see a way they can hold anything.
Counterpoint. Apulia to Venice makes me wonder if this really is an AI attack on the Turks. So that's my counterpoint.
Apulia to Venice is twitchy, but I'm prepared to go all in on Italy and Austria getting Turkey here.
Yeah, and I'll also note here that Christian in Russia has taken Romania with the fleet, which, as we've seen twice already in the earlier games, this is not good for Turkey.
There's a non-zero chance of a Russian fleet build in Sevastopol here.
Indeed. Although, it got bounced in Sweden in the north, so has that to worry about.
Not what I would do because of that Sweden bounce, but there's a non-zero chance.
All right, and the answer is fleet build in Sevastopol. All in on the southern move. I mean, I don't know if I hate that. You never like to build a fleet in Sevastopol in 1901, but committing to the southern theater, I don't hate that, actually, because the army up north is only going to, at best, keep you even for a while. Anyway, what elsewhere we have fleets in London and Brest from England and France, also an army in Paris. So the sort of most ambiguous set of builds for the three of them. Keep lots of options open, or two of them, I should say. Katie Gray puts down a fleet in Kiel and an army in Berlin, which should be making Ben Kelman and France very happy. Those are the most France-friendly builds that Katie could have given. Whereas Wes and Christopher and Farron in the south do really the only things that they could have done. Any comments on these builds, real quick, David or Andrew?
Not other than what's already been said, I don't think.
All right, let's find out whether Christian succeeds or gets punished for committing both to the south and the fleet. Here are spring 1902 moves, if I can operate this correctly. And a surprising action in the east, in fact. Andrew, why don't we start off with you?
The Turks supporting Romania to Bulgaria, that's some quality negotiation there by Farron, I think. The idea is you're trying to buy an ally, and it seems to have worked. If it really works and the army Ukraine gets into Romania, then you're actually in a very interesting, complex position. I like Farron's play here, having ratted on the opening, pulling the armies back like this. It's the best defense. So it's good play diplomatically, and it's good play tactically this turn. Trieste to Albania. Italy and Austria want Turkey dead, and I think it's enough. So let's see how.
Yeah, if you're Farron, you got to do anything you can to find a crack in that alliance. Right?
I've also got to ask the obvious question: if you've just built Fleet Sevastopol, I mean, how are you going to attack Austria effectively here if you've got Fleet 7, Fleet Rum? That's it's a pretty wild approach to the game, but
yeah. If it ends up being a way of just slowing down the AI a little bit.
Yeah, well, Christian is certainly a good player, so let's see how he makes it work.
All right, and over to the west for with David.
In the west, of course, the most interesting thing is Katie going east. Speaking of the west, Katie's going east by going to Prussia with the army. In addition to the move to Baltic's fine. I mean, it's often true that Germany goes and takes Sweden before deciding what to do, as between the English and the French in the West. But the move to Prussia is a little puzzling, isn't it? I mean, it's very much like I'm going to go to Livonia and then threaten all the Russian centers or something like that. But the fact that the English have gone to the Helgoland Bight, I'm assuming Howe thought he was going to bounce Katie there. But even that seems a little weird, because why would, if Katie was going to not go to Baltic, she would probably go to Helgoland with support. So the fact that he's gone to Helgoland is a little puzzling from the English point of view. The bottom line is it's all good for Ben, I think.
Yeah, there does seem to be, there is nothing happening in sync in the West. It does feel like there are three sort of independent players happening here.
Yeah, you see Holland to Belgium just to confuse matters even further.
True.
All right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1902, and we'll stay in the West with you, David.
Now, Howe does have an ally, and you notice that actually there was a spring move in which the English were supporting the Russians to Sweden. So Howe does have an ally. He thought he was facing an FG, and maybe he sort of kind of is, although it's not an active FG. But he tries to take Denmark. You know, that was not going to work because of the other unit. As I said, I think the big winner in all of this is just Ben, because if you leave France alone, France is not going to be at 6. They're going to build again. They've got position on how. I think if nobody works with anybody else in the West, really, you know, I know there's England-Russia cooperation, but in terms of the three main powers in the West, if nobody works together, that's good for the French.
All right, and some fisticuffs in the East. Andrew, tell us about it.
Oh, this is egregious nonsense. Albania to Bulgaria, continuing the trend of having at least one entertaining convoy in the game. It's a pretty cute move. I got to admit, I like it, but it's much more about Austria taking Romania on the turn that Russia now decides that actually they did want to work with Austria and Italy. So it looks like, whether it was with Ferran's help or it was done all on his own, it looks like Christian has misplayed his position here. And the northern situation is okay for him. Prussia to Silesia is a bit of a non-move, but the rest of the position, I like the Austria-Italy alliance here. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, they managed to both pick up one. Christian is going to get a rebuild here, though, because he stayed even and has a disband. So, Christian, there is another opportunity here for strategic reversal still, because Christopher and Wes, Italy and Austria still could use Russia to crack open Turkey more quickly. It's worth noting here that Christopher Ward in Austria cannot build because the home center that was given away, Trieste, is not available. So a knife will stay sheathed. Elsewhere, we have Ben getting to put his unit down, presumably Fleet Brest. Answer is yes. West puts down fleet in Naples. Christian Brown in Russia puts down the army in Moscow. No surprise there. And Ferran chooses the superfluous army in Ankara. All right. Let's move ahead, continue forward into spring of 1903, and let us stay in the east with you, Andrew.
So here comes the next Italian fleet around to the Eastern Med, and it's unstoppable, so it doesn't try and stop it. It's a little bit confusing here. Smyrna to Aegean cuts Aegean, which means Bulgaria doesn't get into Constantinople. Also, then Greece doesn't get into Bulgaria. I'm not entirely sure why you would try and do it that way, but in the end, it's not going to matter. Russia and Austria are fighting. That happens. Germany has helped the Austrian into Galicia. That's not a good sign for Russia. That is very much not a good sign. But Russia has retaken Romania, and I don't think anyone is ever going to be able to explain to me why Budapest supports Romania wasn't a better move in this circumstance. But
oh yeah, I mean, unless you're worried about Bulgaria, stabbing or having to retreat. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Budapest to Serbia makes no sense to me at all.
No.
Even if you can't save Romania just retreats to Serbia, so it's the same position. So I don't understand what the thinking there was.
David, over to you in the West.
Well, Howe gets into the North Sea, which is a way better situation than being stuck in Helgoland, where he can't actually get any German centers. Otherwise, I think it's pretty much what you would expect. The French fleet's rearranging because there was no way any of those moved. Well, I guess English Channel could have been stopped, but the way that England's trying to defend here is probably the better way to do it. So he's got 2 units on Liverpool. I'd say the most important move here is Moscow to St. Pete, actually. Because that either Christian is going to come help Hal or he's going to take Norway, one or the other. And either one of those things is going to make a difference to what is otherwise a little bit of a morass between the English and the Germans. And the most important non-moves of this, or non-move of the West, is Burgundy to Marseille. Taking himself away from Belgium, taking himself away from Munich, taking himself away from maybe going to Picardy to give himself a convoy army that's not in Belgium. Instead, he goes to Marseille. Yeah, it's an interesting choice.
I think Liverpool is probably in trouble, even with this defense. But
that's probably right. You're right.
But
it can be guaranteed.
Yeah.
But I don't think there was any way to stop it. So I actually really like Hell's moves there. I agree with you. I think it was the best way to try and defend. But if you're England, you don't want to see 3 French fleets in Neo-Irish and English. That's not good.
Yeah, that move to the Helgoland Bight actually really hurt Halshild in the long run. Just took him out of position.
Oh yeah.
All right, fall of 19... Sorry,
easy mistake, very understandable mistake to make, that one. But
and if he bounces Helgoland, right, then it looks brilliant. So all right, true. That's how it goes in the game of diplomacy. All right, so fall of 1903, we'll start in the west. Perhaps a surprising development around Belgium, but David, tell us what you think.
Unless the French were giving it to the Germans, which is a possibility. If I'm Katie, I'm saying, I really, in order to make progress here, I need to build a 3rd fleet. If we want to be friendly, let me build a fleet. Now, if I'm France, I'm not sure I say yes to that, but I can understand Katie saying it to France. He's got an army in Gascony that's literally doing nothing. Mm. So what's the point of having all those units? I don't know.
But boy, he got lucky though, Ben Kelman, because he ends up not tapping Wales, which needed to be done in order to guarantee that Liverpool gets taken. As it turns out, Hal did what a lot of us would do in that situation, which is believe that Ben's not going to screw up.
And what he did, what Hal did not want to do was leave the North Sea.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to move to London to cover it, and then the French not move there. So that's why he made this choice. Again, it was sort of a bad guess, except it was probably the right guess. It's just that Ben was able to take advantage of it a little bit.
Totally the right guess. Ben got very lucky.
Yep.
It looks like that Belgium thing was a last-minute thing, because it looks to me like England was convoying Belgium to Wales. So,
and figuring it wouldn't get in, and so if he wants to make sure that Belgium goes over to the Germans, he has to move to Picardy here, and then just forgets maybe or doesn't have time to make English Channel tap Wales.
Yeah,
good point. Yeah, very good point.
I suspect that Belgium is very much agreed. I think maybe Germany builds an army though. I think the idea would be for that alliance to now head east, and France will be on board with that because in the east, Italy has finally realized that Tunis is a supply center. Now, that means Italy is picking up Tunis and also picks up Smyrna. Good work. Smyrna really couldn't be stopped. You'd assume that Bulgaria is by agreement. That's fine. So I think Italy still gets 2 builds here. So here come the Italian fleets, and if I'm France, I'm a bit worried about that.
I should have mentioned that St. Pete, as I thought was going to be important, actually decided not to do it and went back south, which is why Katie may want to be arguing or at least thinking about building the fleet, because otherwise, how is she going to break out of this thing?
Yep.
Let's find out. Katie has a build. Hal has to pick a short straw, and the answers are. All right. So we want to focus on Katie Gray here for the moment. The answer is Army Berlin chooses fighting on the Eastern Front. We have West Ketchum both waving a build and putting an army down. That is as startling as it probably is unwise. I will leave it to you guys to answer that question. Farron drops the fleet in Syria, and Hal drops his army in Wales. While Christian Brown got a build out of Romania, I believe. So after what looked like a really weakened position, Christian Brown actually seems to be getting stronger here. All right, guys, let's talk about the West Ketchum's builds here. What do you think?
No,
David, start.
No. I am not against waiving a build in the right circumstance, but the circumstances which waiving a build makes sense. Now, Andrew's going to disagree because he's the mind control guy that can make anybody. But I'm talking about normal people. Listen, normal people who play diplomacy. Waiving a build can be okay to make yourself not be the target. West wasn't the target anyway, so you don't waive a build for that. My guess is this is a mistake on West. It's almost got to be a mistake. because
it's two mistakes, right?
Well, yes. I mean, if you're going to build an army, fine, you build it in Rome and build the fleet and that. Oh gosh, I don't know.
But I just can't understand any motivation for building an army here at all. I mean, our army is against Austria. And anyway, Andrew, do you have a thought on this, or just despondence?
I mean, it's the kind of nonsense that I might do, I guess.
Yes, it might. You might.
So why might you do it? What would be your larger strategy?
I wouldn't have done this. This is not the move I would have made. And it comes back to something David was saying earlier. It's about tempo. You have a chance to be going significantly faster than everyone else on the board without being anyone's enemy except the person you're attacking. That's how to win games of diplomacy. That is how it is done. Get more centers than the other people. Not have lots of enemies. You win. This is the slowest move in the history of slow moves. I guess he doesn't want to annoy the French. I think that's the only possible motivation here is if you build fleets, France gets nervous and twitchy and maybe pulls back and okay, maybe that's the motivation. But I don't understand who he's attacking next after Turkey dies. The wave is deeply weird to me. I can see Naples is sometimes used to convoy places. That could be part of the thinking. But, I mean, why wouldn't you then build Army Rome and Fleet Naples?
Well, here's the all right. I'll try to make an argument for Wes here because he's not here to defend himself. So I will make an argument for Wes.
And he's also not an idiot, so I'm sure
he's actually brilliant. So
he's a nuclear physicist.
He's totally a brilliant guy. Maybe the theory is I don't want to build fleets to anger the French. I don't really want to build an army in Rome because that angers the Austrians. Because then you could do Venice to Trieste, Rome to Venice, whatever. So the theory is I'm going to do neither. I'm going to be completely nondescript and build this army in Naples and waive the other one. That would be the only thing if his goal is to play the Italian waiting game. We all know that is something the Italians sometimes have to do. I just don't think he has to do it in this situation. I think it would be fine to build an army and a fleet and explain to each of Austria and France that it's against the other guy and then attack one of them.
Yeah.
But of course, I always like to attack people. So what do you do?
or just straight up build two fleets and have a red hot go at France. All
right.
But I will disagree with you about one thing, Andrew. Would you have never done this move? I think there are situations which you have done this just to play with the other people's heads. So I disagree with your comment that you would not have made this move. There are situations where you would have made this move.
So that's where I'm going. This is not how I would do this. If I wanted to play with other people's heads, and I do, I'm building two armies, or I'm building nothing at all.
Nothing at all. That seems like it. Yeah, it's like if you're gonna screw with people, you're gonna do it all the way. So
if I really want to make a point here, I'm not building anything, and then I'm telling France, "I love you, man. We're going to be the best friends forever." It's you. This is a triple alliance, a France, Austria, Italy triple alliance. And if you can get everyone else on the board actually believing that, okay, that's the sort of nonsense I get up to. But one army in Naples, I don't know if it achieves that. Maybe it does. As I said, Wes is a very good player.
And we are going to find out. I was going to take a pause after 03 in this game and move on to one of the other ones, but I think I can't wait. I want to see what happens in 1904 with Wes's Army Naples. Here we go. Spring 1904. The answer is, Andrew, tell us about it.
So he's moved Naples to Apulia, bounced in Piedmont again. looks like there's probably a convoy happening somewhere towards Turkey. But I want to point out how delightful and clever what's going on in Constantinople is.
So can you explain what has happened here?
Well, it looks like Constantinople has gone to Bulgaria and Bulgaria has gone to Constantinople, and both moves have worked. But Black Sea has convoyed Constantinople around the corner. Whether it's a good move or not, I don't care. It's certainly a very entertaining move. Russia helps by supporting Constantinople to Bulgaria. I mean, it's shenanigans. It probably doesn't save the position, but who cares when you can make a move that is that entertaining? That's up there with Tunis to the Norwegian Sea for best move I've seen at the tournament so far.
I mean, let's be clear. It is very much not good for Turkey, right? Like Turkey. I mean, to the extent that Turkey had an option here, right? So there could have been a bounce or a standoff where Khan goes to Bulgaria with the support of 3, with Black and Romania. That would have been a standoff. That would be better, but that would assume that Galicia and Budapest aren't tapping Romania. So if it's merely a scramble, hoping to stay alive as long as possible, it works. But having the Austrian army now able to retreat to Ankara definitely is a worse position. But I'm with you. Entertaining nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's the best defense, but also if you're in a losing position like this, you've got to do something to shake it up. Yeah. Maybe this makes people think, you know what, maybe we want to keep Farron around, because if she can come up with stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, David, on to the west over there.
Sort of the late-breaking sea lion invasion. Sometimes you see this supported move from Denmark to the North Sea in fall of 01 or in 1902. We're getting it in spring of 04. I think Christian's made a cool move here to go to Denmark. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe he can't keep it. But that, in addition to the English fleet in Skagerrak, is an interesting situation to be in. The English and the Russians are not strong enough to win this fight. They can slow things down. They're not strong enough to win this fight. So I just think it's interesting and fun to try something like, well, I guess I could just order to Denmark, because if she goes to the North Sea, I can take it maybe. And interesting.
Same principle again. If you're on the losing side of the tactics, do something. Don't just sit there and wait to die. It's a good move. I really like it.
Yeah.
All right, let's find out how it works out in the fall of 1904. David, we'll stay with you. Tell us what you see.
It takes Sweden back, but that's something that, being in that position allows you to do, because it threatens other things. And so that's fun. The Germans convoying to Norway. We have really seen some interesting convoys tonight, haven't we?
Quite a lot, yeah.
And that's an interesting convoy. It makes a lot of sense. It puts the army in a place where it's actually useful, because it touches Sweden, touches St. Pete, and gets it away from the French. So it's interesting in that sense. Because of the fleet in Denmark business, there really wasn't the ability to take a shot at London, at least not the way they wanted to do it. So they decided to do it in Norway instead. It's fun.
All right, another interesting. What's it?
That's a wild turn. I really like that turn. That's some good diplomacy there on all sides. And
so another good convoy and interesting maneuvers in the south. Tell us about it, if you would, Andrew.
Get the army into Smyrna. Means you can sort of force Ankara, except fleet Sevastopol to Armenia is there to save the Turk. Good stuff. It looks like Italy is losing a centre here, and they are losing a centre, but because they're playing one short, doesn't matter. They don't have to take a unit off, so that's fine. I think Austria is a pretty big winner here. It looks to me like they're getting a pretty solid position out of this, and add another army in Vienna, and they're beginning to look like a strong power in this game. So it's slower than it needed to be, but The Austria-Italy alliance is well on top here, I think.
All right, so Italy does have the chance to put down that unit here. Austria is going to have to play one short because still only has one, not enough home centers open. All right, so what are we going to see from West Ketchum here? What do you think? What should he do, first of all?
Fleet Trieste.
Okay, Peter Jurgen. The answer, yeah.
It's got to be a fleet, doesn't it?
It does not have to be a fleet, honestly. I don't think it has to be a fleet. I mean, where does Italy go from here? You know, you build a fleet, one fleet going against the French? I don't think so. So I think you could build an army and literally go to Trieste and Venice.
Or play short again. Play short again is acceptable.
True. He might do that. That's true.
All right. We will reveal these orders, and then we're going to move on over to another game. And the answer is Fleet Naples. Christopher Ward, for his sake, puts down only one army in Vienna. And we do get another army in Munich. Chris Brown sacrifices the fleet in Sweden, while Hal sacrifices the fleet in London. And the whole board is playing one short, thanks to Chris Ward and that missing home center. All right, we will take a pause on this game, which definitely has a strong AI and an FG, and Christian sort of trying to find his place in the world. All right, I have heard from behind the scenes that it would be worth going to game G next, which means that instead of, let's see, which one of you is on game G, actually? Whether of you know?
I think I'm not. I think I'm maybe the first two on the list, which would have been E and F, and I think Andrew's in G, but I'm not. I don't have it in front of me right this second.
All right. Well, we're bringing Siobhan Nolan back to the stream. All right, David, we will give you a break and see you in a little bit. All right, welcome back to the stream, Siobhan.
Hello.
Cheers. It is always happy hour in the Bay Area in Siobhan's house. Here is game G. This is named after, come on. This is named after the Loop, which is the neighborhood of downtown Chicago, the central area of downtown. We find in Austria Liam Stokes, the resident wild card of the bunch, playing out of Victoria in British Columbia. In England, we have Henry Merrill out of Maryland, my home state, making his debut today. In France, we have longtime Weasel, the most decorated Weasel in club history, Matt Sundstrom, the one for whom the Sundstrom opening is named after, playing in Chicago. In Germany, we have tournament leader Sabia Huja, the new Weasel, who is in pole position of the tournament. In Italy, we've got Daniel Bird out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Daniel had a rough first outing, but managed to survive as a one-center Germany in Moscow, holding Warsaw and Romania and St. Petersburg earlier in the game. We'll see what he can do with Italy. In Russia, we've got the big dog, Ed Sullivan, with that gaudy fourth-place DVNI ranking out of Houston. In Turkey, we have Melinda Hawley, longtime hobbyist, Melinda Hawley out of properly spelled Phoenix City, Alabama. All right, this is a fun-looking board. Siobhan, you're just coming back to the stream, so tell us what you like about this one.
I love everything about this one. Our number one rank is right there in the middle of the board in Germany, at least for this tournament. Ed Sullivan, heavy hitter in a powerhouse of Russia, has a lot of potential to have influence over everything in this board. Matt Sundstrom is always a wild card, even in such a benign power such as France. So, love to see it.
And Andrew, any thoughts?
There's a few people here I love watching them play. Melinda Hawley, great to watch whether sort of tearing a board to pieces or getting eliminated, always does something entertaining. Matt is just a superstar of the Chicago hobby. And I mean, he's actually one of the few players I've not really played directly with as a player that I really can't wait to, who's been around for years. And obviously we've got the tournament leader here as well. So go everyone. Again, should be a good game.
All right, let's dive right in. We will stick with Andrew in the West and Siobhan in the East. And here we go. Spring 1901 orders. Andrew, tell us about the West, if you can.
The bounce in Burgundy is the only interesting move. It's a bit paranoid, but I mean, does what it does. I don't mind it because I don't like getting Belgium as France because I'm not David Hood. But it's quite passive. Pick up your 2 neutral centres and see what happens. Otherwise, everything in the West is as boring as you would like.
It's very unusual. We don't see this very often at all.
Saw it a little bit years and years ago, particularly in New Zealand, for reasons I honestly couldn't tell you. It's not a bad opening, but yeah, it's not much to see in the West at the moment.
And it's coming from a player who is very experienced. I should add that Matt Sundstrom has won this tournament, I believe, 3 times. I will look that up in a second and get back to you, but he has definitely won this tournament. He has won Weasel of the Year 3 times, I believe, and has also won the Weasel Royale a couple times. So he is a player who definitely knows what he's doing. All right, Siobhan, over to you in the East.
A little bit more interesting in the East. We do see Venice to Trieste, which, as we've stated before several times on this broadcast, is becoming more and more common. So that's really not that interesting. What interests me is the lack of a bounce in Galicia and Ed Sullivan sneaking into the Black Sea.
Ed Sullivan in the Black Sea.
I mean,
DMC in Galicia.
We'll see what it does, but...
What do you reckon, Sean? I reckon Ankara to Romania is on the cards. Or something like
100% knowing Ed, and I think that he could talk Melinda into that, and I would be overjoyed to see Ankara to Romania.
And Melinda would go for it, and Ed would follow through with it. Andrew.
And yet, no bounce in Galicia. So
yeah, lack of a bounce in Galicia, where everything is, Ankara to Romania, at least a 75% chance.
If I may reminisce for a moment, I remember the first time I ordered Venice to Trieste with complete agreement from Austria, and every single person on the board thought, oh my goodness, Goffey has stabbed Austria. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine that happening in 2021?
Oh no, the last time I ordered Venice to Trieste with complete agreement from the Austrian, the entire board was up in arms about, how could you do that? I don't understand. And these days it's just like, oh, yeah, that's probably agreed upon.
It has got to be the standard opening now, which is just such a wild change from even 10 years ago.
It is. The question will be how long that lasts, because as Andrew and David were saying before, it may weaken Austria too much. But that will...
It will last until August 2023.
All right. Noted here.
You heard it here first.
On the stream, if it comes to pass, we will say, once again, Andrew knows the future. Something we all suspect already. All right. So gotten a correction from the producer behind the scenes. Matt Sundstrom has only won Weasel Moot once, and it was the 3rd one back in 2009. He has won CodCon, which is the smaller Chicago tournament that hasn't been run this year or last. He has won that 3 times, but has also won our Weasel of the Year, which is our regular season championship 3 times, and has won the Weasel Royale, our club championship twice. Very, very good player. All right, let's move on.
TLDR is still a powerhouse, Matt Sundstrom.
Indeed. Fall of 1901. Tell us about the East, if you would, Siobhan.
We did not see what Andrew and I were so hoping for, which would have been Ankara to Romania. But so Ed takes Romania, slips down into Armenia. Sure. I'm not sure I exactly see where he's going with this, but in the meantime, pushing the Italian straight through into Serbia, that sure looks like a completely arranged set of events right there. So I'm not happy about this if I'm Melinda, though.
That's amazing. Yeah, almost the classic, right? The only difference is that Budapest is supporting the move, which is a fantastic variant for guaranteeing that.
Oh, yeah.
This is, I have never, I mean, we rarely see Trieste, the Italian, in Serbia in fall of 1901. We've now seen it twice tonight.
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying, this is the meta in Australia at the moment. This is
Okay.
good stuff. So
with Budapest supporting it, DMZ
Yep.
in Galicia, and then Budapest supporting it.
And I have seen it a few times over the years. It's just a modification on the key. And I don't know how much DBN is starting to influence play, but we talk about the possible key so many times on these broadcasts that I think these players are listening to us and they're like, let's give them a real key for once.
I don't even particularly love this opening, just because you don't get the fleet in Greece, so it limits your options a little bit.
Mhm.
But I mean, let's see how it goes. This is the textbook, and it's so far it's the textbook counter from Melinda getting
Yep.
Con out to the Aegean. There is one very obvious problem with that.
Which is, shall I highlight it? It is, where is it?
Is
There
it,
we go.
someone, what's his name again?
Ed
No.
Sullivan, the big
Shocking that
dog.
Ed Sullivan is a problem here.
All right,
Well-
over in the West, Andrew?
In the West, Ed does have a problem. That's a problem.
That's a problem.
Norwegian to the Barents Sea, getting bounced in Sweden. This looks a little bit like an EFG to me. The bounce in Burgundy makes more sense if you have it in that context. Germany getting 3 builds, all by arrangement. Norwegian to the Barents looks like an EFG is brewing, which is not good news for Ed and is good news for Melinda if she can hold on long enough. Otherwise, nothing much to report in the West. Clean up the neutrals and get on with the rest of the game.
Yeah, the only chink in that armor is possibly the Paris to Burgundy here, but that can be managed.
I think that's easily managed, honestly, and I don't mind it. What else are you going to do with it? Like, I guess it could go to Gascony, but just in case you're going to get burned, just say, Germain, hey, yes, I gave you Belgium and Holland. Have at it.
The builds will tell a story.
All right,
always
so so it's France's builds that you're focusing on, right, for the next chapter in that story?
France and Germany.
Well, wouldn't it be surprising if it weren't a fleet and 2 armies with the fleet and Kiel? Well, so that's the EFG. If it's a Western triple, that's what we would expect. If it's a Western triple, what do you expect from France?
2 fleets.
All right. And fleet Eddie from Henry or another army?
I'd be building an army, but most people build a fleet.
Either would be okay, but I think an army is the right play.
All right. And we're all in agreement that Army Naples in a wave from
Oh,
Italy.
100%. That is the smartest build of the game.
Fleet Venice, quality stuff.
All right, here we go. Answers are we get an army in Venice, which is definitely interesting, and a fleet in Naples from Daniel. So Daniel looks like trying to sort of have eat the cake from both sides. Melinda Holly puts down an army in Smyrna, which says "F you, Russia." We do get the expected builds. The FG builds both from Sabi and Matt Sundstrom. Henry takes the army route from Edinburgh. So this looks like a very well orchestrated Western triple to start this game. Let's push ahead here and see how it develops in 1902. And we'll start in the West because those seem more straightforward to me. Andrew, what do you see? Or I thought they were more straightforward, actually, now that I've taken a second look. Maybe not so much.
I see 2 people who believe in the Western triple and 1 person who does not believe in the Western triple. I mean, that's a shot almighty fired by France, because that everything about that had Western triple written all over it, and he has just said no.
You like it?
No. Do I like it? I don't like the idea of picking a fight with two people. So you want to know what the negotiation is. If he has straight up told England and Germany to their faces, yes, I am on board with the EFG, and I can't imagine why Germany or England would make those moves if he hasn't, then he's risking picking a fight with both of them. The scary thing is he might win that fight.
Isn't his problem at the moment that he can't get a build off of England this year, and England is definitely getting a build, and so the only one that he can actually guarantee here is Belgium, which it's a fight with the one of those two powers that he's not particularly well set up to follow through with.
Yes, I mean Belgium is a guess. Ruhr to Belgium with North Sea support, so it is a guess. England might not cover London because they have the option if North Sea to London, English Channel to North Sea. So I don't even know if you want to even cover London. Surely Picardy to Wales as a convoy is a good set of orders as well. But you're right, that they are getting a build, so they can scramble a defence here. Barents is done. It can come back to the Norwegian as well. So, I mean, it's a big, bold, aggressive move, and if someone goes with him, then it might work. And if no one goes with him, then it's a problem. I'd throw in Naples to the Tyrrhenian Sea. It's subtle, but if you scare Italy as much as Italy must have been scared by 1901, well, you should expect Italy to say, well, I'm not going to go the other way just for fun. I think there's a real chance here for Italy to go Tiroli to Piedmont, Tyrrhenian to Gulf of Lyon and really crack open France.
Yeah, interesting.
Having said all that, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's high risk, high reward. This Definitely. Is very risky by Matt, but if it works, there's a big reward as well.
And Matt, we thank you for the drama. All right, back to the East in Spring of 02. Siobhan, what do you say?
Back to the East, which you thought would be more straightforward or less straightforward in the beginning. It's actually fairly straightforward. I mean, we still have the AI sort of setting up position in the middle of the board, Galicia, Tyrolia, pushing into Bulgaria. Melinda's going to do everything she can to get Ed off her back. And to Ed's credit, it does look like he kind of tried by convoying Armenia to Romania, which, yeah, but I mean, that fight between the two of them down around the Black Sea is only going to benefit even not the strongest of AIs at this point, but it's only spring of 1902. I don't know how strong they could be.
It's helped by Aegean pulling back to Con. I'm not a huge fan of that move.
I will agree. It tells me how much Melinda didn't trust Ed to dot her for anything at this point, especially because it was supported by Ankara and Bulgaria to absolutely guarantee it.
I think if you're going to do that, you might as well pull Bulgaria back. But I think if you're going to pull back to Khan, I feel like you should be attacking Armenia. So Smyrna, Armenia with Ankara support. Just put a little front foot and try to change the.
The other way to look at it is just an absolute. Ed, I've had alls I can take. I can't takes no more. And just.
And what is left of my power, I will use against you.
I'm going to end you the same way that you ended me in this game. So, I mean, yeah, it's not usually how Melinda plays, but...
Yeah. First time for everything.
But revenge is a common dish served at diplomacy boards, is it not?
Got to serve something.
All right, on to fall of 1902. Let's stay in the East. And Siobhan, what do you see?
So for all of Melinda's efforts pulling back into Constantinople, she loses it to Bulgaria and Black Sea, a combination of the Austrian and Russian. This is just really unfortunate for Melinda at this point. We do not see the Italian continuing west, though I'll try not to encroach too far onto Andrew's territory. But instead, Tyrolia marches up into Bohemia, which I find interesting.
Huh. This is a very interesting term, especially given what happens in the West and the North in particular.
Yeah.
Andrew, talk us through.
Well, I'm sorry, Henry. I don't know you at all, but that's not what I would have done.
He listened to Ed. That's all I can think.
I get the feeling he listened to Ed. Your hope here was that you and Germany would put up a united front against France, and from there you would turn the tide. You've got a good position against Russia. You can grow on that front whilst fighting against France until eventually you win, or at worst it's a standstill. But now I'm not sure you've got anything. Germany's obviously not going to be your friend anymore. That dream is dead. France is in the North Atlantic Ocean and has convoyed an army to Wales. So you're losing Liverpool now. The situation has gone from bad for England to dire, I think. That's
Okay.
a big error.
So, just hypothetical here for a moment, and I don't want to go on too long, but what are the odds that Henry and England got sold sour potion from both ends, both from Ed and from Matt Sundstrom in France, who was like, no, I know this looks bad, but really, I'm going to take Belgium, I'm going to swing up, I'm going to come around. It's all about Germany. If you go against Germany now, too, if somehow Ed and Matt are playing that between the two of them.
If France builds two fleets, moves to the English Channel, mid-Atlantic.
I'm not saying Henry should have believed it. I'm just saying.
I agree. It's very possible, in fact, I'd say probable, that he was sold that story. But if you believe that, that's a case of believing what you want to hear rather than reality. And
we have all been sold and believed these stories in our time. It's a lesson learned.
I kind of don't even believe that, though, because North Sea to London. And if you were all in on that story, wouldn't you be going North Sea to Holland?
Fair. Okay.
So I just think he's picked a fight with Germany as well as picking a fight with, or having had a fight picked with France. I think the more probable thing is that Ed did some smooth talking, something he's certainly capable of. He said, hey, you need me to be your friend, so do this. I mean, it's even possible it was all by arrangement with the German, but Baltic Support Sweden suggests that's not the case.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's really hard not to be impressed with Ed's turn here, isn't it? Held on to St. Petersburg, picked up Constantinople.
And held on to Warsaw.
Yep, held on to Warsaw. It has a friend in the Austrian, just stunning.
Yep, really good turn by Ed.
Yeah. And Matt Sundstrom, gets away with what could have been a vulnerable turn for him. Still has a good ally partner in Germany who isn't growing, and has now, impregnable position over the English Isles, even with the build that Henry's going to get. So, long term, this shaping up like a nice battle between Matt and Ed.
This could be a wild game from here.
And Subby's position is there's a lot to say about it as well. Yeah, it's not quite as doesn't look like it could be as explosive as the others, but in the long run, there's a lot of potential there.
There's a ton of potential there for them, and just between the three of them, Matt, Subby, and Ed, I'm excited to see this.
It looks a super position for Germany if they'd got into Warsaw. That could be a seminal moment in the game.
All right, let's keep on going here. Winter 1902 finds an army in Liverpool. Not much surprise about that. And actually, there are some. Yeah, it's not guaranteed. Although with Mal getting into Irish, it will be for sure. Elsewhere, what's that?
Sorry, London is about as guaranteed as you're ever going to get, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, North Atlantic
and
taps Liverpool.
You can still get into Irish while doing that.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was only looking at Liverpool. All right, elsewhere we've got Liam putting down an army in Trieste, and that does it for adjustments. On to spring of 1903, and let's start in the west with Andrew.
Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic's a strange move, but it's the move that was made. I want to give, having really sort of been a bit harsh on our English friend last turn, I want to give him full credit for this turn. Convoying Norway to Clyde, that's the defense. That's a really great move. And yeah, Germany has obviously decided not to be friends with England and is trying to retake Sweden. But if there is a fight there now, then England has Holland wide open. Can't be stopped. So fascinating turn, but England has put up a really strong defence there in a position that's pretty dire. So,
and Matt doesn't go to the Irish Sea here. This is a tactical mistake.
That has to be a misorder of some kind. Matt is honestly smarter than that. He doesn't honestly think he's getting to Liverpool, right?
I'm actually going to go with sometimes you can outsmart yourself. And this is the kind of mistake I make, is if I'm looking at this, what's the defence? I'm going to move London to Wales and Liverpool supports London to Wales, or I'm going Liverpool to Wales. I'm doing something like that. So what happens if I go Liverpool to Wales, Wales goes to London, English supports Wales to London, Nao goes to Liverpool,
okay,
and then Norwegian's gone to the North Atlantic, and now I'm worried about Mayo, and none of that makes any sense at all.
Sure, it's a case of being too clever for your own good.
Nothing I just said works, even if I'm trying to do that as the defence. English fleet North Atlantic, who cares? I'm in Liverpool and London, and both of them are supported. You just take all the units off the board. You can even let them go to Mid-Atlantic. So,
all right,
fair.
So just outsmarting himself. Oh well. Oh well, he still gets London, and I mean, in the long run, still has, I think, all the advantage. Head on over to the east. Siobhan, tell us what happens over there.
I'm just going to say I'm stunned by the complete vacancy of the Mediterranean. You almost never see it this vacant, like just not a single unit around there. But moving back to the east, at this point, it's just cleaning up Melinda. So the Austrian, the Russian, and the Italian are working in concert to both clean up what is left of the Turk and also move units up to the center of the board. So Tyrolia with the Italian taking Trieste behind, convoying the army back to Apulia. Right now, they're just pushing pieces, honestly.
All right, let's push forward here. Fall of 1903. And here are the orders. And Siobhan will stay with you in the east. Looks straightforward.
Yeah, so just as I complain about nothing being in the Mediterranean, the Italian pulls those fleets back. Thank you very much, Daniel. I love it when people listen to my advice. It's going to take another year to get rid of Melinda because of just where her units are stuck and where the units they have chosen to put in various places, but is what it is. And elsewhere, they're shifting up the center of the board into Silesia now. I mean, I love this early in a game, seeing a line set up along the stalemate line. So kudos to you three.
All right, and in the west, Andrew.
Well, it looks like Russia has flipped his flop again and has moved Finland to Sweden. Sweden has gone to Norway in a self-bounce with Norwegian. None of that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
This has turned out very well for Matt. Even with the Italians approaching, he gets a build. It's very defensible. England is inexplicably losing 2 instead of 1. Yeah. Roll on the French solo alliance. He's allied with himself and he's making it work.
All right, winter 1903. I don't think we have any major decisions to be made here. Well, Subi looks like is going to be disappointed to have to put down an army, but that looks like it. Matt, what does Matt put down? Probably an army here, yeah? Marseille, you think, or Paris? Or no, fleet, because you have the Italian fleets coming in from the south. Yeah.
Case for just about any build you can name for France. I'd probably be building a fleet, but you could just as easily argue that an army is a good way to show to Italy that you don't want to have a fight. So lots of options.
Yeah, I mean, Army Paris or Fleet Marseille, or it's kind of a coin flip for me. Just depends on how negotiations are going.
Do we know much about Daniel as a player, the Italian?
No, just from what we saw in the first game. He was the Germany who bounced around to Warsaw, Romania, Moscow, St. Petersburg, back to Moscow.
Well, he's having a good game here, so
yeah.
If he's got a reputation as an alliance player, then Matt should be really worried. Let's see what happens.
All right. We do get a fleet in Naples and a fleet in Marseille. We do get the army from Subi in Kiel. And Hal drops Henry. Hal was the other game. Henry drops the fleet in Skagerrak. All right, let's keep on pushing ahead. I'm going to try to pick up the pace a little bit here. Spring of 1904 moves. Let's start in the west with Andrew.
In the west, there's some more outsmarting. Marseille goes to Spain because going to Gulf of Leon is definitely going to bounce, and then it doesn't bounce. So that's looking pretty good for Italy, who can now be in Leon, West, and North Africa, as well as Piedmont, with the only units defending Fleet Spain, Army Burgundy, and you assume now that one of the other French fleets is going to turn around. But that's getting a little bit tight. That's getting a little bit close for comfort if I'm France. It probably gets away with it, but it's on. Germany, that is the most passive set of orders you will ever see. Maybe it's correct, but also what David Hood was saying in the game earlier, if you sit and do nothing as a central power and other powers are moving ahead, in the end you're going to get got. Let's see how it plays out for Germany here.
And Siobhan in the east.
The only thing of meaning in the east really is the Italian just full force west. Elsewhere, it's the Austrian pulling the fleet down to Greece, so it's not a threat. Some supports and some holds in the middle of the board. A little bit of movement to get the army into Warsaw and Livonia. I think the most interesting thing is the shift of Khan to Bull, Smee to Khan, which is they have to do it. A lot of people are like, why would Ed sneak into Constantinople behind Liam? Because they can't get rid of Melinda's army without then shifting back. So I fully expect in the fall we'll see Khan to Black, Bull to Khan, just to pry the last of Melinda out next year.
But maybe also Ankh to Smyrna, right?
And yet they can't do that anymore because of Ankh to Smyrna.
Yeah.
Anything. So we'll see.
Good play by Melinda. Gotta love that.
This is why Turkey is so difficult to dig out, because of things like this.
Yeah, maybe Khan to Ankh here. But if that bounces, then Austria goes down one. All right, let's find out the answer. Oh, they get away with it. Oh, but
Bulgaria takes Romania, and then
wow, this is so Ed goes down one still.
Oh my god.
And Liam in Austria goes up one. Oops. This is the classic. Oops. Wow.
How in any world is that an oops?
Well, because if Khan didn't get into Ankara here, then Austria would go down one. I'm guessing that would be the argument.
Whoops.
That's a really thin thread to be tightroping across to make your argument. Anyway, so that's beautiful in the east. I'll just sort of clean it up. Livonia gets into Prussia again. It's all along that stalemate line. The alliance is going for it. But
Oh.
now that Liam has snuck into Romania, how long does this triad last?
All right, we will find out next turn, but we got to go over to the west because, boy, there are
is
delightful
madness. There is madness in the West.
Talk us through it, Andrew, if you would.
Let's start with the most sensible part about this, which is Piedmont supports Burgundy to Marseille.
Presumably trying to thwart a self bounce here. Didn't work.
But as you look at, did Burgundy go to Marseille? Burgundy has not gone to Marseille. Burgundy has gone to Belgium at the same point that England has convoyed Edinburgh to Holland.
Oh, no.
So apparently we've now decided to take Sabi to pieces. I don't know what reason that would be for, but it's certainly happening.
Y'all, I'm going to need a lot more martinis for this.
Meanwhile, Sweden has gone to Norway, and it's just walked in, because of course it has. So all of that is shenanigans. Apart from the key principle here of, can Germany hold the line, and therefore is France trying to get another build to hold their part of the line, which might be appropriate. The biggest thing here is that miss in Marseille. That's huge.
That's big.
And I have to say also, by the way, but for Clyde not going to Edinburgh, Matt could have had 3 builds here in 1904. Sorry, Andrew, you were going to add something.
The whole thing is madness. Clyde to Norwegian. I actually love Clyde to Norwegian as a move.
Yeah.
I think
it's
that's
great.
a good move. You really shouldn't be expecting Edinburgh to go to Holland. That's really good play again by England, throwing that spanner in the works. And let me take just a moment. And one of the reasons for this is all strategic. With that army in Holland, it can cut Kiel, which means the whole German position is now really at risk of collapse. Whereas without that, it's line ball, but Germany should hold. Now,
Germany's actually not going to have to pull another unit here. Lost Prussia, but is only down 1 dot, and so that disband is the loss. So,
but the disband is the least of it. Holland cutting Kiel is serious.
Huge.
Yeah.
Everything is cut now.
Suddenly, Henry is one of the most important people on the board, and
yes.
I'm not saying you ever weren't important, Henry. We don't know you very well, but like, this is stunning. And to think that, as Chris Kelly says in the comments, to think a couple of years ago we thought this was a Western triple.
The other part about this, and I know I'm taking time. Sorry, Brandon. Piedmont to Marseille. That's it. That's the whole shebang right there. If you're in Marseille already, France is only getting 1 build. That means you're guaranteeing Spain. That means you've got a free shot at Gascony or Burgundy.
And again, like we said earlier, I think this is a case of overthinking yourself, where you're trying to do the unwanted support instead of just doing the thing that you should be doing.
Yeah, there's a case for that.
And let's give credit. I mean, this is an expert play on Matt Sundstrom's part to leave Marseille open.
Yes.
You know, that is a thing that many players are not willing to risk, and Matt did it, and at least pays the dividend now of being able to get another unit on down there. Now, the question of whether taking Belgium is wise or not is a separate one, but you know, getting away with the risk of leaving Marseille open is an expert play.
I'm always loath to compliment Matt Sundstrom, so don't make me.
It pains me. It pains me so deeply. The majority of bones in my body ache at doing that.
Let's see how he defends now, because it's not over. But if Piedmont had gone to Marseille, it was over.
I am team Matt waving 2 builds.
Well, Marseille has to be an army here because it's, because he's going to lose it in the spring. The trick is whether he can recover it in the fall. So we got an army in Marseille, fleet in Brest, rather. Liam puts down the bonus army in Vienna that suddenly can do a lot of things. And Ed does the obvious thing, which is to drop Warsaw, but that also opens up the option for that army in Galicia to do other things. So this is a delightful setup for 1905, and we're going to leave it. We're going to have to pick up the pace because we have luxuriated maybe a bit too much in these first two games. But I want to get through 1904 in Game F, and then I'm going to show people live standings based on what they've seen so far. So that means we're going to bring back to the stream Mr. David Hood. David, welcome back.
Glad to be here. That's some zany moves in that last game.
Good stuff. All right, Andrew, we're going to give you a break here, and we'll see you in a bit. All right. Let us head on over to our last new game of the evening. I'm surprised it's taken us this long to get here, but it has. And this is Rogers Park, which is the neighborhood just to the north of me, section of the city. In Austria, we find Zach Moore, Weasel Moot champion from 2 years ago in Minneapolis. In England, we have two-timing, tornado, tombstone, too soon, Tommy Anderson. Did I leave any out? I don't remember.
Two-way.
Two-way.
We'll come up with another nickname tonight. It'll happen.
Out of Massachusetts. In France, we've got Jamal Blackerley coming to us from Canberra, Australia, finally playing in the middle of the day for him. In Germany, we've got former Weasel Moot champion John Gramila playing out of Chicago. He is a Weasel through and through. In Italy, we've got Timothy Crosby, long-distance Weasel in Interlaken, Florida. Russia, we've got Russ Dennis coming in with in second place in this tournament out of Detroit. In Turkey, we've got J.J. Raymond out of Santa Monica making his debut on the day. Real quick, thoughts on this lineup, David Hood?
I wonder how much Russ is going to be able to talk them out of attacking him as one of the leaders. We talked about this at the top of the round 2 games, and I think in this one in particular, you've got a number of players who are not in a position. Are they going to be tempted to go after Russ or not? I think that's going to be an interesting question. There's some good players on this board for sure.
And, Russ is an established top player, right? Very high profile last year. So, there's sort of like lots of possible reasons to put a target on him. Siobhan, what jumps out at you on this board?
This board is absolutely stacked. I am familiar with all of these names. Some of them are newer to me than others, but it's good to see John Gramila again, one of the nicest people in the hobby. Love to see him playing. Gotta throw in for my West Coast J.J. Raymond, though. So let's see.
All right, let's dive into it. Here is the map. I believe I need to switch you guys. You need to be in these positions for West and East. And let's just dive right into it. And let's start in the East with you, David. What do you see?
JJ having fun already, moving to Gascony. This is what Andrew was talking about earlier with the Turkish openings, that Andrew does not like going to con because it stuffs you. So one way to avoid that is to have Smyrna hold, which is basically what this is. Otherwise, do we see anything interesting? Sure we do. We see the Italians trying to do the 2-unit move into Tyrolia, Venice, and stopped by the Germans. Ooh. Now, is that an arranged bounce of some kind? It's a possibility, but it's certainly interesting. We don't see it very often.
I like it. Siobhan, over to the West.
Elsewhere in the West, we see the French going immediately for Spain and for MAO. That leaves them a lot of flexibility in Iberia if they want it. They're also setting themselves up to have a say in Belgium. I don't know that I love that play, but we'll see what they do with it. England is, no offense, this is not to shade you, Tommy, very boring. And John Gramila, that bounce in Tyrolia is genius.
I will say one quick thing before we move on. That French opening, when I joined the hobby, was by far the most popular one.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
You just go ahead and put pressure on all 3 potential centers and go for it.
Interesting. All right. Here we've got fall of 1901, and here are the orders. And let's stay in the West with you, Siobhan.
And the French do what I would have done in this position if I was guaranteed to get Belgium, which he was. And you take Belgium and you forgo one of the Iberian centers. You don't take all 3 right now. Spain will always be there. No one's threatening it. It's not a big deal. Tommy convoys over to Norway and goes to Barents, really wanting to hit Russ Dennis, who is a tournament leader at this point. But John Gramila, not so concerned about the tournament leader. Doesn't bounce in Sweden. Yep, everyone in Follow 1 mentioned they wanted to hit Russ. Well, Tommy,
Nice.
You hit Russ, or Springo 1. You hit Russ. And John, second time's the charm. You got into Tyrolia. Love it for you.
That's the second, of the 3 games tonight. This is the second one that we've seen France end up like this.
I love this, honestly. It's so
Awesome.
good. Spain will always be there. If you have a pocket build, get the one that's furthest away, which for France is Portugal. Leave Spain for later. You can always pick it up.
All right, and over to the east. What do we got?
The Turks jumping into Armenia is obviously interesting, in addition to the Black Sea. The Italian moves are interesting because if there's this whole let's jump on Russ Dennis train, the Italians ought to be the ones to slow that down. Not from a it's Russ Dennis, let's hit him point of view, but I actually don't want Russia to get killed point of view if you're the Italians. That may be what he's doing here. He goes to Trieste, but he doesn't do the little Aegean thing. He goes to Tunis with his fleet. That is not an AI, let's go kill Turkey move. That is some other kind of move. Or at least it's not a traditional one. So we'll see what that means. I wonder if there's some kind of Western triple thought going on in the West. Maybe.
A funky one, funky looking
I
one.
It would be
surprised,
funky except for the
yeah.
fact that you're already in Tyrolia.
You're
Yeah.
already in Tyrolia, and France looks very unassuming, but can drop down into the Med anytime, especially with 2 builds.
Yep.
Well, the builds will, as Andrew said last time, tell us a story, and we'll focus on the French builds at the moment, and the answer is 2 fleets, which definitely says Western Triple.
There it is.
We
And
do
Army
get 2.
Eddie.
We get Army Eddie, which like last time said Western Triple, and we also get 2 armies now from John Gramila. So John did not bounce Sweden. So that was the non-Western Triple part of this, and also building 2 armies here is potentially against that as well. We get JJ putting down an army in Con. You don't see that every day, but that means JJ's feeling pretty good about not seeing an attack on the southern flank. Timothy puts down 2 fleets with the 2 builds that he got. So, which is interesting, especially given that there's this Italian army in Tyrolia. All right, let's push ahead here. Spring of 1902, and David, let's start with you in the east.
Austrians taking out Bulgaria is interesting, and obviously they're no longer in the attack Russ Dennis train. That's probably because Zach realizes this is Western Triple. I mean, the 2 army builds from Germany actually was screaming Western Triple to me, because why would you put armies in Berlin and Munich like that unless you were going to go to Prussia and Silesia, and you would just count on English help later to take Sweden. So this is a Western Triple, and I think the Italians have sniffed it out. And I think that the Austrians sniffed it out. And a way to deal with the Western Triple if you're the East is to kill Turkey as quickly as possible, use their builds to fight the Western Triple. And I think that's what we're fixing to see.
Well, I love that, David, but as I've been staring at the West, I don't know what part of Western Triple involves France going to the Irish Sea.
Oh, wait, I missed that. You're right. You're totally right. Germany thought there was a Western Triple for sure.
Oh, Germany thought there was a Western Triple. I think France tried to sell that it was a Western Triple to everyone else in the West. And I just, Tommy failed convoy Tommy Anderson.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't. I know it doesn't do the alliteration thing we've been going on. We can improve upon this, but
That's good. Tommy Kant Anderson. There you go.
Tommy Kant Anderson. There we go.
But we're being told this was purposeful because of France being sketchy.
It turns out to be the right move. So if it was intentional, well done, Tommy. But France is picking up that pocket build in Spain. Gonna have some Italian issues pretty soon. but
Okay, maybe this is not a Western triple, but it certainly is not a France goes whole hog against the English either.
Right. It
I mean,
doesn't
you're
go to the
leaving
doesn't go to the
Belgium. You're
China.
leaving Belgium. You
I
know,
don't
you're
really know
going to
what
the.
any of them are doing. Like, it kind of sounds like France and Germany were like, let's just separate, with Germany believing the Western triple and France just being like, great, we don't have to worry about the lowlands. But now you just got Tommy sitting in North Sea.
If it's a French attack on England, why are you not going to the English Channel?
Yeah,
I know
that's
maybe
what
the
I'm-
Italians are coming. Maybe that's the theory, but still,
Yeah, this feels ill-advised on Jamal's part, but
like a pinprick or something.
yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
you know who's probably pretty happy about that is Russ Dennis, who, you know, while losing St. Petersburg, is not also going to lose Sweden, which is what would have happened.
Russ
Probably
is
John
thrilled by this, yeah.
And John Garbilo is probably like, damn it. All right, let's move forward and see how it works out. What this is not a German setup you see every day in fall of 1902. All right, and here are the orders for fall of 1902. Siobhan, wow, I just looked right at the west. Please describe it for me.
Okay, I don't like to give in to Chris Kelly's requests so quickly in the comments, but I stir my martinis, I don't shake them. This is shaking everything up, and that bruises the gin, and I hate it. What are you doing, Jamal? Like, I just don't understand. Like, what? I'm sorry, let me compose myself. What did Tommy say to you that offended you, or I just don't understand any of this. I'm sorry.
Oh man. So all right. So Jamal convoys up to Wales, pulls back to Spain. So Jamal is getting a build, but is throwing a lot of firepower over at Tommy.
The Italian gets into Piedmont, Leon is in West, and Jamal is pulling everything up north, and it just baffles me.
And meanwhile, Tommy isn't getting a build because he left St. Petersburg. I presume this was arranged with Russ because Barents Sea could have either self-bounced to Norway or just gone to Norway on its own.
I presume it was arranged with Russ at this point to be like, okay, my bad, I have bigger problems, let me go back.
All right, David, talk us through the East.
Yeah, Germany sort of kept going with the eastern push. I mean, it's not as if the attack on Warsaw was going to work. Now, the consequence of all that is that the Turks actually take Sevastopol because Ukraine is doing something else, and so the Russians take Romania, and so it's an interesting set of moves. It's all a reflection of the weirdness in the West. Now, Jamal must have been hoodwinked, I assume, because otherwise, I mean by Tim Crosby, because otherwise this really, I mean, fine, that's why he went to Mid-Atlantic instead of English Channel to make that convoy, but the Italians are coming. They were not positioned to do anything else.
The Italians didn't even support themselves into Lyon, which I didn't even notice before Kevin O'Kelly pointed it out.
Very,
and
very
they could
strange.
have.
That just looks like an oversight to me. Boy. All right.
This is fascinating.
I need to know if any of you, like, don't give us spoilers for the rest of the game, but tell us what was happening there, please, because my brain cannot comprehend.
What a fascinating turn for Russ Dennis, I have to say. So he manages to stay even against the odds. The position is weird. Can retake Sev, probably can't hold on to Romania at the same time. But, it looked dire for him for a moment, and now it doesn't look quite so dire. Not necessarily a growth path, but, looks like he'll be in it for a while now.
Yeah, and to me, the question is, what does Zach do in this situation? Again, I talked earlier in the night about what front do you have to operate on? And right now, his front is Bohemia versus the Germans. That can't be a front by itself. Mm. So the question is, does he hit the Italians, which may be what Jamal is counting on? Or does he plow into Russ? or try to do something with the Turks, but that's going to be hard to do at this point. I'm talking against the Turks. That's going to be hard to do.
Yeah,
Do something
against
with
the
the Turks for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Turks against Russia would work quite well. All right, here are the builds. We get a fleet for J.J. Raymond, an army in Vienna for Zach. We get a fleet now with the rebuild from John Gramila. So clearly wanting to go take Sweden and see if he can negotiate off of his negotiate some security in the center of the board. And we do get an army in Marseille from Jamal Blackerly. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1903. Let's go over to the east. I see more black arrows on that side of the board. David, tell us about it.
Russians do indeed take Sevastopol. And the Italians, of course, reorient their fleet. So I guess AI are still together. Austria tries to support to Munich, the Italians to Munich. Moving down to Serbia makes sense if you're worried about helping to defend Bulgaria and allow your, that makes sense because otherwise the Turks could. So the short answer is Austria has decided to stick with his original alliance partners of Russia and Italy. That's the answer.
Yeah, at least this turn. Boy, Munich was vulnerable here. If they had reversed the mover, they would have gotten in.
And they probably should have, so that Vienna could actually move out and do something.
Yeah. All right. Not much happens in the west. What's worth talking about, Siobhan?
A little bit of shifting of the Italian fleets, like David said. On the English peninsula, it's nothing gets into Liverpool, a bounce in London. The only adjustment I'd make, Tommy, is Barents should have gone to Norwegian. If you really trust Russ at this point and you're really backing off each other, at least get into a better position for yourself.
All right, fall of 1903. Here are the orders. Wow, this game is stagnating quite quickly. There's some stuff, but a lot of red arrows as well. Let's start off in the west with Siobhan. Tell us what you see.
Okay, well, Barents still doesn't go to Norwegian. Norway tries to convoy somewhere else and gets bounced yet again. Russ loses Sweden for all the effort. And the Italian takes Spain. I mean, other than that, it's just a ton of red arrows.
Oh, and you said Liverpool, yeah?
Oh, I meant to say Liverpool if I didn't.
Got it. And David, really nothing happens in the east. And the net result is that Russ Dennis picks up Sevastopol.
That's correct, and this is because Zach has made this choice, and I'm struggling a little bit with Zach's choice here. And why not just throw in with the Germans and kill Russ? Where is Zach going to accomplish now? Unless Zach's plan is to attack the Italians or something, but you're going to do that with a Turkey that I understand they're going down to 3, but they're not dead yet. So you're going to leave them behind you? I don't know. I'm struggling with trying to figure out the theory behind that because there's no reason. I mean, Zach shouldn't care that Germany's going to make some progress against the Russians, I don't think.
It's worth noting here that there are some holds here. So, if Tyrolia had supported Bohemia it would have worked this time. Probably shouldn't have, but there were. I assume that these were all mistakes because it doesn't make sense for all of those.
Which indicates to me that it was a really frantic negotiating term, and that possibly not everyone got to all of their orders.
That's a good point. John just may have not gotten his stuff.
Well, I mean, Timothy absolutely should have supported Bohemia and Munich if they're working together.
Yeah.
John clearly didn't get some stuff in.
All right, on to builds here. Interesting moment for builds. Russ picked up Sevastopol, lost Sweden. So Russ is even here, but with the disband, which was by choice, we should add, gets to rebuild in St. Petersburg, whereas Timothy and John are both growing. JJ has to pick a poison here. The answers are JJ drops Armenia. Timothy Crosby in Italy puts down Army Venice. John puts down an army in Kiel, which is a somewhat tantalizing place to put that, I have to say. We have Tommy Anderson dropping Barents and Russ converting that fleet in Sweden to a northern fleet, which is
I would say Tommy in the comments says that was a spiteful North Coast fleet build.
it's a delightful North
Oh, I
Coast
love
fleet build,
it.
I have to say. It because it opens up strategic possibilities, strategic realignment possibilities with John here.
That Army Venice is pretty fascinating.
Mm.
Because
Yeah, what do you make of it?
You've got a hole that you could have filled with another fleet if you're really going to keep fighting France. I wonder if that failure to support Bohemia to Munich was on purpose.
Mm. And now he's going to move on Austria.
I think
it
seems
like that would be a pretty weak attack, or until you realize that maybe he thinks he's stuck in his attack against the French. But he's got a defensive problem against the French. He's got a hole
in Western Mediterranean or something.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward. We're going to go through 1904, and then we're going to look at the standings as far as they exist in after 1904. And let's go. Wow, lots of black arrows. Felt like a lot of stagnation, and then all of a sudden, everything happens. Let's David, tell me about those Western units. What do you see?
The Western units or the Eastern units? Hold on, let me look.
I'm sorry, Siobhan, tell us about the Western units.
There's so much happening in the West. We see Jamal convoying back to Gascony to set up defenses best as he can. Italy's taking Marseille. There wasn't much to be done about it at this point. I think the most interesting move to me from Italy is North Africa to Tunis.
Yeah, what's up with that? Maybe a move on Zach.
Yeah. And I won't spend too much time on that before I get too close to David's territory. Tommy and Jamal have obviously worked something out here. They're both convoying their armies off the island in other directions. And Germany is just going full east, and I'll give it to David.
And that could not be more right. And he's been doing that, and he's doing it some more.
Yeah.
And the Italians, I mean, I really do think something was goofy going on then. They were either expecting Zach to hit them or something, which is why he vacates Trieste. As you can see, the Turks have thrown in with Rus and taken Bulgaria, killing that Austrian army. It's always horrible when you lose your army that you really need in the spring turn. Same thing happened to Blakarli over in the west, because he did that convoy to Gascony, which sounds cool until you realize you can't retreat Marseille anywhere.
Right.
As opposed to doing something like Marseille to Spain with support of the 2 units would have been fun.
Wouldn't North Africa have been great in retrospect?
Yeah, or even Western Med. I mean, I agree that it looks almost like there was some kind of, at least Tim thought there was some kind of deal in the works or something, which is why you'd go to Tunis in that situation. And again, unless he thought the Austrians were coming. And maybe he thought the Austrians were coming. I don't know. I think Zach should have attacked one or the other.
Yeah.
Now I think Zach's going to be the odd man.
I will say that despite all of that chaos, the most fascinating order on that board last turn was St. Petersburg North Coast Hold.
Holds, yeah.
That's a good point.
Okay.
I like Munich to
It's not a bad
Tyrolia.
order, just fascinating.
Yeah, I like Munich to Tyrolia as slightly WTF orders go.
It's
all right.
Milo. What do you expect?
Yeah, it is. All right, so here's fall of 1904, and God, I feel like with this game we're almost at the point where like one person could do the whole board. Yeah, in fact, I'm just going to call it out, and you guys, I'll ask you guys to comment on it. We have France getting Spain, which was inevitable given Italy's pullback. We have Zach taking Trieste here, thanks to some help from John Gramila, who moved on Italy. We have John convoying into Livonia and advancing armies. So John has no chance of picking up any dots and is sending all of his units eastward. Meanwhile, Tommy Teutonic, two-timing, not too soon, Anderson, dots, stabs. This is a full-fledged stab, takes 2 dots off of John Gramila and changes the game completely with that stab. Elsewhere, JJ manages to hold on to Bulgaria, takes a swipe at Greece, but doesn't get it. And John, I'm sorry, retreats to Vienna, to an open Vienna. Didn't want to let that one go. All right. Here's the net result of all of those machinations. What do you make of that turn? Siobhan, start with you.
I heard you all call it out. I saw it, but Tommy Two-Time and Anderson was all that stood out to me there. Wow. I mean, it's an opportunity. I see why you took it, but I am very concerned for you and for others on the board what the long-term ramifications of this will be.
David, you like it or dislike it?
Well, I don't like Gramila's moves at all. And it's fine. He thought there was a Western triple in the beginning of the game. Fine. He was wrong about that. You can continue to go east under under one scenario, and that scenario is England and France continue to smash each other's heads in. When there's any whiff of an EF rapprochement, the Germans have to come back. This is exactly why you can't go east as the Germans. There is no Eastern strategy for the Germans unless EF is in total war, or unless it's Western triple that's handled correctly. So John's strategic choice here was very, very risky and has essentially broken this game open for the EF, assuming there is an EF. Now, it looks like there's at least potential deal between the French and the Italians that's going to allow something else to happen. But Tommy to-build Anderson
There we go.
is going to prevent that from being – I mean, France can't go back and attack him now, I don't think.
Is Tommy going to build an army in Edinburgh? That's what I want to know. Or is it going to be two fleets and try to do a Leviathan?
I think it'll be it'll at least be Fleet Edinburgh because he thinks he's friends with France, and he might be. So I think he'll build Fleet Edinburgh. He could build Army London as a convoy army.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too threatening. All right, let's see what the answer is, and it is Army Edinburgh. Tommy to build Anderson.
Tommy. I mean, I just gotta say at this moment, like, if I am anyone on this board who is looking at this situation and salivating the most, it's Russ Dennis.
Yeah.
Like, the way this has changed the board, like, the position doesn't look great.
But it's a lifeline. It's a lifeline, and you were pinned on the mat, and now you have some life. You've got Austria, who now really can't stab you. You've got Turkey, who's built a fleet now. So Turkey
You've got some air back in your lungs, and you're ready to give a little bit more. And you
only
have St. Pete, North Coast, just waiting.
I know. And your only problem, right, is that Tommy is growing, except that Tommy is now picking a fight with France. So it's so good.
At least potentially. I mean, we'll see. I'm beyond predicting Tommy.
All right. I am going to bring back to this stream Mr. Andrew Goff. Andrew, welcome back. I am going to show us the standings as they exist after 1904 in all 3 games. And here are those standings. And I'm going to let you guys discuss these while I take off for the moment.
I mean, yeah, 100%. And I'll take the first stab at this, and maybe it's just because it's the most recent game I saw, but Russ has a solid chance to make, if not a top board result, a really solid result. And I see that Sevilla's ahead, but I don't remember their position being quite as good.
It's not as good. I think Sevilla's got a German position that's a little bit under siege. I mean, there's some chance that they could pull that out and be fine. I think it's too early to know whether Russ is going to be able to capitalize on what just happened in that game. There's still a lot of play, several different powers that are big enough to move around. Russ, though, if you were asking for me to, as a betting man, so to speak, I'd bet my money on Russ in that situation because he seems to diplomatically have things going his way. He's got Turkey now as JJ as an ally. But, it's also too early to know exactly what's going to happen on any of these boards.
Very fair. Andrew?
I've got no idea at all.
I mean, it's still anyone's tournament in a lot of ways, and there's some strong players still in that top. I mean, even if we take the top 3 there, Sabi, Russ, and Christian, like, there's so much play left to be had, and their point spread is...
Let me swap that on its head, Siobhan. that the top three are in an obvious death match between each other, even if they don't know it. Sabi desperately trying to hang on, Ross trying to make the most of his position as Sabi falls back to the pack, Christian sort of doing the same thing. Morgante could still win just by virtue of the fact that the other three get negative scores somehow. Anything is possible. But a little lower than that, Jamal and Tommy, if they get rolling and one of them gets that one center board top, I think if Jamal got 150 or Tommy got 150 points, then they'd be right in the hunt as well. So it looks like everyone, I think Farron is now in trouble, but everyone down as far as 8th there for Tommy would still be very much in the hunt if things broke their way. So if you're a betting man and you like short odds favourites, you're looking at Russ and Sabi. But if you want long shot chances, this is actually a pretty good one to go, you know what, I'll put a lazy tenner on Tommy and see what he can do. Because he's the kind of player who could top the board and do it big from this position.
I did put a lazy tenner on Tommy at the beginning of this broadcast, so I do hope that he makes it.
Well,
let's talk for a minute about tournament win experience. Sabi, not yet. Russ, not yet. Christian, not yet. Liam, not yet. So in terms of the people who are in contention, the ones who have won tournaments in their diplomacy career, that would be Jamal, who won PoppyCon this year, and maybe some other tournaments, but certainly I know he won one this year. Katie, who won one back in May. Tommy, who won one back in June of 2020. So any of these other people who get their tournament victory out of Weasel Moot will be their first, I think, unless I'm misunderstanding their histories, the first tournament win for any of them. That is exciting.
Maybe Farron had a tournament win. I don't have all the details.
No, Farron did have a tournament win, but I think Farron is out of this one, given her position on the board.
Yeah, I'm seeing her comments that Farron is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think that's right. I was not. She absolutely won a tournament. I watched it and I think commentated on it.
I think I did too.
But no, I didn't. I honestly did not consider her still in contention. I guess I could be surprised.
It's no spoilers, please, from the chat, but also Farron is in what we in Australia would call mathematical possibility of winning the tournament.
Yeah, don't tell us, but
it's possible, but
text me on the side so that I know that and can sound smart on the broadcast.
All right, so have you guys reached consensus about who's going to win this tournament from here?
Definitely not.
The audience wins this tournament because the games have been fun to watch.
I did hear. Oh, sorry, Andrew.
Diplomacy is the winner.
Nice. I did hear what I believe is Tommy's new nickname coming out of this broadcast, and that is Tommy Lazy Tenor Anderson.
Lazy Tenor.
All right.
I agree.
Let's dive back into. We're going to go with game E, which I believe means that Siobhan gets to take a break. So we'll see you in a little bit, Siobhan. Enjoy the break. And let's jump right back into it. You guys are going to have to remind me who was on East and West. I have no idea. Probably should have written that down.
I believe I was on the West, but of course, I don't care if we switch it up. So
yeah, I think we're almost at the point, too, where we'll do whole turns. So let's see if we can keep up the pace here. And here is Spring 1905. Quick recap. This was the West Ketchum Waves and Builds an Army board. So we had an AI seeming to work pretty well together, and Katie Gray in the north with Ben Kelman seemingly forming an FG if memory serves. Is that right?
It's kind of a late breaking sea line, and I think they just took the North Sea in 1904.
Yep. No, I think that was one of the other games. Here we've got Katie.
Convoyed to Norway, yeah.
Yeah, and Wes convoyed over to Smyrna. Right. So our question here was whether Wes and Christopher Ward, whether AI violence would break out or not.
Let's find out.
Indeed. Here's spring of 1905. David, start in the West. We'll give Andrew a second to look through all of those arrows in the east. What do you see in the west?
Howe takes the North Sea back, which is an interesting way to play that. Probably kind of cool, because the way the Germans retreated, which they kind of had to, because otherwise Holland would have been vulnerable, means that Howe can keep Edinburgh at least one more year because there's only one enemy unit next to it. In addition, he may try to take Denmark or something, try to live outside the English Isles. Otherwise, Germany continues pushing east, which is what Germany wants to do, and Ben continues to do very little, which is apparently what Ben wants to do.
Right. All right. Over to the east with Andrew.
I want to say everything makes sense here, but there's one move that really doesn't, and that's Ionian to the Adriatic. Don't know what that's about. Every other move is just Austria and Italy pushing the pieces to finally close this out. But Ionian to Adriatic, that's like, is it a misorder? Is it the worst stab in the history of the world? I don't.
Yeah, because it can really only help protect or attack Trieste, and that is an inward facing dot in terms of the alliance.
I guess perhaps the thinking is it could defend Venice if Munich went to Tyrolia, but there's got to be a better way to do that.
I think those are all explanations that he's giving to Wardy. And what he's really doing is setting up an attack because Turkey's now going to be dead. And so it is immediately time to figure out what you do next. And I think he has decided that he's going to hit Wardy next. And I think that any of those possible explanations are things he's telling Wardy right now on why he went to Adriatic. What he's really doing is getting ready to take Greece away from Wardy.
All right.
Well,
and
let's find out.
And maybe convoying over to Albania. No, I guess you would support yourself into Trieste. All right, here is the, and then question is what happens with Ankara. I think Farron is likely not long for this game. Answer here is that I actually was more curious about whether Christian would hold on to Ankara, and that clearly has not happened. Why don't let's move to one person calling out the whole board. I think we can do that here.
Sure. Well, starting in the east,
yeah.
Syria goes to Armenia. Smyrna goes to Ankara. It looks like Austria and Italy all the way, and Russia is getting cut out of this alliance. And Adriatic goes back to the Ionian. So maybe it was just a mistake.
Maybe
it was just one of those weird, I meant to click on Tunis and instead I clicked on Adriatic. Yeah, maybe.
It's a tremendous error, though, in terms of positioning and tempo.
The move doesn't make any sense. The move back does make sense. It must have just been a mistake, or maybe feeling out the waters to give yourself options.
Or he changed his mind.
Yeah.
Maybe he did, exactly.
Too.
Weird move, Marseille did not bounce Piedmont. So maybe it was also a misdirection, in which case I tip my hat if I was wearing one. Piedmont and Gulf of Leon, France and Italy beginning to engage, with Italy having the upper hand, at least defensively. Otherwise, the West is, I got to say it, pretty boring. Arranged bounce in Belgium. As promised, England covers Edinburgh. Nothing much else to see here. Pretty good turn for Germany overall, I think. They get another build, and they're in a decent position here.
And so here is how things stand after 1905, prior to the builds. We do have Germany and Austria both tied with 8 at the top. We also have Ben and West tied just behind them at 7. Christian is the only one on here who didn't need a big score. He came in here with the board top. His tournament chances are likely fading at this point. So, with the others, I think Katie Gray came in, and let's see, Katie Gray came in here in 11th place, and Farron is out of it here too. So, Katie Gray might be looking, thinking if she can get some kind of big score out of this. Okay, so winter 1905, the builds, we get that fleet in Marseille, which is likely why he opened up Marseille for the build. We get an army from West Ketchum in Venice here, which I suppose makes sense. We get an army from Christopher Ward, which can do a lot of mischief. And Katie Gray puts down army in Berlin, which suggests an Eastern focus at this point. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1906. David, why don't you talk us through this whole turn?
Rearrangement in the Turkish area just to move units in different places. I'm not sure I understand the point of all that. Why not just put the fleet, one of the fleets in Black Sea, or put the Italian fleet in Black Sea? I don't know.
Yeah.
The move to Tyrolia makes sense. Otherwise, it's largely locked up as between the Italians and the French, right? Now the Italians could have taken Western Med if they really wanted to, but that is not the choice they made. They still can. I guess that was the theory. Is they could still do it in the fall turn. The English are convoying the Germans to Yorkshire. Maybe as a last-ditch effort to do something, because now Katie has a decision to make, of course, because Katie's target, which was Russia, is sort of already dying. So what do you do next, Katie? Do you defend against an AI alliance? I don't know. The Austrians certainly did move against Katie, did they?
Yeah, it looks like Katie wants to attack France, but has a big retreat problem in Finland, which you can see here. Norway and Sweden are both open, and St. Petersburg still needs to be defended. All right, Andrew,
with the Turkish moves, I think all of that serves two purposes. One of it is it gets Ankara onto Sevastopol, so that you can take Sevastopol with an Austrian army and keep your two theatres separate. The other one is I think it gives Italy a chance to blow up the Austrian fleet, which just locks in the alliance forever. And that all makes me think we're kind of heading towards a draw a bit.
I mean, that's all fine, but why are your Austrian armies going east like that instead of one of them going to Bohemia?
Trying to split up the France-Germany alliance. That's all I got.
I mean, that's just not a bad answer, actually.
All right, let's see what happens here. And all right, so you talked about it, and my eye was immediately drawn to this. If the goal was to disband that, didn't happen. Maybe the fact that the attack came from Smyrna and Ankara was held made Christopher decide to hold on.
Maybe, but also Tyrolia to Vienna.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit nervy.
Fascinating. So, all right, Andrew, why don't you walk us around the board here?
So we sort of touched on the Austria-Italy thing. It would be very interesting to see what the builds are there. Good play to take Western Med as well. So quality risk taken. That was a good move. And I really, really love Katie's play here. That often when you get one of those horrible retreats like Finland, your first reaction is to move absolutely everything to try and cover that. Instead, completely ignores it. Uses St. Petersburg to support Livonia to Moscow. That's how to do it. That's a really quality move. Skagerrak could cover Norway or Sweden. No, I'm just going to move to the North Sea. That's great diplomacy. It looks like whether it was because Austria moved to the east and convinced Katie or not, we will never know. But looks like Katie is trying to take out France, and good for her, because if it works, she's a real shot at winning the tournament.
Yeah, it's an impressive turn here by Katie. Katie goes up 3, down 2, so is getting a build here, but the position is just delightful. English Channel north with an army in Liverpool.
The position is great if Austria doesn't attack.
Right.
I think there's an AI war. Is there not? I mean, what other explanation? I guess maybe that's not the only explanation.
It's a good explanation, though. It's certainly a chance.
Well, the 3 powers at the top of the center chart all get a build here, and that finds a fleet in Kiel, which Austria would certainly be happy to see. Austria has no choice but to build an army, whereas Wes, perhaps surprisingly, builds a fleet here. I suppose there's a soft underbelly here for him to go after down there, but he could have made a good argument for an army, I think, in Venice, if nothing else, to hold on to Trieste. All right, so let's keep on moving forward here. And spring of 1907, David, we'll start with you. Take us around the whole board.
Apparently not an AI war, because the Italian fleet just went west. And sometimes people change their minds. So we don't know exactly what the thinking was there, but a three-way Austrian bounce in Moscow means something. And it does not mean, let's go kill the Germans as fast as we can. It doesn't mean that, does it? So in the West, Katie is, let's see, moving. All right, Holland makes a lot of sense. Moving from St. Pete to Norway makes a lot of sense. You just want to follow that little guy around, make sure that they don't take something. How did they not take London? Oh, because the French did I see. The French did what they did. Okay. I was wondering why the North Sea supported Kiel to Holland. I see now.
Yeah, that's a bit of an inefficient use of the unit.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have done that. North Sea was certainly going to get hit, I think. So you wouldn't use that as a supporting unit. You just maybe move that to London with support of the English Channel or something like that.
I hate to say it, but I think the fix is in. I think this is an 11-11-11. Very near to that. Germany, Austria, Italy.
With the Russian army being the extra one.
Maybe it's 12-11-11, but it's something like that, and we'll see.
I don't see the point of that. I see the point of that in a round one of a 2-round tournament, maybe, although I'm not a big fan of it. I don't see much point of doing that in a round 2 of it.
So my first ever tournament win, I did it in round 3.
Well, but maybe not under the scoring system, though, because if you have a 3-way tie, that doesn't do much for you at all.
Maybe if Germany gets 12 and the other 2 get 11, Germany might win.
Well, that's certainly true.
All right, let's call it out here. Andrew, take us around the board here.
There's a whole lot of nothing between Austria, Italy, and Germany, which kind of supports what I was saying. Germany gets it right and picks up Edinburgh. Italy's in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So, I mean, I'm 3-way draw. It's the fix is in. Maybe England gets the one centre if anyone does. There's not a lot more to run into this. I think France is obviously pretty annoyed with Germany just letting Italy into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So, I mean, you've got to try something. I get it, but that's the sign of a desperate time.
All right, so after fall of 1907, this is how things stand. We've got 10-9-8. What is, in fact, the central triple, no longer very central, is definitely appearing to be running this board. The net effect is +1 for Wes and +1 for Katie. They both get armies, and Ben Kalman pulls Army Spain off the board, which leaves Wes with a pretty clear path. So yeah, Ben is definitely saying "F you, Katie," and take whatever you want, Wes. So I understand why how a 3-way alliance at this point is sort of mutually beneficial, certainly for Wes and Katie here. Chris is now in a position where he needs to idle, and they may be thinking like, we've got a chance to win. Let's take this until the end, and maybe one of us then stabs the other or something like that for the tournament win. Or if we can't win, then maybe we just take a share at top. If it happens, if the 11-11-11-1 happens, that'll be fascinating. Very interested to see that.
It would be fascinating, and that might be what they're telling each other. But
Right.
man, I don't know that Wes Ketchum, for example, is going to be able to resist doing something better than that.
It looks pretty tempting, doesn't it?
Katie or Wes, either one. Chris doesn't really have a path at this point.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, me either.
Romania to Bulgaria sort of opens up some of the Turkish position. You could steal Moscow. There's counterplay there if he really goes looking for it.
I guess we'll see.
All right.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either. But, well.
But it happened. Of course it did. What do I know about that?
All right. Let's see. Andrew, why don't you talk us through spring of 1908? I'll be right back.
So Romania goes to Bulgaria, Galicia goes to Budapest, and Austria takes Moscow. All of this could be by agreement.
I think it probably is, actually, because Black Sea and Armenia aren't doing anything.
True. I think it opens up play for Austria if he wants to make it. But I'm still looking at this and thinking the fix is in. The only really interesting move is Mid-Atlantic to Irish, which I suspect is just a way to get into the English Channel next tournament. But it's looking very much like they're heading towards the freeway still.
And even the Mediterranean to Ionian could just be to set up a bounce in Greece or something.
Yeah, there's what you were saying. There's tension here and there's possibilities here. So it's by no means a sure thing. But I think the story that they're telling to each other is certainly, we're going to split this three ways.
Yeah. All right, fall of 1908. And David, this one's on you.
So back out of the Irish Sea just to make sure that, I guess, the French didn't slip into the Mao, since the Mao is going to Portugal. Otherwise, Sav convoying to Ankara and leaving Moscow has got to mean something. But the Italians didn't do anything with the Ionian. This is all still some kind of arranged something, I think, isn't it? Because the Italians are taking so many centers, they got to give some to the Austrians to keep things copacetic. I don't see any argument against your theory, Andrew, that they're still at least telling themselves 11, 11, 11, 1. Does anybody else see an argument against it?
Germany not taking London? Flimsy argument, though.
I mean, they can take it anytime they want, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the moving up there is just to kill the Russians. It's not going to kill the Russians. Those are actually weird fleet moves, honestly.
No, that'll kill the Russians. You take Norway and North Sea to Denmark, and then you can kick them from Sweden as well. It'll get it done. It
just takes a while. Yeah, it just takes a while.
All right, so here's where things stand at the end of 1908. We've got Katie and Wes on top with 10. We've got Christopher Ward just behind them at 9. But they're clearly running this board, and so how things will work from here is really up to them, and whether whatever agreement they have manages to stick or not. At this point, I'd like to go back over to one of the other games. Siobhan is ready to come back. I was supposed to give her a year warning, and I did not. So, all right, actually, before we do, so here, Siobhan, come on back. All right, let's, sorry, I'm getting bombarded by messages from Kevin behind the scenes. All right, so here is where things stand, just including this one game. Nah, they don't change a whole lot. So, all right, we're gonna go back to game number F, which was the second one. Do you guys have any idea who was on for that? I should know this.
I think I'm on that one.
David and Siobhan, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
Before we let everyone go, can I just say, I'm seeing in the comments that I want everyone to say a very happy birthday to JJ Raymond.
Happy birthday, JJ.
Yes.
Many happy birthdays.
JJ, he probably turned 15 or something.
JJ is a first-year student at Notre Dame right now. Just
I know.
arrived.
I'm just gigging him for no reason.
That's very impressive at age 15.
Go Irish. Yeah, he's a wonder kid. All right, so Andrew, you get a break here. We'll see you in a bit. And then to get us back over to game number F, here we go. Can I do it? I can do it. That is not what I asked for. That is what I asked for. All right. This is the Tommy Anderson Russ Dennis game. So Tommy had just stabbed John Gramila for 2. John was spread out really far to the east. And Tommy very endearingly, for our sake, built an army in Edinburgh to antagonize the French. So here we go. Spring of 1905. Siobhan, we're going to have you call out this whole board. Lots of black arrows. Go for it.
All right, Tommy is just going for it all over the place, taking Kiel, taking Denmark, taking as much as he can, as fast as he can after his 2-dot stab last year. I want to hate it, but I can't. I'll analyze that in a little bit, but meanwhile, Timothy is losing stuff to Jamal in France, which is not terribly surprising, but there is some better defense that could have been done here. I don't understand Piedmont going back to Venice. I thought he and the Austrian were on decent terms, but maybe not so much. The Austrian Zach Moore picking up 2 in spring. Love to see it. And elsewhere, JJ, the birthday boy, that's kind of rough.
This is a rough turn for another rough turn for John Gramila. Even Tim Crosby gets in on the axe by swiping Munich here.
Hey, welcome back, John Gramila. Love to see you here, but you have been lied to from all fronts, and it's just difficult.
Well done, Tommy Anderson here for negotiating this diplomatically. That Army Edinburgh build had to be difficult for Jamal. So well done on both of them for getting it across the line. All right, fall of 1905. David Hood, tell us about it.
Happy birthday, JJ. Because I saw when I saw the Russians go into the Black Sea last turn, I thought, well, he's explaining this to JJ that I've got to get my army into Romania so that I can go after Austria. But he's really going to just attack the Turks, which he did. He also tries to take Norway. Tommy defends that one correctly. He was going to lose one of them, and I believe he just wanted to get that fleet into Sweden instead of taking a chance of the Russians coming. But otherwise, the Italians go to Trieste. The Italians go back to Tyrrhenian Sea. The Italians lose Ionian. This was an interesting turn for Tim. Losing the Western Med, yeah. Assuming the French and English stay together, this would be quite a reversal to what we thought we were dealing with in this game about 2 game years ago.
This is fascinating. I mean, all of a sudden Jamal Blackerly's position is quite nice. He has 2 fleets in the Med. He's picking up a build. Has an ally-ish up north. But then there's Russ Dennis, who suddenly seems to be in much better shape than he was before. Who do you guys like on this game before we see builds? Who would you want to be? David, start with you.
Probably Jamal. I mean, obviously, being Russ Dennis is fun. Being Russ Dennis is fun anyway. Being Russ Dennis on this board is fun. But I do think I like Jamal's position a little bit better.
Siobhan?
I think I prefer Jamal's position, but to take a slight devil's advocate, instead of Russ as my second choice, I think I'd choose Tommy. We've got Liverpool anytime we want it. There's still a lot of potential here if Tommy can play the North right. And that's really the big question for me.
So definitely he's putting down a unit here, right? Most likely it's Fleet Edinburgh here, has to try to nail down the North here. But John Gormala's pulling up 3 units here. So, there's definitely an opportunity. All right, let's see how it works out. We got an army for Russ Dennis. We've got a fleet Edinburgh. Thank you for Tommy. It should have been a fleet before, right? Like a fleet in the water and useful last turn would have been great for him. Could have hung on to Sweden probably, and instead he had an army sitting on the island for a year. Elsewhere, we've got a new army from Timothy Crosby, a fleet in Brest for Jamal, and JJ pulls that fleet in Ionian. Had to be sad. Happy birthday. Spring of 1906. David, let's start with you. Call out the whole board here, if you will.
Okay. France loses Western Med. That's okay, I think. Let's see. Well, I guess that means they're going to lose Tunis also. I'm not sure that was handled correctly. Just go ahead and support Western Med or something. I guess it was just a bad guess. Otherwise, anything screwy. The fleet to Holland doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. What do you guys think? I mean, why not just convoy to Norway or something?
Because then you can't take Liverpool.
Oh, is that what it is?
I understand leaving the army behind, wanting to take Liverpool, but why to Holland?
That's the part that's confusing me. Go to Skagerrak, go to Norwegian, even to Helgoland. Holland is at best defensive. At worst, you got 2 on Belgium.
Well, and your at best here, David, is kind of a stretch, I'm sorry to say. Like, you're trying to find a silver lining, but I'm not.
Yeah, now I will say Zach has taken Romania. Now that could have been arranged potentially. Looks maybe since Russ was going to take Constantinople.
So
wait, why did he take Constantinople?
I do have a question here. What was Aegean's actual move order?
All right, let's see. It was convoying Bulgaria to Smyrna.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought it might be. But
Let's see. And so Constantinople was going to the Black Sea, but this was guaranteed. This was guaranteed anyway because Bulgaria was supporting Black to Constantinople.
And so it was a last-ditch effort. I get that.
Yeah. But up here in the north now, Russ actually presumably is going to get supported into Norway by Germany. This is a moment for Russ's diplomatic skill to show itself. Does he convince John to support him in, or does he have to support John in? And the answer is he supports John. Oh, no, he takes it. I'm sorry.
Wait, what? Norway walks out, goes into Sweden. St. Pete walks in with support from Finland.
This was Grimila getting tricked again.
Indeed.
This is Grimila getting tricked again, but this is not spelling great things for Tommy because the German retreat to Skag is not great if John is. No, lost Berlin anyway.
Yeah, Germany's gone.
Haven't gotten that far down the board.
This is in terms of keeping your dot count up, this is an excellent turn for Tommy.
This is a great turn for Tommy.
Picks up Berlin, Liverpool, and Belgium. Exchanges Norway for Sweden. So he's putting down three here.
Can only do 2 though because he has to.
All right, good point.
Liverpool, but still, 1 in pocket is not the worst thing. And everyone aside from Russ, with only 2 units on his front, is moving away from him.
Yeah, Jamal did not have a great turn.
Yeah, it's just kind of stunning to me. And Timothy is, I get taking back Tunis, protecting Trieste, I guess. And I don't understand what's happening in Turkey. I just genuinely.
Well, so JJ tried to support Bulgaria in what would have worked because it would have been 3 against 2.
Come on, support Ink, just me.
Yeah, why not? Well, it's a conservative move by Russ here. I think this is a moment where Zach kind of lost his nerve a bit. Decided to stick with Russ, even though JJ was offering help. But it might be a poison chalice from JJ, right?
That's a fair assessment. JJ's playing the birthday card, making everyone feel sorry. Kudos to
Not
this.
sorry, not sorry enough. All right, so the net result here is that Tommy goes +3. He's going to have to keep one in the bank. Thank you for playing, former Weasel Moot champion John Gramila. Jamal Blackerly stays even because he only went down 1, and that Fleet and Tunis was piffed. It was a voluntary retreat, a voluntary disband because they could have retreated.
I think it was the right call, though.
Yeah. Russ is putting down a unit here. So I feel like this is, is Russ turning a corner, puts down Fleet South Coast, St. Petersburg. Tommy, interestingly, put down an army and a fleet. I don't understand the second army. You can't use it this year, whereas you can use a fleet.
I understand that it's easier to use an army in Eddie this season before getting Liverpool back into play to convoy over the North Sea. I do understand that.
Convoy to Holland.
Yeah, convoy it into Holland with support from Belgium. Get Liverpool into play to convoy in the fall, and then you can build a fleet next year with your pocket build.
I'd rather put the fleet on the ground here, in the water.
I hear you.
I think that's true, but there's an argument for what he's done. I don't know.
I wouldn't have done it. I'm just saying I see why he might have done it.
What do you guys think about Russ's St. Pete South Coast build?
I like it myself.
I think it's smart, yeah.
Bothnia and Baltic matter a lot if you're going to have fighting with England. Having a fleet on the South Coast is really helpful. I'm not sure a fleet on the North Coast, for example, would have done that much good for him. Now, the counter argument is you're not going to help. You're giving yourself less options with Norway, but maybe there's some kind of diplomatic thing going on. I don't know.
Maybe there's diplomacy going on here, but if we presume that diplomacy is broken down, this is a stellar position for Russ, because for Tommy to defend what he has left in Sweden and Denmark, yes, he has to move to Baltic out of Berlin with the French behind him. And there are too many questions for Tommy where there just aren't for Russ at this point.
Yeah, the big question for Russ is this guy, right? And the fact that there are 3 Italian armies lined up potentially against him is probably music to Russ's ears at this point. All right, let's push forward here. Spring of 1907. And David, let's go to you for the full board.
Yeah, Zach really had to do something here. He had to go against Russ or against the Italians. There really was nothing left for him to do. So it looks like he's going to go against Timothy, which makes sense because France has had to back away from the Italians completely. So now the Italians were going to end up with a question of what they did next. This is the chance for JJ to lose his birthday surprise of Smyrna. As far as the English are concerned and the Russians and all that in the north, it does appear that there was some kind of deal struck because you got the holds and so forth. He does the convoy to Belgium instead. I thought about maybe convoy to Belgium, and I thought it'd be so easy for the French to block that. Because France has got to think that England's going to defend Kiel, so that attack doesn't do you a lot of good. I don't know. Interesting choices Tommy's made, mostly good choices, it looks to me like.
Yeah, I mean,
Yet another long convoy. I'm sorry, yet another long convoy.
The convoy from Piedmont to Brest.
Back to Brest.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather get. What's it?
That's not worth doing. You go ahead and block the English in the English Channel, maybe.
Yeah, I like it because it's a long convoy. I don't like it in this case.
I mean, you've got these fleets stuck in the Mediterranean. You want to get them into action. So I'd even consider Mid-Atlantic to Irish or North Atlantic.
Yep. No, that's actually better than English Channel. You're totally right. And just back out of the Mediterranean entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
And move army to Marseille. Marseille's not far away from the front,
Yeah, you get it right into Burgundy, and there's a fetish. There's a convoy fetish in the hobby, I think.
Well, and I feel like I should take some blame for that because I wax poetic about them every time they happen. And so, spoiler alert, the rest of the hobby, don't listen to me. I do things because they're cute sometimes. Because they're good.
Convoys are very powerful, let's be honest. We've seen some really good convoys tonight, but you can get caught up in the convoy craze, yes.
Yes.
All right, fall of 1907. Siobhan, talk us through it.
All right, well, here we do see Jamal going to the North Atlantic Ocean. I love to see it. Does get bounced out of the rest, which had he been a season ahead and had gone to North Atlantic last turn, would have been in a much better position. It's unfortunate. Lesson learned. We see it now. The French units are pulling back. We see some minor fighting in Scandinavia, which I wouldn't worry too much about. I'm pretty sure Tommy and Russ are having conversations about how they're going to carve out various parts of this. And Tommy gets a chance to pull some armies into Picardy and Kiel and put a fleet in Baltic to put some pressure on Russ, even in Scandinavia. Meanwhile, in the east, it's mostly a lot of hold orders, aside from Ukraine, Romania, Khan to Aegean. Interesting.
Yeah. And Albania to
Long
Adriatic.
live the birthday boy.
Yeah.
Russ is going to take this game.
That's what
It
it's
has to be
like,
Russ at this point, right?
But let's give kudos to Zach here for opening up Budapest for a build.
100%. And so Zach opening up a build and not getting that taken from behind him. Tommy still has a build in pocket, so there's a lot in play here.
And because Tommy and Russ exchange in the north, and Russ takes Smyrna. So Russ is putting one down here as well.
Yeah, he is.
And has, suddenly his fronts are clearing up. And this
this kind of has to be Russ's game to lose, doesn't it?
It's not a deal because he retreated to Norwegian. So that is not part of any deal with Tommy.
Yeah, if there was, it's over now.
No, Tommy confirms, not arranged.
Yeah, wow. Quite a reversal here. Yeah, so we'll talk about this in a bit here, what Tommy might have done differently. But so we do get another fleet in the north from Russ Dennis, this one on the north coast. We've got Zach Moore putting down an army in Budapest. And boy, this is just a doorstop of a position. Goodness. All right, but there is weakness down here, right? Like if Zach wanted to exploit it, he could, but clearly Zach is intent on hitting the greens. All right, and Tommy puts down that fleet in Edinburgh. Finally built a fleet. There we go. And so I have been told that after winter of 1907, Dave Maletsky subbed in for Jamal Blackerly. So it is now Dave Maletsky playing.
That adds a whole new element into this game, I would just say.
What do you think? How does it change the
Dave
dynamic?
Maletsky, and I don't want to go on too long, but just has a power to bend a board to his will. In not always like in a way that he wins or that he comes out on top or that anything is really good for him. It's just like people listen to Dave in a way that they don't many players in this hobby. David?
Dave is also a tactical genius. That's the way I would describe his play. I think he's a good diplomat, but he's even better tactically than he is diplomatically. I think this substitution is bad for Russ because I think that there is more likely to be Dave and Tommy trying to keep Russ down than otherwise. I mean, you can see Tommy's actually moving away now.
Yeah.
And totally redeploying against Russ. Dave may let that happen and not try to take advantage.
Oh, 100%. I think that might happen. And I hadn't even looked at the board when I started talking about Dave.
Yeah, and whatever feelings of revenge Jamal might have been harboring, those are suddenly out the door, and Dave can look at this with a fresh eye. I'll just talk through the moves here. Tommy's shifting all of his units east, does the clever convoy into Livonia, which everyone always likes, loses Norway and retreats to Finland. This was, I think, sort of guaranteed based on how the units were set up. And I think Tommy makes a mistake here. I think Tommy really needs to support Edinburgh into the Norwegian Sea and retake and at least get position. You're going to lose Norway, so at least get the position here. But otherwise, it's a nice sort of shifting of priorities, recognizing that Russ has the advantage in that there's no sense in continuing to prosecute a war against France. Elsewhere, we have Zach like really, really sending everything at Timothy Crosby in a way that just had to delight Russ Dennis. And so Russ is securing his flank against Zach. No longer has to worry about a stab, and now has stab opportunities against Zach if he wants. And it does seem to me that if Russ gets the upper hand on Zach and holds on to, just plays to a stalemate in the north, then he wins this game. So here is fall of 1908. David, I believe it's your turn.
Yeah. See, Dave is redeployed against the Italians. I think this is it's clearly a deal because he's supporting Edinburgh into the Norwegian. So Dave coming in is really going to help Tommy's position vis-a-vis Russ and hurt Russ's position completely. And you can see Russ has already lost St. Petersburg. Now, Russ decides, well, if I'm going to lose up there, then I'm going to attack Zach in the south. So he takes Romania and Bulgaria from Zach. The Italians take Munich, which is interesting. I guess probably desperation move, honestly. But even before he realized that Dave was redeploying south, he just desperately needed a build to fight Zach. The question is, what's this going to mean for Zach? Can he pull back around? That's quite a move. But the big thing is that Russ has now completely lost his momentum in the north, probably permanently.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fascinating here. The question is, what does Zach Moore do? And Zach is kind of between, is in a vice, right?
Well, I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here. Like, Zach Moore, yeah, he lost 2 to Russ and is in a really kind of awful position, but maybe he's throwing some to Russ in this case?
That's the question, isn't it? Well, let's see what he disbands. Disbands Tyrolia, which, he can still hold on to Venice from there, and can maybe hold on to Budapest. It depends what Russ wants to do here. So Russ puts down Warsaw. Moscow is going to have one in the bank, and Dave Maletsky pulls Picardy here. And so
which is full in for Tommy Anderson, is what that tells me.
Yeah. All right. What should happen from here? Who would you want to be on this board? Suddenly, sort of everything feels like it's in play.
I mean, given Dave Maletsky's moves over the last couple seasons when he's been subbed in, I absolutely want to take over Tommy's position.
I think that's right. Tommy's position is now very, very strong. I understand Russ has got some interesting, position in the south and all that, but Tommy's position, but honestly, Russia's position can't be held if, in the long run, they've only got 1 fleet, so somebody can come take their stuff. So this is Tommy's game now to lose.
And Russ is a fantastic tactician, but you're hard placed to find someone better than Dave Maletsky, and when he throws his support behind someone.
Dave is not a stabber per se, so unless Tommy does a tombstone and comes back at Dave or something, that alliance is, or that friendship's going to stick.
I have been stabbed by Dave Maletsky, but I will say that I 100% deserved it and asked for it. So
I'm going to put in a vote here that Russ's position actually is still pretty good. It all depends on whether he's able to take dots off of Zach Moore without
that's the person who has access to tournament results. No, I'm kidding.
If Russ can do that, then he loses Norway and Sweden in the north. If he replaces that with Greece, Serbia, Budapest, and Vienna, then he comes out ahead. And the question is, how many more could Tommy get? But I can tell you that none of those questions matter because the game ends in spring of 1909.
Of course you asked that question, but because you knew the answer.
I don't know, and maybe we'll hear from the players, but an argument could very well be that having Maletsky come into this game changes the tenor of it so much that we shouldn't have the game decided on that basis. Since Russ was in great shape, but for that eventuality, Tommy may have just said, you know what, I've had enough of this. This was really Russ's game. I don't want to take advantage of the fact that Jamal had to leave. Let's just let Russ take the board top.
That's fair. No, that's Brandon. That's just you making that comment and posting it on. No, I'm kidding.
I did not. No, I did not. That is definitely
no. It's I do see in the comments that Tommy said that he was very, very tired, and I get that. I just okay. The nature of diplomacy has changed a lot over the last year and a half, what with COVID and us going virtual, and we've had a lot more substitutions than we're used to in our face-to-face tournaments. And this is a part of the game. And I hear you, Tommy. I hear you said you were tired. This was a moment. This was a moment. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, David, last thought on this game?
Congratulations to Russ for playing an excellent game diplomatically. You know, had JJ on side, then took him out at the right time, had Austria on side, took his centers, obviously, at least with 2020 hindsight at the right time. Really played well in the North. Tommy Two Tired Anderson just could not hold up any further. I really think instead of focusing on Tommy's mood, Tommy can do what he wants to. Russ won this game fair and square. He played probably the best of anybody on the board.
100%.
So way to go, Russ.
Yeah. No, and I do want to say, Russ, this is no shade or shame against you. This was an opportunity for Tommy that I feel like he didn't take. You won it. You deserved it. No question about that.
This is John Gramila, I should say. In my opinion, Russ won this game by really straightforward telling me in SO1 that Tommy was super trustworthy.
I'm sorry you fell for that, John.
That's really funny. Well done, double reverse psychology, Russ Dennis. All right, that'll do it for this game. Congratulations to Russ Dennis for topping that board. Let's bring on back to the stream Mr. Andrew Goff. Andrew, welcome back.
Good to be here. Siobhan, I just want to point out, you never get stabbed by David Maletsky. When he takes the centers, it's just a sparkling center realignment. Not a stab.
I love this propaganda that you were just spreading around.
All right, we are going to head on back over to Game G, Rogers Park. I'm sorry, Game G is the loop. I can speak. That means that David Hood gets to take a break. And David, we will bring you on back for the conclusion of Game E, which is yet to happen. I'll see you in a bit. All right, you guys ready? Head on back over to Game G. This was the game with Sabi and Ed Sullivan, Matt Sundstrom doing some voodoo magic over in the West. The way things, let's see, in fall of 1904, what happened was Henry snagged Holland in the death throes. Matt could have taken Eddie, but didn't. Matt got away with leaving Marseille open. We had a lot to say about that. While Liam snagged Romania here, and there was the question of whether that was an accident or not.
This was the true chaos board, as I recall.
Yeah. That was the big oops. All right. So now we have some new units by Matt. The Fleet and Brest, the Army in Marseille is still going to have to do some tap dancing here. All right, spring of 1905, bunch of orders. Andrew, you are fresh, so we're going to let you call this whole thing out. Take it away.
Well, you're right that there's a bunch of orders. The most interesting part about this is France's defense of Spain. Very strange. A self-bounce that wasn't going to work. But also Brest to the English Channel. So that kind of risked everything here. There was the opportunity for Italy to be in the mid-Atlantic Ocean. And anyhow, despite all of that, None of it worked for Italy. And that point we left with, if Italy had been in Marseille, that's a very different position. Well, they're still not in Marseille. They might finish up getting Marseille and Spain here, although I doubt it. And that's looking very much like a stalemate in the Mediterranean, despite the overwhelming force that Italy had that they could bring to bear on it. So, got to be disappointed with that turn. On the flip side, also because of Holland and the situation there, Germany just walks out of Munich. They've had enough. They see it can't be held, so they pull back to Ruhr, and the aim is obviously to defend everything. Italy walks into Munich. Frankly, it's looking very much like we'll hit a stalemate line soon and it'll be a draw. But I've said that before in this tournament. Very wrong. So let's see what happens.
Can I, before we move on, talk about the Melinda that won't die? Because they're doing other things than killing Melinda.
Yeah, well, I think that's
Surely.
They still have a chance in fall. I get that. But
Surely now.
Yeah, so Liam,
Melinda doesn't. Yeah.
it's worth just pointing out Liam's restraint in this case had a pretty sort of pretty severe stab opportunity here on Ed. Just could have gutted him completely, and does not. And will that be rewarded or punished? We shall find out. Here we are in fall of 1905. Siobhan, tell us about it.
There goes Melinda. I love you. Hope to see you on a board again soon. And Liam, instead of gutting Ed, decides to go for Daniel Bird.
Wow.
Taking
Wow.
Venice, Trieste,
Wow.
Serbia, all unopposed.
Wow.
Just savage.
It's like claws, like a three-fingered claw. Just
I mean, those are like 3 of the 5 black arrows on the board.
that
And it's just brutal.
was breathtaking.
I mean, wow.
And Ed picks up Berlin here, picks up Smyrna. So, this AR, which, had to sort of cross a threshold at the beginning of the year, succeeds. And they grow 5 units in one turn.
Yeah,
And,
this is a killer turn. And like almost nothing happens on the west side of the board in the meantime. So this AR, kind of amazing.
So Matt Sundstrom in France holds on to Edinburgh, and Daniel Bird holds on to Spain, but is going to be pulling 2 units. So here's where things stand after 1905. Liam Stokes is. Yeah.
Sorry, Brandon. Can we just go back for one moment?
Yeah, please.
What did Kiel do that meant? What cut Kiel? Why did Germany?
Kiel supported Holland to hold. That is surprising.
Kiel does not support Berlin. So, and what I will actually say here is that Daniel in Italy actually only goes down 1 despite the brutal stab because picks up Spain and Munich.
True. That Berlin mistake. That's not.
Oh, that's.
That has to be a mistake. I mean, there's just no reason to support Holland here.
That's unfortunate. Fortunate for Russia.
So, I'm sorry. So Kevin O'Kelly was replaced Henry Merrill for this turn, and telling me that he supported Sabie to Belgium and didn't ask for the support in Holland. So that was a mistake. So Kevin now in England and Sabie were.
So possibly a lot of chaos with a replaced player. I don't know.
Yeah. All right, so this is where things stand after 1905. Liam Stokes goes up 3, can only put down 2 because Trieste is occupied. Ed Sullivan is up to 7 now, and Matt Sundstrom is up to 8. And because Daniel Bird is not only pulling, but now has an enemy on the other side, maybe things aren't looking so bad for there's a path open up for Matt Sundstrom. All right, so for builds, we get Ed Sullivan dropping a delightful Northern Fleet, St. So North Coast, St. Petersburg, and Waves. Waves, the other
But
bill.
no, the ones that get cut, Holland, Ruhr, Munich. Just that straight little line of
Who-
armies.
line.
Who needs armies in the middle of the board, Siobhan?
And waving a build here. That's kind of a shocker. Maybe he wants to be able to build another fleet, hold it for next year. All right, and then we got 2 more armies. So let's keep on going here. Spring of 1906. Andrew, to you.
I have to be honest. I love Sabi and her play, but that doesn't look very good. St. Petersburg, North Coast is risky because it can be exploded. But if it gets straight into Norway, no questions asked, then that's a problem. And it really looks like Sweden supported Norway and then Norway moved to the North Sea. And that's not good. In other news, Italy's in all sorts of bother here. I don't even want to, if you're under 18, you have to stop watching the stream now, I'm afraid. This is not for children. Good stab by Austria. Just really, really good. Maximizes their chances at winning the game rather than just topping the board. It's kind of hard to see who would stop Austria now. Russia could take a center or two here and there, but there's a lot of Austrian armies. They're all in the right place. I don't know if it's an 18, but it's going to be a very big board top for Austria, unless they graciously decide to share it with the Russians.
It's impressive for an Austrian to get the jump on Italy like that without the use of any fleets. Just don't see that happen that often. Siobhan, you were going to add?
I mean, I'm right here with Andrew here. It's hard not to love this Austrian position. Like, okay, yeah, Russia takes Khan in the spring as we're shifting fleets out. That's completely arranged. There's nothing to be worried about here. And the Austrian has the superior position in every way. And Liam, love this.
All right, let's move on to fall of 1906. Rome should fall here. There's a set of orders that will guarantee it. We'll get it right. Will Ed vacate Constantinople? Will Ed hold on to Norway? I think that should happen. Yeah, possibly even take Sweden, actually, if things break right. Whoa! Wow. So.
I'm sorry. I thought I had time to take a sip. Ed vacates Norway and supports someone else into it. Ed holds on to Khan, though. I have to imagine somewhat arranged down in the south, but
yeah, because Munich is given over to the Austrian.
So we have an ARG?
Looks like it.
Okay. That's fine. Kevin O'Kelly, formerly Henry Merrill, lives on in Holland and keeps that for another year. Okay, so Rome does fall. We did say that was guaranteed. They did it the right way. Great. Italy is pulling back, trying to fight against what is just the red tide of Austria at this point. It's loses Spain for all of that defense. I'm just confused about the middle of the board around Munich and Skagerrak. And
it's the AR playing in perfect concert and going for position here rather than either one.
Is Sabi just like believing their lies? Because there's no way this ends well for them.
Sorry, just really quickly, can I point out a move I really love here?
Yep.
Oh, please go.
Tyrolia to Piedmont.
Yes.
Well, that was actually needed to make that to guarantee Rome.
Yeah, but also Trieste to Albania as well. Just leave Venice open.
Stunning.
That's the risky part that Liam got away with.
Well,
so Trieste to Venice.
No, you're right, Andrew. That is fantastically stunning.
The
well done.
the whole set of orders, yeah, that's a great set of orders by land.
Yeah, well, to get away with it. So now, obviously, the purpose is to open Trieste for a fleet build, and presumably we'll see that here. Don't forget about France, not that far behind, just one behind. Now no longer has an Italy on their backside. For that, we get an army in Paris. We do get that fleet in Trieste to go along with an army in Vienna. Ed Sullivan, with the build in pocket, does build another fleet on the north coast of St. Petersburg and also drops an army which, while doesn't remove the stab possibility, makes it a little more difficult to pull off. We also have this army hanging out on the backside, plus a fleet back here. So, suddenly Ed Sullivan's prospects aren't looking too shabby.
I'm going to put a tenor on that moving away.
All right. Yeah, really quick, who do you like?
Oh, Liam.
I like the Austria-Russian alliance.
Liam for topping that alliance, but it's just that Austrian position is delightful.
Yeah, I wouldn't count Ed out on this one, or Matt.
Two fantastic turns of play there by Austria. So I'm backing on the horse that's got a proven track record.
I want to disagree for the sake of good television, Andrew, but I can't disagree with you on this point.
In any case, here's spring 1907, and the Austrian fleet must advance, which is not quite correct, but we'll give him credit because it's the right move. Here comes the Russian fleet to help as well. This is an Austria-Russia alliance that could go huge here. I think they're only limited by how much they trust each other. There's 3 Russian fleets in the north, so the stalemate line has collapsed. There's already a Russian army in Ruhr because of all those disbands earlier. This is crashing through, and it really is just a matter of how much they trust each other.
I think they trust each other very well, and I see no reason to believe otherwise. Like, yeah, there's a couple of moves like, oh, okay, I'll do this to ensure that. Like, but
agreed bounce on Romania from now on, maybe.
I think that's what's next,
and maybe in Bulgaria as well. Although, yeah,
no, I think Aegean is needed. At the front.
Aegean is for the fleets.
Oh, right, to retake Ionian. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about the retreat to Eastern Med because it'll be down to 1. All right, here is how things happen. Well, it does happen anyway, the retreat.
Agreed bounce in Galicia. Close enough to Romania. Like,
same thing, but different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and
better,
again...
better for Ed because he could slip into Romania if he wanted to.
Yeah.
Again, it's all the same. The fleets are all in concert, except someone forgot about the retreat to Eastern Mediterranean.
Yeah, but I think that doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't in the long run. I mean,
because Daniel has to disband him.
I actually think that's almost the Trojan horse idea, that you allow the retreat to Eastern Med so that there's the temptation to keep Eastern Med on the board, and then you move Aegean to Smyrna. And so, congratulations on your last fleet.
Congratulations, you got nothing.
Whilst we push those Austrian fleets forward. So, yeah.
All right, so the net effect is we say thank you for playing, Henry, Kevin O'Kelly, Merrill. And Daniel Bird goes down to 1. We'll see which one, whether he takes the bait and disbands to running and C. Ed and Liam go up another 1. So just look over at the chart.
Russian fleet in St. Petersburg. Go Russian fleets in St. Petersburg.
It's got to be, right? It's got to be. Why not? Although South Coast would be a little bit of a firework.
And a fleet in Trieste. Come on, do it.
Why else wouldn't they? In other news, Sabio Ahuja has a build, but no home centers. Not only not open, but not even owned.
Oh, Sabi, that's been there.
All right. Here is how things play out. We get another fleet North Coast, St. Petersburg from Ed Sullivan. Another fleet Trieste from Liam Stokes. This AR is all fleets from here on out, unless there's a stab. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1908.
Quick quality mention to Daniel for disbanding Eastern Med correctly.
Oh, he did.
Yes,
right.
Correct.
Good play, Daniel.
And I believe we're down to Andrew.
Are we?
All right. Yes, Andrew, tell us about Spring of 08.
Austria and Russia advance their position inexorably towards as many centers as they want. And this is a really tough part of the game to play if you're France or Germany or even Italy on one center, because what is stopping this is not you. The things that stop this alliance are the people in the alliance, and there's no sign at all of them stopping at the moment.
Okay, so let me take a moment to pause here. And like, the only thing Matt Sundstrom has, diplomatically speaking, because all he has is diplomat skills to stop this AR from just rolling over. Who, if you are Matt Sundstrom in France, who do you go to, Andrew, to turn on their ally?
Good question.
No, I think it's one of those scenarios where it's really hard to do either. Who's in the best position to stab the other is the question you're sort of asking.
Yeah.
There's not really a stab either way here. I mean,
well,
Austria could take Constantinople but would then lose Greece. I mean,
so that's my question within a question. If you're trying to convince someone they have a viable stab, even if they don't, what's your argument?
I've had enough of this stupid game. I don't want to can we just end it? What do you want to finish on? And then you see if the answers are different.
Well, it's to win the tournament. Go ahead.
If you don't do this over the board, you do this one-on-one. So you go to Ed and you say, how many centers do you want? And if the answer is 16, okay, and you go to Austria and they say, yeah, I don't want to go any further than 13, then you have some leverage. Then you have something that will split this alliance apart. It's not stable. At some point, if you get to sort of 16-16 in an Austria-Russia alliance like this, someone's going to get an 18. Unless the trust goes to 17-17, which would be disgusting. So
either we call it now, or one of you needs to tell me what is it that you want.
What do you want? Are you going to 16-16? All right, I'll back off. Which two centers do I get to keep?
Yeah.
You don't necessarily throw in this situation. That's for earlier in the strategic game, where there's other powers that can then see and rebalance. In this situation, you're trying to find that chink in the armor of the alliance, that point of difference. And yeah, if you need to give up 4 centers in order to find that point where they need to take the draw, okay. Giving them all to one person, though, in this situation, that's just going to lead to someone getting 18 centers.
Okay, and I apologize for luxuriating in this for a bit, Brandon. What Matt should do, what should Sabi do?
I don't think Sabi has many options here. Sabi is just holding.
I was raised by the greatest, the best, Eddie Brisson, who even with 1 or 2 centers can wreak havoc on a board. So I'm wondering, Andrew, anything? Or is it just done?
I mean, if you want to wreak havoc on a board, if you want to get back in the game, get a home center back. If you just want revenge because you're mad as hell and you can't take it anymore, try and sneak an army through the lines, put Army Norway into Sweden, and then convoy it to Livonia. And if you survive long enough to do some craziness, then suddenly all that lack of Austrian and Russian armies back on their front, they're going to have to put some armies back there to deal with you. So, I mean, that's a wild ride. I think Ed is a good enough player not to let that happen. I think what Sabi can do here is quietly say, all right, today was not my day. But let's see. Let's move on.
So we have luxuriated. Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, let's find out. Here is fall of 1908. The answer appears to be is to get convoyed from Norway into Holland and punish Matt Sundstrom.
Obviously,
I don't hate that.
that's good. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. I especially love it if I'm Ed Sullivan. Boy, now there's 3 dots just sitting there waiting to be taken. While I also have gotten into North Atlantic and gotten another fleet into forward into the Norwegian Sea. Elsewhere we have, I'll just finish calling it out, Siobhan. Elsewhere we have a bunch of nothing happening in the French centers. France just plays defense, loses Holland, and is going to get to rebuild because France has not lost any dots. So it's potentially good for defensive purposes. France loses Tyrrhenian Sea to the combined efforts of the Austro-Russian alliance, which also was guaranteed. And wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Ionian Sea.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, what happens is Naples takes the Tyrrhenian Sea, and Tyrrhenian Sea takes Ionian. And actually, this is surprising. I would have thought Ionian would have been the moving fleet here, and I think this is actually bad for France. I think if you're France, you want to keep your units compact.
This is worse for France in the end, if I understand.
Separates them. Yep. This is
yeah, definitely worse for France.
If you want to create mess, then mess is good. But also, what was Adriatic doing? That's silly. Anyhow.
Oh, going to Puglia here, you mean?
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
Wouldn't have made a difference, though, actually.
Adriatic.
No, Adriatic should have gone to...
Adriatic supports Ionian, or Adriatic to Ionian, and Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea.
So Ionian supported Naples to Tyrrhenian Sea?
Yeah, show me.
Yeah, that's what it was.
So,
okay,
so
yeah. Then there's no reason for Adriatic not to support.
I would love to sit down for an hour later and dissect the tactics of that, but...
All right, so B is now playing 2 short. This
is one of my favorite things when a player just plays so short, just keeps living. So well done, Sabi.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure why Ed didn't take at least one of the dots. The good argument here is that Liam is 2 ahead, so no reason not to stay up. Matt gets a rebuild here, and that's the only thing that happens. Puts down a fleet Brest, which makes a lot of sense. And now, after we've now finished 8 game years for all 3 of these games that are going on, and here are the standings as of 1908. After all of these,
shocking.
After all of these,
doing so well.
No surprise, Russ Dennis has topped 2 boards, and so is in first place. To be, the prospects are now largely gone to win this tournament, but still looking nice for, a very high finish, 2nd or 3rd place. The players who still have a shot here, so Liam Stokes clearly still in this game, but is going to need a very big board top in order to, needs to pick up, 67 points. And back to this map. Is at 110. So even a 17 center board top would not be enough. And it's at this point that they would have realized this. So Liam now is going to realize that he needs a solo to win. We have Ed Sullivan at 92 and is currently in this game sitting at...
what is a solo worth in this scoring system?
340. It's quite a lot.
Thank you.
So Ed is sitting at 59. So even if he got another 110 points, which is what a 17 center board top would get
Definitely
him,
not enough.
That is not enough to get him up to, 110 points would not. That would leave him short. So he also needs a solo, and then the players on the other board will come back to them. That's going to be Tommy Anderson and Katie Gray. So we'll come back to them. All right. So, in fact, I think that's where we're headed. I think my producer has told me to go back over to game E. All right. So let's take a pause here. Let's bring David Hood back onto the stream. I'm going to keep all 4 of us on the game, if you guys are all right with that, until the end of the stream. You guys all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Let's head on back over to board F. I'm sorry, board E. We already finished board F. This is the Katie Gray, and we've got Wes Ketchum, who's also doing well here. And after 1908, we had Katie and Wes tied at the top and Chris Ward behind them. This is where the standings were. So Wes is at 85. If Wes, let's see, how much could Wes pick up? A 17 center board top would get Wes another 110 points, which would also not get him into the top. So he needs a solo. Katie Gray has 145 points. Katie with a 17 center would pick up another 70, so also needs to solo. So now we're looking at players who suddenly know that what they need are solos in order to win the tournament. So let's see how that plays out. Yep.
And Russ sitting back going, mission accomplished. That's what I wanted out of this second round of diplomacy. So very well played to him. And if someone gets a solo, well, wasn't your day. Well
played to them. Yep. All right. So I'm sorry, the people who are calling out this board, we'll let the third person just be an observer here. This is David and Andrew. So we'll just actually just rotate here. So here are spring 1909 moves. David, why don't you talk us through what happens here?
Well, mostly holding in the east. I mean, the Austrians are convoying to Bulgaria and taking Smyrna while the Italians take Greece. I assume all that's worked out. Austrians moving into Moscow again, assuming that they're still making their deal here. So if that's true, then you've got supported attack on Gascony, supported attack on English Channel, and covering Wales, right? That's basically it. Because lots of other holds and so forth, because they've apparently got a deal, at least for now.
Yep, let's roll this forward. I reckon this is just about cooked.
All right, fall of 1909. Siobhan, this one's on you.
This was the game that I was not calling earlier today, but what I presume to be an IG continues on. Supported attack on Brest, supported attack on Paris. Yeah, okay, we have a German attack on Tyrolia, pushing them forward into Piedmont. Not really the worst thing. I'm not too worried about that for that alliance. And Germany takes Norway. Did I miss anything aside from Austria taking Constantinople?
Well, the fact that Italy disbands rather than retreating to an open Ankara is...
that is actually very interesting, yeah.
Austria, Italy, Germany, all the way. Will it be 11-11-11,
okay.
Or will they leave?
It's an AIG. I was not calling this game earlier, so I'm coming into it blind.
That's fine. Yeah, the only curiosity here is the support into Tyrolia. If it's, if they're all copacetic, then that's the big deal. But we do have Sweden, Christian Brown retreating into Sweden. So well done, Christian Brown. All right, there were no builds. Sorry, that was the spring. I am just pressing wrong buttons here. We have Christopher going +3, but with no place
nowhere to build.
We've got West Ketchum
Not even Serbia. Not even Serbia.
Not even Serbia. Wes puts down only one unit. So yeah, this feels like definitely an arrangement. Yeah. But
pick up Sweden and call it. That'll do.
But remember, right? I mean, these are players who might think they have a chance at soloing.
Oh, and Germany knocks out the English instead of the Russians, just because, of course, they do.
But the Russians are too hard to root out of where they are. Is the argument?
Well, they don't have the pieces there to do it.
Norway supports St. Petersburg to Finland and North Sea to Denmark. It's cooked.
Yeah.
As opposed to just killing the English fleet now. I mean, what?
Yeah.
They
want it done now.
No, that was a full turn.
All right, lots of holds. Christian Brown survives, and presumably this game ends right here. All right, so
wow.
I think Andrew, you called this, I think, 5 game years ago, 11-11-11-1, and we wondered who was going to be the one to survive.
Yeah, Central powers are terrible. You never want to get Italy, Austria, or Germany in diplomacy. Those corner powers, they're too strong.
Did anybody here, any of these three, have a chance at a solo that they did not go for?
This situation is not a stalemate. So by definition, at least two powers have the possibility of solo. Probably not Austria, but at least two powers have the possibility of solo if you played it out. That's just diplomacy theory 101. There's no stalemate. So yes, somebody passed up a solo here. Now they're not sure which one it was. So you don't play it out. Just because a solo is guaranteed doesn't mean you're going to be the one that comes out ahead. So you don't play it out is the theory.
Who do you think had the best chance if this game keeps going?
Russia.
Italy.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's well.
Yeah, I think it's probably Italy as well, although often in situations like this, whoever moves first is the loser.
Yeah, that's the problem. Isn't it?
So if Italy is the one who stabs, then Austria will jump on Italy. And if Germany is the one who stabs, then Austria will jump on Germany. And that makes sense.
It's why you end up with a draw.
They all, I think, have a different path to the solo, where like Italy really has to wait it out and wait for someone else to go for it, where Austria and Germany might see it more immediately available, and then Italy benefits from one of them jumping the gun.
I agree with what David said. I don't think Austria has a path to 18 from this position unless it's by being second one in. I think if they stab, then they just get pushed back.
Okay, so does anyone have a first one in position?
I mean, it's a fragile tension. It could be as if you play another year, maybe Austria moves Warsaw to Ukraine, and then Germany thinks, oh, maybe I do have something. But right as it stands, no, I don't think there are any obvious, this will definitely win stabs here. And if you don't have a definitely winning stab, usually if you stab, you'll lose.
So here's a thought. Why not vote down the draw just to keep the game going and see if somebody will panic and make a wrong move? Would you guys have done that?
It depends on the diplomatic situation that we don't have access to. My guess is that everyone was pretty well convinced they were going to end the game, and there would be a lot of anger if somebody didn't. If somebody clearly was trying to go for the solo, everybody knows that, so they decided to end. It's also a very long game. It's late at night, regardless of what time zone you're in, except if you're in Andrew Golf's time zone. But Jamal's not playing in this game.
What are the rules for draw votes here? Are they publicly? No,
totally anonymous. The number of votes is not divulged.
All right, then yes, I totally would have voted for the draw, and no one can tell me otherwise.
I would have voted no to the draw if I was Russia, just to see what happens. Also, I have played in a game like this. I was one of the eliminatees, where there was an 11-11-11-1 draw, and then all three of them voted no to the draw. And they did it just specifically to give the power on one centre a heart attack.
Just
played out of Springton and then agreed to the draw in the fall. So there's always a reason to vote no for a draw.
There's always a reason to vote no, and having been a tournament director that does blind draws, like watching everyone vote no to a draw that everyone at the table was like, of course I'm going to take this at 2:30 in the morning.
Yep.
And then I like pick up the cards and I'm just like,
no.
The draw failed.
Yeah, there's some talk about, there's a bit of a movement right now to make the number of votes public without, divulging who is who. So.
We should do that on another piece soon.
Yeah. We do that in Australia, and I think Chris Brand is another big proponent of that as well. So
yes.
It's just another way of doing it. Yeah. Why settle with what we know works when we can experiment with random other ideas?
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, well, this game goes in the books. It's worth pointing out the scores here in the open tribute system. The three people who shared the board top all come away with a score of 71, which, if you remember, is lower than McCallus's 75 from his 14 center second place. So yeah, this is Open Tribute is a system that does not incentivize this kind of result. Christian Brown comes up with a 27 for his one. That will combine with his score from the first round and give him a nice finish. He's definitely top 7, likely top 3. After this result goes in the books, here is how the standings look. Russ is still in first place. Sabi is now locked in at 189. Should be good for either second or third. Liam Stokes behind, and then Christian Brown drops into fourth place here. So let's head back on over to our last game remaining, which is game G. This is the game that Sabi is still alive here, so not locked in at that number. Sorry, but Ed Sullivan and Liam Stokes are the ones on this board that still have a chance. So anyone on this board who solos will win the tournament. Obviously, Ed and Liam are the ones in best position to do that. Don't count out Matt Sundstrom if there's some sort of big shift in dynamic. But let's push ahead here. Spring of 1909. And by this point, it's worth pointing out that all the players know that they need a solo to pass Russ Dennis. This game is still going on at the same time as Bronzeville, the game we just finished. That one went into 1911. So both of these games are still going on. All right, whose turn is it? I think Andrew Goff, it's your turn to call out a turn. Tell us what you see.
I see Russia and Austria rolling, and yeah, I mean, it's really hard in these situations. I said it when we were last at this game. What do? You make the best tactical moves and watch your position slowly collapse. It's not pleasant. The only way I've ever found of dealing with it is knowing that at least the big alliance is having the best day of their diplomacy lives. So let's just roll forward and watch them have the best day of their diplomacy life.
It's magnanimous of you. All right, pushing ahead here, fall of 1909. David, we will go back to you.
Okay. Rolling, I think is the quote from Andrew on various turns. The Russians do take Romania and Bulgaria.
Which is interesting.
At the same time, the Austrians take Tunis. The Russians also take Norway. The Russians have taken Holland. The Russians take Liverpool. I keep saying the Russians a lot.
4 or 5
The Russians are coming.
Can I just pause everything here? Can we go back to spring? Because I have some issues with the Austrians' moves.
Yeah.
What the heck is happening in the Mediterranean?
So there's a bounce in Western
Why
Mediterranean.
not go to Lyon instead of Western Med? Why?
That's a
Why?
good question.
Why not do so many things instead of what you're doing here? Liam,
Well-
are you throwing this to Ed? And so we can go back to fall. David, go ahead.
All right. So the net effect here, Ed Sullivan has picked up, let's count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots without losing any, I believe, correct?
Certainly what it looks like.
6 dots, I think.
Definitely is.
What's
No,
this?
5 dots. Sorry, you didn't get them.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
picked up 5, didn't lose any.
He could have taken 6. He could have probably.
Almost got Belgium. Only didn't get it because of Matt Sundstrom's defense.
So, just saying, masterful on Ed's part.
Liam takes Tunis, but loses Bulgaria and Romania. So he's going to be going down 1.
This is Ed going for.
Got to go for it.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard not to see this as anything but Ed going for it. And what's worth pointing out is that he does it with 4 fleets west of Scandinavia.
+5.
+5. So he could put down 4 units because he's
And he's
Russia.
got all 5 or all 4 centers.
I don't know that I've ever
So
actually seen
still one
Russia.
in pocket.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen Russia build 4 at once. I assume you guys have, but this is spectacular. All right. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think it's there, but he's giving it the best shot you can. So
Bring it. Let me see this.
that's exciting.
But suddenly, right? I don't know. But now you start counting dots, right? Got Sweden, Denmark. Presumably, Sabine would actually let him take it. Edinburgh wouldn't fall or wouldn't last long. Eventually, you've
That
got
would make 17.
You've got now. You have a little bit of difficulty in the Russian centers to hold on to that stuff. And then the question is, can you hold on to all of this and pick up something else? And if you do, you solo.
I think I'm gonna go. Team Ed can do this.
I hope he does.
What are the let's give some odds here. David, start with you. What are the odds Ed pulls this off?
33%. He's 1 out of 3 times.
Siobhan?
I'm going 50-50.
And Andrew?
1 out of 3.
All right.
This is great.
I'm a believer.
This is really great. All right. What do you build if you're Ed Sullivan?
With the caveat that if Sabi decides that I'm going to give you an 18, then you get the 18.
Well, we don't know that.
Oh, you think Sabi can guarantee it?
I think if it isn't guaranteed, then it's very, very close. Then you're talking maybe 80, 85%.
All right.
Okay, so Brandon asked a question. Andrew, I'll pass it to you first. What do you build if you're Ed?
How do you prosecute this?
Well, I'm building at least 3 armies.
So Warsaw and Moscow, obviously armies.
And Sevastopol.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm probably building, depending on Sabi, either a fleet to St. Petersburg South Coast or another army in St. Petersburg.
And anyone want to make a case for Fleet Sevastopol here?
I thought about saying Fleet Festival myself because the real vulnerability actually is the fact that you've only got 1 fleet. Now the Austrians don't have many fleets in position. They got 3
They
fleets.
could redeploy them.
They'd have to redeploy them, but this whole thing's not going to be fast. It's not going to be a lightning strike, +4 to get the solo. It's not, I don't think. So from a long-term point of view, would you rather have a second fleet in the south, or would you rather have another army? I think I'm going to go another army, but I think an argument can be made for the fleet. You could use it. The cool thing about the army is you can put it into immediate play, just about, because you can put it in Romania.
Yeah. My argument is 3 armies in Warsaw, Moscow, and Sevastopol, and St. Pete, South Coast.
Yeah, I don't like Army St. Pete, though. I disagree with Andrew on that one. I think I'd put a fleet either South Coast or North Coast, depending on the situation.
So
I think South Coast.
The point for me about Army St. Petersburg is it can go to Livonia and defend Warsaw. That's my reasoning behind it, because Romania is going to, you assume, go to Serbia or Budapest.
Okay.
So you want to be able to push Moscow forward to Ukraine, and that way if you lose Warsaw, you pick it back up.
I feel like we have luxuriated in this. Give the
All
next
right.
season to someone, please.
There we go. We've got 3 armies in the south for Ed, plus Fleet South Coast, St. Petersburg. That was not one of the options we considered.
Yes, it was.
Was it? Sorry.
It was.
Tuned out for a second. Sorry. All right. We get Liam dropping the army in Naples, which we didn't talk about, but probably makes sense, while Matt drops the army in Spain. All right. Spring of 1910. I'll give this a call out. Some surprising moves. Ed pulls back North Atlantic. I do not see the reason for that. Don't like that at all. Pulls back Liverpool as well, which allows France to take Liverpool back in a way that cannot be retrieved, although I think Edinburgh should fall here. No, really not crazy about this set of moves. It's very conservative. And and Berlin is going to fall here as well.
It's all bad.
Yeah,
Edinburgh,
I think what's
Edinburgh definitely doesn't fall.
Because
around Edinburgh.
well, he could he could lose. He could do it while losing. Oh no, you're right, because he can tap all three of the. Yeah, you're right. He can tap all three of the things around it. All right.
What this suggests to me is it's really hard to get an 18.
Well, the reason that he pulled back was he was worried about the Edinburgh fleet slipping into Norwegian. He was worried about people getting behind him.
Yeah.
So that's why he went back. He didn't think he was going to hold this position anyway in the long term. So he's hoping that he's going to hold or slow down things enough in the north while he gains in the south. The issue is not really what happened in the north, in my opinion. That was an unholdable set of positions. The issue is how fast can he win in the south? Answer, not very fast given what happened in the south, I think.
Romania holds, or Romania Sev to Ukraine. That's not good.
That's very conservative. You need Moscow to get south. You want to slip Romania into Serbia here if you can.
I think you should have taken the chance here that you lose Warsaw. Who cares about that? You can take it back in the fall.
Yep, exactly.
You can retreat forward and all that.
All of our hypotheticals are built on being very bold and very.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bulgaria thing is just a bad guess. He thought Greece might go to Serbia. I mean, that was just a guess.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's fine. But you got to put your foot on the gas. You just got to put your foot all the way down on the gas and let her rip. All right. So without that, this takes on a different tone. We've got units moving south in a way that opens things up more for Ed Sullivan in the south. But Liam has now had a second turn to get units further east. North Sea falls to the combined French effort. This is not great, losing a position. Ed takes Sweden, but could have used that army sort of convoying over to the continent or to the island would have been more interesting. All right, so this game actually doesn't feel like...
I'm going to say, on the flip side of the board, we have Matt Sundstrom, who is a stellar tactician, who is just being like, look at this, let's not let this happen.
Question, sorry, go ahead.
I think this game is about to draw, but if it doesn't, I almost like Austria more than I like Russia now. That was a great 2 teams for Austria.
Well, what about France? Actually,
France too, for that matter. I can get on board that, but like what I said in the last game, whoever stabs first, the other two usually team up on them. That is super happy.
And Ed did go first.
Ed sure went first, and now, I mean, his position's.
I mean, he did not have a great solo chance anyway. I think 2 of us put it at 1 out of 3, and some of it was just bad guesses. I didn't disagree with what he did mostly in the north. I just disagreed a lot with how he played the south.
Yeah, I'd go on with that.
I didn't expect him to go that quick, that fast, I suppose is my...
Wow, so now it just really all falls apart for Ed Sullivan, who loses Warsaw, Bulgaria, and Smyrna, and Berlin, picks up Denmark. So for all of this, Slevy is eliminated, while Matt Sundstrom picks up Belgium and Munich, and is suddenly putting down 2 and has units all over the place. Puts down a Fleet Brest rather than a Fleet Marseille. I think you can make a good argument here for Fleet Marseille just to keep Austria at bay. And elsewhere we get, so Ed is rebuilding units because he must have had a bunch piffed. Ed didn't lose Berlin, he took Berlin.
He was hoping to hold on to it, yeah.
You know, this is actually tactically why Russia is so unique. A gigantic Russia is still a vulnerable Russia because they're on both sides of the stalemate.
Yep.
And this massive Austrian army is just another doorstop, like we said. All right, so spring of 1912, the game does end here. I think that's a shock for you, Siobhan. How come?
Well, I just feel like France and Austria have so much more to play.
I think that's Liam giving a gift to Ed here. I think you keep playing if you're Liam and get the board.
I
top.
mean, yeah, Austria especially.
I think France is looking pretty good too.
Yeah, that's me.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Here comes Norwegian.
yeah,
I
maybe
think
that's the thinking. Yeah, maybe.
I think also it's 1912. You've fought off the threat. That's enough, because
yeah,
you know that the tournament's only going to be won by an 18. I really like Ed's play. I said it a few times on this stream. Make them prove it.
and they
I don't think I would have done. I don't think I would have gone for it.
I don't think I would have
No,
either.
I would not have gone for it because I actually care. Some people don't care whether they come in first whether they come in third or fourth or fifth. I do. I think that's what you should be trying to do, is get the best position out of the tournament position. Your chances of forcing the solo there were really not very good. I think I would have said, if they allowed me, I would have said, I'll take this board top at 14 and catapult myself in as high as I could, because I think this was the most likely outcome right here.
And so my question would be, if they said to you when you said, let me take this board top, if they said no, what would you have done?
You might as well. I mean, that's a declaration of war.
So maybe Ed said, let me take this board top at 14, and they said no, and he was like, well, gotta shoot my shot.
It may be, but my guess is Ed went for it. I don't, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. I'm just saying I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
because I care. Because I actually do care about. If I don't, there are people that are win the tournament or bust. I don't believe that way. I don't think it's healthy to think that way. It's not a good idea for the game itself. You need to be making that particular game, doing the best in that particular game that you reasonably can do, and not sort of throw everything against the wall to see if it sticks, because that messes up the game for other people.
So, so I will interject here. There are not just the merits of doing as well as you can in the tournament. There are also DBNI points at play here, and so it does matter quite a bit whether you finish second, third, fourth, or fifth, and so on. The difference decreases substantially as you get lower in the standings.
That's a good point. I hadn't even thought about that.
So there is this is part of a larger competition, and there is a larger context, which adds just another layer of metagames. In any case, the result of this game does cement the Weasel Moot Championship for one Mr. Russ Dennis. And we are going to welcome Russ Dennis to the stream. Russ, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Russ, this is your first tournament win. For all of the success that you have had on this tour since it came into being a year and a half ago, this is your first tournament win. Why did it take you so long?
It's really hard to win a tournament. It's at least for me. It's very, very hard.
Can we let Andrew Goff now? Can we let him go?
Yeah, I know. for not for Goff, but at least for me, it's very hard.
So Russ, what was the difference here?
Well, it's always, things just got to break your way. My first game was pretty straightforward, just kind of maximizing my advantage. And the second game, in Fall 01, England moved north, Turkey moved into the Black Sea and into Armenia. Zach bounced me out of Romania with Turkey. And then in 1902, Germany moved against me. And I don't know how I topped that board, honestly. It was just, it just somehow happened. So, I mean, just some stuff broke my way. It was not like some master plan to make it all happen. It just somehow did. I mean, I had a shot. Like, that's all you can really kind of hope for. And so I've had shots in other tournaments and it's just not worked out. And somehow in this one it did.
All right, so Andrew Goff, one of our commentators here, is going to have to leave in a moment. So I'm going to give him the opportunity to ask a question or give you his thoughts. So Andrew, it's over to you.
Yeah, sorry I have to run away so quickly. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
I think you very thoroughly deserved that win. And yes, I promise it does get easier to win. The first one is the hardest. So
Yeah.
I will look out for you in future tournaments.
Great.
I'm really interested in how you were feeling in the second game, because that looked to me pretty nerve-wracking. that
Yeah.
there were times in that game where you were right on top, and then there were times when you were not, and you managed to come through it really well. So how are you feeling in that game?
Yeah. Every single turn was precarious, like every turn. And I mean, there was so many changes, and I mean, like it's just every single turn you're hoping that you don't lose, what you have. And yeah, it was. I mean, like for me, that second game's probably diplomatically the best game I've played in virtual. And even then, right, it's not like I made anything happen. People made their decisions and it worked out. But yeah, every single turn all the way up to the very end was, is this going to work or is this not?
Great. Was there a moment where you felt you had the tournament won, or was that only once for the results?
I was feeling pretty good before Jamal left his France and Miletsky got dropped into there. And I felt like, there was enough turmoil there in the West that, yeah, I can solidify my board top. And then all of a sudden Jamal was gone. Miletsky was in there, and it was, all right, let's redo this EF. And so, probably before Miletsky I had a little more hope. And so, just taking some stuff from Zach there at the end, I mean, that wasn't agreed or anything. That was just like, if I don't take these from him, then there's no way I can beat Tommy to the top.
Brilliant. Well, once again, congratulations, and I am sorry I have to run off, but yeah, really well played tournament. Great to see some top quality games, and you very much deserve the win.
Thank you, Andrew.
And Andrew, thank you very much for your service tonight. We look forward to seeing you on a future broadcast.
Pleasure as always.
Good day, Kofi.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to my other commentators here. David, we'll start with you. Any questions or comments for our champion?
Russ, I can't say congratulations enough. Well-deserved, long time coming. Totally happy that this has happened to you. When Miletsky got substituted in, I thought that was the end for you, honestly. Because I think I said on the screen, my guess is he comes in there, he makes a deal with Tommy, and I think maybe the same turn Tommy moved away from it. I thought, well, that's going to be the end for us. So
Right.
I was really surprised when the game ended, but surprised and happy for you that it did.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that it ended when it ended?
I wasn't, and the reason why is because in that situation, even if Tommy tops, he's not winning the tournament. And if he keeps pushing, I mean, I'm going to keep playing regardless, if there's even a chance that I can possibly top. So, I mean, we're just playing hours upon hours upon hours, and it doesn't really advance Tommy at all. And I didn't think that he really wanted to do it. And David Miletsky had already said, I'll accept every draw that's put forward, but I'm going to keep playing until it goes through. And so, no, I wasn't surprised when that happened that Tommy didn't push, because I think the way he looked at it is this isn't going to really help him, at least for tournament scoring itself. And so to play for hours more for something that wouldn't matter, I don't think he really was that interested.
Well, player motivation is actually how diplomacy works. So knowing what the players' motivations are and playing accordingly is exactly why you won this tournament.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, and thank you. I still don't, I'll have to go back and look, but it was the pathway to a board top in the second game was so unlikely that, it definitely, I'm happy it happened. That's for sure.
Well, you have played games in the past, Russ, where you just dominated the crap out of everybody on the board, took the top that way. These were not those games.
No.
These were much closer contests, which in some ways makes your win even awesomer.
Yeah, well, and Ed definitely wanted, me to also reiterate how shameful it was for me to plow and take more centers from him. As I was watching the other game, I was kind of hoping that he didn't start throwing centers to keep me from winning it, because in that first game, it may not be as apparent, but I got nervous. My first stab on him was because I got nervous because he could have stabbed me really well. And so I blocked and took one center from him. And then we reworked it. and we came to an agreement that, yeah, I top, but he would be there. And then I just grinded out another 2 centers. And really the reason was I've had this happen in 3 tournaments where I didn't maximize my score on the board, and so I didn't place. And so I don't know. I came into this one, and my thought was I'm going to try to give myself the best shot. So that's okay. He's a big boy. He'll be all right. It's not like he hasn't done it to someone else. Yeah. But I was really hoping I wasn't going to be on the same.
So Ed.
Yeah, I was hoping I wasn't going to be on the same board as him in round 2. That would have been bad.
Ed told me that he gave you some free legal advice earlier this week, and was hoping that would make you more amenable to being a good ally, and was disappointed to find.
Yeah, no, Ed is an amazing guy, and I count him as a very good friend, but we're on the board and we're both very competitive. So, I know how he plays, and I expect him to always try to play his best. And, if he gave me some leeway, I don't know, it is what it is. Well, this is what he told me obviously, as everything's winding down, this was kind of his last thing. He said, if you don't win this tournament, then you should be especially mad, or I should be even more mad, or, you should feel even more worse because of, taking a few extra centers. So at the very least, to tell you the truth, I don't feel bad about taking Ed centers at all. It's the game.
So that should be a quote of the tournament right here.
Yeah.
Siobhan, do you have any questions or comments for our champion?
The comments, obviously, Russ, I've watched you play for a while now, and you are a fantastic star power player, and the opportunity just hasn't been there for you yet until this weekend. And I was so excited to watch you play and watch it come to you, because you've been deserved a win for quite a while. But a comment you said to Andrew earlier before he took off that really stuck out to me was that the second game was really the most diplomatically challenging and successful diplomatic game you've had. And I want you to speak to that a little more if you can.
I think the what made it kind of difficult was that I didn't really have an ally, and for a long time, like any true ally. It probably wasn't until like 1905 or 1906, like me and Zach kind of settled in, because, I even supported Turkey. I got real nervous there too, because as I was looking at Zach's position, I was like, well, he has to move on me. He can't really grow any other way. And so I supported Turkey into Bulgaria, mainly because I wanted to take away me being that type of target for Zach, and so it was the next year after that where the opening came for me to get into the Black Sea and us to actually take down Turkey. And so once that started happening, we were an ally. But that was a lot of game years that there was nobody really working with me. And so with Germany's pressure, Germany was always around and waiting to get things. And so I think what ultimately happened there was Germany just moved so aggressively that then England decided Tommy decided this is my chance to grow. I think, the thing that was hard was because I had the most points on that board. There was from the get-go, at least what I was hearing from different people was, we're going to take me out. And they all moved that way, especially for the first 2 years. So I was just trying to survive, and kind of what I did, what helped me and Zach to work together, and even that gave me space with Turkey, was I was like, if you guys keep pushing on me, then ultimately it's going to be the West that grows. So I just let me slow them down. So it was constantly changing, and people were trying to find different ways. It was a good board. I think that's the biggest thing. They were really good players, so they were always looking for their opportunity. And I never really had this position to be able to just say, okay, I'm going to be able to make people do things. I didn't have that. So ultimately it was just trying to keep some options available. So I don't know if that answers your question at all. My mind's not completely wrapped around everything that happened in that game. But
I mean, you're still running the high of the winner's high. I've been there, not much, but a couple of times, and I get it. And sometimes just things fall into your lap and work in a certain way, and I'm so happy that it's done that for you because you were so deserving.
It's kind of you, thank you.
Russ, man. So, from my perspective, I believe that we have a rendering of you behind David Hood.
I am now Team Russ. I've got him right behind me.
I was trying not to laugh at that when I saw it.
Yeah, that's Matthew. So, I had won a tournament in Cold War. I had never won like Classic, and so when I finally did that, he created that graphic, which wasn't very flattering. But Matthew's one of or Lady Razor's one of the editors there for the briefing, and he likes having fun with that at my expense.
Yeah, you definitely don't look like the friendly Care Bear that you want to pretend to be. You don't even bother pretending to be a Care Bear. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Russ, man, this is a performance in which you put your foot down on the gas and kept going. And that is it's the way to maximize your chances of winning a tournament. You didn't leave points on the table in the first game, and then in the second game you did something that's very difficult to do, which is play with a target on your back with really good players around you. And when the odds were stacked against you, all the way through 1904. You just didn't have much daylight, and you found the crack in the door, and you worked your way through it. And this is what looks like a really mature performance, to be honest, from somebody who, it's not a surprise because you demonstrated over the course of the last year and a half how skilled you are at this game. But now you've got some silverware, in virtual face-to-face to put on your mantelpiece, and this doesn't get you an automatic qualification for the DBNI, but I think you've more or less secured a spot at this point. So look forward to seeing the redux of Russ Dennis at the DBNI in February. Russ, is there anything you would like to say?
Yeah. So just again, thank you to the Weasels for putting this on and DBN for covering it. And of course, too, I'll do my best to try to. I'm guessing this is going to be face-to-face next year, so I'll do my best to try to make it there, so that I can be piled on. But I'll do my best to try to make it over there. I also want to, of course, say a thank you again to the community. I mean, I've just developed some really good friendships through diplomacy. And, we've already mentioned some of those, but I mean, there's been a lot of different people. So I want to thank you for that and all the people that invest in it. And then, lastly, if you haven't subscribed to the Diplomacy Briefing, it's a free weekly diplomacy newsletter that just a group of us put out every week. And you go to diplomacybriefing.com and you can sign up there. And, there's always a strategy article too. So we keep everybody updated on what's happening in the community.
Yep, please go subscribe. The briefing has been an invaluable unifier for the hobby, and we thank you, Russ, for your efforts on that. We look forward to reading your article in the Champions Corner next week.
I'll be trying to think that through. I always like the second fiddle articles, more because it's kind of hard. Like when you win, sometimes you really can't say this won me the game, but you can usually figure out why you lost a game. So.
Oh, you can say it. You just don't want to admit it publicly.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah. So.
All right, Russ. Well, that is your burden for the next few days, is to figure out how you did it, and we look forward to hearing what you come up with. Congratulations again, man, and go get some sleep.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Really quickly, because it is late and it is time for us to go to bed, here are the final standings of Weasel Moot 2021. In first place, we've got Russ Dennis with 230. In second place, Chicago's own Christian Brown, Windy City Weasel, with his by far best finish in any virtual face-to-face tournament. Right behind him is another Weasel, Subi Ahuja, who is another Weasel, and also with their best finish so far in a virtual face-to-face tournament. Liam Stokes, Morgante Pell, Katie Gray, and Ed Sullivan round out the top 7. And we also see another Weasel, Wes Ketchum, in the top 10. I'm going to say thank you to all the players who played in this tournament. Congratulations to everyone with a good finish, especially to Russ Dennis. I'd like to thank Corey Nesland for her tireless efforts and spectacularly efficient organizing here and running this tournament. Thank you, Corey. All the Weasels and all of the players and all of the broadcasters here at DBN congratulate you on doing a fantastic job, and thank you for it. Honorable mentions also to Kevin O'Kelly for organizing and whipping, to Sabia Huja for also doing a lot of sort of unrecognized work to get people excited for the tournament and get people registered. Sabia, we thank you for that. All right, David and Siobhan, thank you guys for another excellent broadcast. Thank you, David, for staying awake. To the extent that you have. I can see you half asleep. Siobhan, thanks again for, it's only 11:30 or 10, it's 12:30 now where you're at.
It's almost 12:30. Yeah.
Great job in the broadcast, guys. And to all the stabbers and Care Bears out there, we thank you for watching. And Siobhan has something she wants to say.
As always, I just want to say, stay safe and stab well.